Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant, independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Friday, August 2nd, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. It's going to be a long show, so sit back, gather around, get what you need, popcorn, drinks, whatever it takes to sit down for a 5-hour show, which I'm kind of kidding, but we'll see what we get to today. I plan to talk about a lot to cover from the last couple of days, from many different ongoing situations. And I had a bunch of stuff that a lot of times when I've got these longer shows where I know it's going to be a lot, I try to put aside some of the things that might not be as time sensitive or more towards like the kind of culture war, two-party, different points that I think aren't as important as the kind of pressing immediacy of different world events. But today I decided to include those as well as my point. And I think I want to talk about, I find, as I've said a lot of times over the years, a lot of times I see that there are, almost without trying, I line things up that seem to all kind of interconnect in certain ways. And then, because when I see that pattern, I try to kind of line it up that way. And so a lot of what today kind of feels, as I think a lot of people are sensing, a lot of these things are interconnected, which honestly, I think it's because it always really is. I think a lot of the bigger parts that we see tend to tie back into some larger agenda that's well beyond outside the two-party paradigm scope or, control or reality, or the point being that at the main point of this, that doesn't really exist. There are clearly people that identify as Republican and Democrat, conservative and liberal, and they, believe these things, and that's not right or wrong. That's their choice with what they believe. The point is that the people above that, the power structures, use those things against us. And again, these are just labels, whether you're a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim or a Republican or Democrat. These are things that they go, okay, we can use those ideologies and the beliefs against them or against others. That's not everybody. Clearly, there are good people in the world, but this is a very basic thing to understand. So the two-party illusion is called that by a lot of us. The two-party, manipulation paradigm, whatever, is the idea that we have the reality of these differing parties, and then we have the power structure that uses what you think you believe, or rather what you believe, to manipulate you into thinking what they want you to believe or drive you toward agendas that they think are in their interest, usually at your expense. And I think this is something that a lot of people are highlighting right now that hopefully is much bigger than just these, current situations. But as I think we've talked about over the years, because it's only one power structure or, varying power structures that are all driving towards the same agenda or using the same things to drive towards their agendas, my point is that this tends to oscillate between what side seems to be focused on. And it's always varied. It's always, all of us, I argue. But right now, was sort of during COVID-19, it was quite obvious that the right saw that. And I say that as just like the larger grouping of all those things. People that lean that way more so saw the problem, at least in my experience. Now, of course, this could be different to you. Now, as I've said before, I see that going the other direction in a much faster way than usual. And I can't stop recognizing how obvious it is that there are people who are within that are being played right now from moment to moment. Whether we're talking about Israel, whether we're talking about the Venezuelan coup, whether we're talking about digital IDs, it's just like one after another. The dominoes are falling where I'm not sure if the larger conservative base is falling for it. Frankly, I don't think that's true. A lot of them watch this show. A lot of you are watching right now. And I love that. I'm not, my point is that I think those that do that can see that, recognize that I'm not calling to one side or the other. Really, I'm just speaking to everybody about truth and what we can prove. And that should resonate with anybody. And I think a lot of them are seeing it, like a lot of the liberals are seeing that. And the point is that they're seeing that the larger people above them in the structure of the Republican side in this part of the conversation are actively using just about anything at their disposal to get you to fall for these things. And it's not really working. It's working to some degree, but I think that is causing more and more chaos. And this is kind of a long-winded, simple way of saying just that the awakening of people that, again, was essentially tried to be co-opted by both sides to all of this is causing this to become more uncomfortable for everybody. And that's a good thing, as much as it may not feel that way, because we need to make that happen to have anything different than what we've always had. And I think today's show is really about trying to piece all of that together. And we'll get into the bigger topics. We're going to talk about the ongoing Venezuelan coup and how that very clearly ties in with Elon Musk and the, digital coup taking place on Twitter that's aimed at driving Republicans to achieve this for any number of other things that I think is obviously not rooted in reality. I will go over all this around the long-term agenda, left and right, about Venezuela, all of the things, as it's on par with what Israel was doing, just multiple lies a day being caught, deleted, rechanged, just over and over. Elon Musk sharing most of them, getting 45 million views on things that are verifiably false. He has a right to do it, but it shows you how dangerous this is in regard to how the paradigm is used. We're going to talk about Iran, the assassinations of both leaders in Hezbollah and Hamas, and the just incredible illegality of all of what's happening. Whether or not you think all the lies they say about these people are true, it's still illegal what happened, and how that's being driven to war at your expense. And the United States government, now the White House, I should say, very different than all these different things mean today, but I do see it as one entity, but realize that there are different factions. But the White House press release has said that they are going to be deploying troops, defensive units, of course, but I mean, and let's also be clear, boots have been on the ground for a long time in all of these locations, regardless of what they say. And we've proven this 15 times over. And it doesn't, I mean, just because they define it as a certain thing, sort of like Kirby's large operation only meant when there was lines of people marching in. It's just this ridiculous definition that means that whatever we don't want it to be, it's only this one thing we create. The point is that boots on the ground means exactly what it sounds like. Military people on the ground, whether they're in defensive capacity or not. And my point is that even when they're not, or they are, I mean, it goes both ways. It always has. We saw this with the pier. My point is that, yes, they're deployed. Yes, there are American troops on the ground. There's also UK troops from all over the world taking part in a genocide that we all can see. That's how crazy this is. A lot of what we're talking about today ties right back in with Israel's desperate agenda to change the conversation and maybe just not lose everything that they've built in their apartheid state. And that's not everybody in that country, not every Jew, not every Israeli, but clearly the vast majority of their government and unfortunately a majority of their population. But we're also going to talk about the two-party illusion in a larger sense and a lot of other moving parts around this that I think are very important to get into. The large-scale illusion that's taking place leading into this next election or selection, as you know, I think. I guess I'll leave. There's a few more things that I would want to get into there, but I let's just leave it there before we start. I'm going to possibly leave out some stuff. Just so you guys can see, I might skip things today. There's a lot that I've lined up. So I just want to give you that heads up now. I'm going to try to go through this reasonably quick so it's not as long as it might be, but you might see some things skip. So let's get into it. Oh, and we're going to talk a little bit about Trump's conversation again, not as much as before, but the ear overlap and these different things that are coming out. I don't know, it sounds dumb to say that, but the reality is it's interesting. And I don't know how it's not obvious to everyone in the world that there's a discrepancy with an injury that doesn't exist. And it's really interesting to me, but I'm not jumping to conclusions. There's plenty of things that could make that make sense, I would argue. But it's weird how nobody's engaging with the Ronnie Jackson statement of 2 centimeters and all these different things that just don't make sense. And I'll go through that again today. And I think that was generally it, but other points we'll get into to start. But I wanted to give a shout out to a interview, or rather a show that Corbett just put out. Honored as always to be a part of anything that he does. Episode 463, the Gaza Holocaust. Now, he's going to get heat just for calling it a Holocaust, but that's quite literally what the word means, and it's absolutely what's happening. And I think there's 2 parts in here. I think he goes back to an older interview we did, and also we talked recently for this show in general. But make sure you're both following his work, Corbett in general, or James Evan Pilato for New World Next Week, and everything that they do. They get far less attention than they should. Let's put it that way. Amazing work. Always, again, as I've said many times, Corbett is easily one of the main people that is responsible for why I'm doing this today. So make sure you check it out. It's a great show. It's great information. I also want to point this out. Often I'll put these out and say hashtag false flag watch. For those who don't know what I mean by that, it's really just saying this looks suspicious. This has all the kind of hallmarks of what we might expect. Doesn't have to mean that it is. It's throwing it out there online. Say, pay attention to this. Let's see how this goes. This may be something, maybe it's not. That's all it is. I just want people to pay attention to it. So here I put this out under hashtag regime change watch. Same exact point. And you'll see exactly why. Now, the gold and gold-backed currency is not, I mean, it may not even be the primary reason we've seen this in the past, but it is a valid reason, like with Libya, gold-backed dinar, and other points we've made. Never is that the only reason. But so people always want to make it about one thing. It's the oil, it's this, it's the lithium. It's usually all those things. And this is one of them. War Watch points this out. President of the transition of Burkina Faso, a long-term occupied, manipulated Western, by the West entity for resources and the same old things we see from everywhere else. His name is Ibrahim Traore, I believe, probably pronounced a little differently. Quote, he says, there will be no more exporting of gold to foreign countries for processing. Like they would need that anyway. I understand this is the whole ploy that, well, of course, we'll help you take your gold away, process it for you, and give you back scraps or really whatever else we decide. This is the point we always talk about with these countries. They're the ones that have the wealth. They can easily, without anybody else's help, use that wealth to manufacture, process, and do whatever else they need to do. But it's like this in every other country that the West, primarily going through history, the US and the UK, have done, which is where they occupy territories, acting like they're helping them, at least in the modern times where we started to care about these things. Before they just did it and didn't care. They then act like they're helping. And the point is they, as we've said before, cause them or force them really through financial and other forms of coercion to basically outsource what they need to the United States. So the United States is then responsible for selling them at a markup everything that they would otherwise already make in their country that they would need to survive. And then they turn their entire resource or industry in this country to aiming towards what the U.S. needs. Right. So then you get in this position where you end up, it's sort of like all the monocrops in this country. Like, it's like, that's what they become. They just make the thing they need. And then if they need to, the U.S. pulls that rug out, then they're screwed. They're stuck with their entire industry pointed towards other interests and they can't take care of themselves anymore. And then we stand back and wonder, gee, why are they like this for 45 years or 100 years? Because they make it that way. And then when they want to, they can turn around and say, look at how bad they are. They can't even take care of themselves. We have to be here. It's just so disgusting, all these. This is my point as always, pretending to be the honorable altruist one while doing the exact opposite. That's worse than the worst. That is the worst there is. You are terrorists, but pretending you deserve praise for your terrorism. So the point is, watch out for this, because I get a very, as I think anybody would call out, as he goes on to say, Burkina Faso's gold will be used to back up the country's currency. Sorry, that was the main point. Not only but it's both really. The idea that they're going to pull back that resource, which I guarantee you off the top of my head, France and others that are clearly immersed in this are going to care about that. They're going to lose because of that, both as a government, but also the oligarchy that wildly profits from these things because they're immersed with the government, the whole fascist overlap. Then you have them using that gold they're not going to let them take and make their own gold-backed currency. Now, clearly it's not as simple as this quick overview, but the idea being is that's going to upset very serious powers in the world. And you may see, and it doesn't even have to be related to the larger agenda. It could just be a government out there that decides to push this and try to put themselves back in that power. So regime change watch. I thought that was important, though, to consider how else these things happen in the world and how easy it is for them to just manufacture some narrative about how they're funding terrorism. And look at that. Most Americans don't even check these things anymore. Or the world, for that matter. It's not unique to Americans because we get so caught up with bigger things, and rightly so. Look, I'm not going to begrudge an American for caring more about what they're dealing with than something else across the world. But the point is that we need to realize that this all comes back to you, always, because you're the one paying for it, as much as we try to pretend otherwise. Now, I want to quickly point out a few things about COVID-19 and medical health before we get into a point that overlaps with both that will lead us into the two-party illusion point. And this is, of course, calling somebody out that I feel like I have to. I've more so done that more than usual and late. But in the past, I try not to because I just don't like the conflict of it all. But at the end of the day, right now, I can't stop seeing how this is building very alarmingly into ways where, and I'm not talking about Camus, he's doing great work. I'm talking about what we'll get to next. This building problem where far too many are falling into it because, that kind of is what we think is happening, right? So we can just lie about that. We can say this is what they're going to do. And then you look into it. Well, that's not even actually what's happening, but we know that's kind of what is going to happen or what they're building towards. And I'll be the first to report 90% of this stuff, right? Whether we're talking about some kind of forced vaccination, for example, or any number of things, right? These are not false conversations. But if I were to come out and say, I don't know, that the FBI has said that they're going to physically vaccinate everybody, whether they like it or not. Well, is that real? Well, no, but it's not too far from the truth, right? So if I just kind of made up all these things and pushed it out there and said, well, I'm lying for my truth, right? At least by lying about this, you might get someone to look at what is really happening, which is they are forcing these things in very coercive ways. And maybe it even goes to the level of forced vaccination in some locations. No, that's not inaccurate, right? But the statement is false. We should care about that. Now, you'll see what I mean when I get to it. I just felt like I want to say that there. The reason this is so important is because I argue that the media I'm talking about are either doing this deliberately in order to hide the truth behind flamboyant claims that are in fact false, which is exactly what happens by anybody with a brain, or that they just don't care and that they're grifting out there using false information on top of the truth to manipulate you in ways that you kind of already expect, maybe even that will later come to pass. But that's just as problematic, you understand. Now, before we get to that, Camus is highlighting an important study. And this is just, he keeps doing these, which are important. Just this constant flow of, that thing we said 4 years ago, yeah, here's another peer-reviewed study proving that it is happening, which just kills me because there are plenty of people that did not see this, even though it was all there. The evidence was there. The peer-reviewed science was there. The famous scientists and doctors in the world were calling it out. Of course, then they got censored for it, but it was all there. It just showed, and the same thing we're going to get into, whether it's Venezuela or anything else, it's all there for you. If you just look with a discerning eye and don't fall into the partisanship, consider everything, question all. His point is a major new peer-reviewed study has found that COVID-19 mRNA shots are responsible for the surging numbers of people being diagnosed with, guess what? Alzheimer's disease, neurological disorders, like Prions disease. Remember that? One of the earliest studies that got so aggressively shouted down. I'll show it to you next. This is from Slay News. And thank you, as always, Camus, for posting the link. Doing good work. Here's the study. A potential association between COVID-19 vaccination and development of Alzheimer's disease. And it gets into the main points. Simply saying, those receiving these shots within 3 months of the vaccination, the findings showed an increased incident of both of these things. The mRNA, get into the percentages of it. Preliminary evidence suggests a potential link between these. The point is, guys, this is not new. This is from December 2020. I remember talking about this in 2020, like right when this came out, like a lot of us did. COVID-19 RNA-based vaccines. So this was so early that they were just going, look, anything based on these things, RNA-based injections, and the risk of prion disease. And it was very clear because specifically the folding of the TDP43 and FUS into their pathological prion conformations is known to cause ALS, front temporal lobe degeneration, Alzheimer's disease. Look at that. And of course, what happened? Do you remember this? This is on the, actually, I thought this was the archive version. I guess not, but this was forced to essentially be, I forget if it was taken down or if they had to put out a statement. They just dismissed it entirely. It was one of the earlier ones that came out ahead of everything, and they just shut it down. Imagine how many lives could have been saved, if they had just said, yeah, that's some good work. But, we're making billions, and we kind of want to kill you all, so let's just shut up about it. Sad. It is very sad. So here's all the studies. Again, as always, you can read it for yourself. You can check it for yourself, peer-reviewed. Guess what? You're not going to hear about this on corporate media. Surprise, surprise. And I also put this out recently. This is interesting. This is a tweet from this, I don't even know. I'm not familiar with the account. What's weird about this to me, senior scientist, vaccine research and development, he put this out going, woohoo, hooray, it's huge. We got a nasal COVID-19 vaccine. It's like, really, man? It kills me. I don't know why. You realize this is just stepping stones this is a building block on top of the failing system we just came from. This is exactly what we've been warning about. And that's why I posted this, the show that I did back in 2023. And this is from peer-reviewed science. I believe it was MIT, actually. And they're the ones telling you this. New aerosolized mRNA delivering nanoparticles, that's what they're talking about, can, quote, vaccinate or they can eliminate. That was their study that pointed this out, that they can be used to deploy what they would call vaccination, which is a stretch of the imagination, or it could be used to shut your body down. That's why I said dual use. So my point was I shared this going come on, guys, we'll at least consider that this is a problem and also recognize that this means they've always known that mucosal immunity, like Dr. Bhakti was screaming about in 2020 that they still won't listen to, was the only way you could stop whatever they're talking about. They knew that back then, but still gave you something to inject in your shoulder muscle, which they claim would stay, but it didn't. It circulated your body. And guys, we're being lied to from day one. These are basic things that Bhakti was saying. They all know this. You cannot have immunity for a respiratory virus if you put something in the shoulder muscle. And guess what? He was right. It's amazing that these basic things are still not discussed as a central point in the conversation. But what I thought was interesting is that this person then weirdly put their stuff behind a block. I literally think it was because of what I shared, which I think is funny. Now you're unable to see it. They won't let you see it. But this one's still there just because it's, I'll refresh it and it'll be gone. Oops, now it's gone. And all it was saying was exactly that. It was breaking story about some new vaccine. It's just strange, isn't it? And then I posted this so you can see it because he's hiding the tweet, so you can't see it. A new nasal COVID-19 vaccine blocks transmission of the virus. Well, I remember how well that went last time. Remember when they said it blocks this and stops that and it's 100% effective? How'd that work out? They love to say that in their studies based on flimsy information using non-placebo vaccines as their, all the same stuff we can go into. And just, I don't know why we'd be trusting this. Now, I wouldn't blindly dismiss it either. I'm open to whatever ends up being put out. I haven't seen more than just this study, but based on that and what we can look at, it has all the same things. It's all the same problems we've already talked about. I don't know why anybody would lean into this at this point. Now, on that note, I wanted to get into some of the misinformation that is everywhere all the time, especially from this platform. Now, this platform that's the people's voice or whatever, I pointed this out more than once. And I'm going to make a real point about this, guys, because it's frustrating that there are good people out there that get pressured into this by the community based on exactly what I'll show you. So he puts this out August 1st, with 300,000 views, right? They get, far less followers on their account, but yet gets 4 times as, way more, like 10 times as much reach as we do on this platform. Surprise, surprise. And again, while provably sharing false information pretty much all the time. Now, it's usually built around some level of information that is provable. But he says Bill Gates and WHO call for military to round up mRNA vaccine refusers. Now, before you even read the rest of the title, if you think that sounds familiar, you should, because it's been posted many times. Verbatim the same title in the past under COVID-19 conversation, and it was fake back then too. But this time during bird flu pandemic. Okay, so the point is, now let me be clear about this. The idea of forced vaccination has already happened in select points throughout the COVID-19 illusion. The idea of other countries, I think it was the last one was Australia, if I remember correctly, having legislation that shows that if they wanted to, that they could justify forcing certain people. Now, I'm going to show you a New Zealand proposed legislation that has not yet put into effect for coming in 2024 about that same point. All that is very real. If you watch my work, you'd already know this. My point is, has Bill Gates and the WHO openly called for military to do anything? No. You can look into it for yourself. I'll show you the video where this is the video. This is about the level of Matt Wallace I've showed you in the past. I'll play this video for you, or briefly skim through it, and show you how it's nothing but this statement, a clip from Peter Hotez saying that that's what he thinks. That's what this is all based on. Hotez is a maniac. He does not represent Bill Gates or the WHO. Clearly, there are overlaps, but those overlaps do not therefore mean if he says it, that's what Bill Gates and WHO have called for. The fact that the fact that there are probably people already listening going like, that's what they want. That's not the point. Let's just even say Bill Gates stood up today and said, this is what I think we should do. That still would not be the same as Bill Gates and WHO calling for the military to round up mRNA vaccine refusers. That's what it says. It's intentionally hyperbolic, but people take this at face value. And then they post it and they run with it, and people then have this in their mind. And anybody that comes in and goes, well, wait a minute, we should be very concerned about this potential reality. And here are cases where it's happened, but that's not exactly the truth. And read the comments. You see what the people go, you're fighting for the WHO. You're on Bill Gates' side, despite the fact that we literally hosted the, what was it called? Now I'm forgetting what it's called. Hold on. The Bill Gates. Derek's the one that put this together. It was the Bill Gates web. Let me see. It's loading. My point being is that, for those that would jump to those conclusions, the reality is we've done more work going #expose Bill Gates than most. Multiple series on the reality of what he's doing. You get my point. So, where were we? It says Bill Gates has joined forces with the WHO in calling for vaccine refusers to be rounded up by the military and forced jab with mRNA. Like, just to be clear, he's not saying this is what might happen. This is what we think. This he's saying as a stated fact that they have joined together, which they work, overlap, and they work on all sorts of things, which is clear, but then called for those things. Hasn't happened, guys. Didn't happen last time. It didn't happen right now. Gates and WHO have ordered governments to lay the groundwork to mobilize the military. This is all based on Hotez saying that's what he thinks we should do. I'm not kidding. And I simply said, just making stuff up, I see. Awesome. Obviously, I was a little frustrated the other day. Just the trolls go everywhere. And, a little more confrontational than I usually am. But you'll see the same kind of stuff beneath, the way that people respond. And I think I've got one right here. Oh, it doesn't even matter. It's not waste of time on it. But so this, Michael Yon shared this. This is open war, and some of the stuff he shares is good. But the problem is it's based on fake information. Here's Jim Ferguson sharing it from the People's Voice website. So just listing it off. And engage with large accounts. Like, it blows my mind. I get it. The idea that this is something that they're capable of, I don't think anybody would deny. But doesn't it matter to you guys watching out there? I know it is to most of you, that this is false, that they're literally making up claims to scare people into whatever they're trying to accomplish. And again, I genuinely think the larger reality is probably to hide what this is, to hide the very real possibility. Because people are honest and objective are going to read it and go, oh, come on. Well, I know that's not true, so why would I read even further? Right? Because that's probably what happens to a lot of people. Or you get people that do care spreading fake information to people that know better and go, well, you're ridiculous. And it causes that strife. It causes the division. You can tell I care about it, guys. It's a problem. So this, I'm telling you, you go through this website, any one of these, you'll find numerous subjective floated claims that you can prove are incorrect. So you'll see my point as we go through this. All it's saying is Gates, the same thing. They've ordered the governments to lay the groundwork, repeated, which is not true. Gates and Dr. Tedros of the globalist world WHO have announced a new project to turbocharge the development and distribution of mRNA. Okay, so here, by the way, is not the same thing. And this is not even directly from them. This is a mRNA bird flu vaccine development, WHO. They've announced Monday a new project to accelerate the development. Okay, so no mention of Gates. But because we know Gates is part of them and they work together, let's just throw their names in there together, right? Because why not? Because if I come out and say, well, Gates isn't part of that, oh, you just want to hide the Gates. Whatever the defenders will say to push aside the fact that, well, it's not accurate, though, is it? And I have no doubt that Gates is probably involved in some way. But the point is that this is not based on his research. It's based on the floated idea that he knows his rabid followers will defend, because if you say otherwise, you're fighting for Bill Gates. But this is not new information. We've all talked about this. Not this exact post, but the reality of the mRNA direction for all these shots, bird flu included, which we already talked about. Okay, so when he highlights that one clip and says that Bill Gates and Tedros are working to have announced this, well, it's really just the WHO has announced the direction. That's not the same as saying that they've stood up together and called on the military to arrest you if you say no, which is the point of this title or this whole push. Then it says, a prominent Bill Gates funded doctor. Now, my point is, you go through here and you tell me anywhere else, literally anywhere else where it gives you any information about what they're actually saying that they're doing together. From here, it just goes on in all sorts of partisan claims and different connections. None of it has to do with the actual title claim. The point, and we'll get to the fake tweet they put in the title as well, which is, like quoting things that they say they never said, and they go, oh, it's just for illustrative purposes. That's a lie, guys. You're pretending it's a tweet that Bill Gates put out there. He did not put that out there. Vaccine refuseniks will feel the full weight of the law with a little syringe after it. It's not real. And if you push, he'll probably, I was just trying to make a point. No, you're lying. It's a flat out lie that people are buying. A prominent Bill Gates funded doctor has called for the police forces and the military to be deployed as part of an effort. That's maniac Hotez. And quite frankly, he didn't even say exactly the way he's just listing it off the way he wrote it in his article. You can listen to him in the video. He simply says what he's already said, that people should be forced because it's the right thing to do. We already know this. That's not new. Hotez does not represent the WHO or Bill Gates, despite connections that you can find between every one of these people. Then it says, according to Hotez, which is the person they were mentioning, a close associate of Bill Gates and Tedros, therefore they're the same. That's easy. Good journalism. They are now pushing to get NATO on board to militarize the next mRNA vaccine rollout. Now, all of what they're pushing is based on flimsy, subjective, hypothetical conversations based on Hotez suggesting what they want to do. Now, does that mean that won't come to pass? No. And it doesn't even matter if it ultimately does. The point is, what he's doing here is simply laying out what he projects as the future, or what he knows will get clicks and views and shares. It's dangerous, bad journalism. And yeah, he has a right to do it. And I have a right to call it out. Now, here's the video itself. Now, I'm going to breeze through this very quickly.
Gates has joined.
I want you to see how ridiculous this is.
Bill Gates has joined forces with the World Health Organization.
Well, that happened a long time ago.
In calling for vaccine refusers to be rounded up by the military and forced jabbed with mRNA during the next pandemic.
Nope. Not true.
Gates and the WHO have ordered governments to lay the groundwork to
He's just listing off the article, guys. It's not true.
mobilize the military because they claim that vaccine skepticism is morally reprehensible. And vaccine...
Okay, so my point's the same. These are based on the subjective hypothetical assumptions based on what Hotez says. There's no tweet that says that. So if you go through this,
refusal is in
you'll
Dr.
notice
Ted
that there's no source material. It's him reading off his article.
of the global United States be deployed.
And then he gets to Hotez, right? So, oh, weird. We must have missed the part where the WHO and Bill Gates have called for the military because it didn't happen, though.
It's part of an effort to deal with what the pharmaceutical...
I have to give you a very long, I don't know the answer to your question answer, because it is very complicated. Is understand how to do this. And I've said the same I met with Dr. Tedros last month in Geneva, WHO.
If the stream looks like it's struggling, by the way, let me know if you guys are cutting out or you can still hear it.
The Director General to say, I don't know that the World Health Organization can solve this on our own. We need the other United Nations agencies.
Yeah, this is not new, by the way. Peter Hotez has expressed his maniacal opinions many times, and we've covered it. Derek Bros, I feel like, what was it, Derek? I thought Derek, yeah, I'm pretty sure Derek got some questions from him as well. The point is, this is not new information. So Peter Hotez saying that he thinks we should push people to do it is not new. Through whatever channel is not new. None of this amounts to Bill Gates and the WHO partnering and then publicly declaring that you'll be arrested with the military if you don't take it. So if you go through this, you'll see Peter Hotez, and that's the only video.
Tens of millions of dollars in funding to produce experimental vaccines, as well as aligning his...
Yeah, all the stuff we already know. Yeah, they work on vaccines. Yeah, so you build on things around it that you can prove, and that makes it seem as if somehow these are legitimate claims, but the core claim is not true.
Should be charged with a hate crime. Yes.
Now
and because of his fame, he's also a frequent target for protection mechanisms for cyber threats.
Began over Hotez sharing and promoting a Vice article.
So from here, I mean, I could keep going. It goes into other subjective points about what Peter Hotez said and their other opinions.
Joe. Peter, if you claim what RFK Jr. is saying is misinformation, I'm offering...
Okay, so Peter lies, and he's challenging. So what does it have to do with the original claim? You're just drifting away from that.
You 100,000 things took a quick turn once Twitter CEO Elon Musk jumped into the exchange, saying Hotez is afraid to face a public topic. And yet Hotez, who wants to use the military to round up and force jab vaccine review.
Hey, right back around to the false claim, filling the gaps with things that, oh, here's his real tweet, here's Peter Hotez pushing vaccines. Okay, I'd love to see any source material on that claim. I'd love to see it. Anybody.
Users still eradicate the freedom to dissent once and for all. Today's sponsor is Pills Forever.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, there's at least 3 ads and sponsors jammed in there. Hey, buy these pills, by the way, while we're pushing you fake information. I wonder if that has anything to do with it.
.com. You can order medicines that Big Pharma don't want you to have.
Oh, of course. They're the secret insider Big Pharma medicines, right?
Such as ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine.
You know, ivermectin that you can literally buy pretty much anywhere today, right?
And
He turned from people medicine.
Oh, still on the advertisement, by the way.
Might sound like an impossible task until you understand that the Biden regime has been laying the groundwork to make this a reality.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, very partisan. Yeah, surprise, surprise.
For the past 12 months, Hutchison, these prison-like compounds located in
country.
Yep.
And so
now he's got an interview talking about something else around his opinions that these are like, well, the idea of FEMA camps or any number of things, that's not new. Pointing out that the government is doing these things in preparation for arresting Americans is not evidence that the WHO and Bill Gates, you get it. Hopefully, because it doesn't really matter if you believe that he's, like, even if you think that him faking this information or lying about it will help other people reach some level of truth, that's the QAnon logic, guys. They're manipulating you. And I know most of you already know this, but I think it's really important. If I just reach one person out there who is leaning, just spreading this stuff, You're hurting the truth. You're hurting people's awareness of the reality that what the sliver of reality that exists within this fake information.
It's
abroad, but specifically, she worked on forward operation bases, FOB.
And by the way, I'm not familiar with who this is, and in no way am I talking negatively about this person. You know, I mean, if people out there have contentious information, I'm not going to begrudge somebody from going on anybody out there that will listen to them, right? But my point is, if you listen to it all, it's not about the main claim.
Did contract second.
In the sense that
mRNA vaccine refusers. We know they're not being built for the tens of millions of illegal immigrants who've marched across.
Oh, now we're onto the caravan. We somehow have worked that into the argument of. Oh, there's his name, by the way. Oh, look, another ad, right? You get the point, guys. It frustrates me. And look, despite the obvious and provable reality that that's not something you're going to find, you will still get attacked for it. Because that's team sport politics. That's partisanship. And here's just this is just a point to make on top of it. Look, what's funny about this is the obvious ridiculousness of the fact-checking industry and the corporate media. It was just ridiculous, like Snopes being kind of a cornerstone of that, which we should all laugh at how dumb and obviously manipulative they are. It doesn't mean that checking facts on your own is somehow wrong. It's this weird overreaction like we get, like people stopped washing their hands after COVID-19 because that was always a good thing. It's still very smart for you to do. The point here is that this person goes, look, this is Grok, I believe, by the way, from Twitter. And he says, breaking Bill Gates, WHO calls for military to round up, blah, blah, blah. And responds by saying there is no verified information supporting a claim of any of that. That Bill Gates, they're doing it because it's not true. It's not happening. Now, publicly, the point is somebody goes, fact checkers with a clown. Okay, well, this isn't Snopes, bud. This is just this actually through Twitter. So you're from the partisan side you're leaning from. That's supposed to be the good one, right? The bottom line is, it's not real. And so to just dismiss anybody trying to say that it's this weird part where suddenly you pointing out that it's false makes you a fact checker and somehow you're like the absolutely guy. It's like, well, doesn't it matter that things are false? Like, it's just kind of crazy how this reaction, and this is all the two-party manipulation, guys. It all comes back to the same partisan manipulation, just different parts of it. And this was the point I want to show as well. This person highlights saying this is already happening in New Zealand. Well, technically it's not true, but I do appreciate this was pointed out. And I had already seen this, in fact. And it simply says, why would you think the WHO isn't considering it? You see my point? I'm not saying that they're not considering it. I'm saying him stating that they've stood up and publicly announced a partnership and that they're calling on the military to do that is obviously false. Not that they're not considering it. He didn't say they're considering doing this. He said it's already done. It's happened. They're publicly announcing it. To respond like that shows you that you don't care that he's being dishonest. I find that odd. But my point is, this is something we should talk about. And I said that's a proposed plan yet to be implemented in New Zealand. And I'll be the first to tell you that, as usual, this is a real possibility, yet not real. But what he's pushing, as usual, are hyperbolic lies based on possibilities. Playing to fears. The tweet image is not genuine. Oh, I thought there was, well, in any case, there was the tweet image, which was right here, which I think is important to see. I think I already showed you. Vaccine refuseniks will feel the full weight of the law. That's just straight up lying, guys. That's lying. Now, this is important, though. Now, again, this is new. This is a proposal. Oh, that's right. Shoot. Hold on. Let me just go back to one real quick. New Zealand, this is the July 2024. And it's a framework for action, right? Meaning that this is proposed. It has not happened yet. And I think it was, shoot, I just lost it. Hold on. We'll get to the point where it lists off the possibility. Now, this is real. And we've already talked about this many, many times. We talked about this during COVID-19. We talked about how this happened during COVID-19 in many locations, where essentially there were people that were held down and forced injected under the guise that this was in their best interest. Come on. Shouldn't have removed it. Oh, here. Remember right here? There we go. Perfect. So under special powers, it says special powers, and this is for New Zealand, and it's proposed. Special powers are authorized by the Ministry of Health or by an epidemic notice apply when an emergency has been declared. And this is the same game that's played everywhere. And it says the main part right here, and it really just says, the same kind of thing. And even there's stuff like this in Florida and plenty of Republican places too, where it opens the idea that if they need to, they can isolate or quarantine you without your knowledge, rather with your consent, really. And this one is the main part where it says, they state that a member of the police may do anything reasonably necessary, in parentheses, literally says, including the use of force, to help a medical officer of health or any person authorized by the medical officer of health in the exercise or performance of powers or functions. Now, that doesn't necessarily say injections, but let's not look very clearly that obviously could apply. And again, that's not new. You'll find these kind of statements in all over U.S. legislation in very, very clear ways. Doesn't matter that it's a violation of your constitutional rights. But the point, nonetheless, is this is not the WHO and Bill Gates announcing a national program. We're going to tell the military to arrest you. I hope that's clear because, guys, this is on overdrive right now. It's everywhere. Now, two things we're going to talk about really quickly about Twitter in this conversation. Then we're going to talk about Trump. Then we're going to talk about the two-party illusion conversation back to the same point we started with here. Then we're going to get into Venezuela and Iran. Now, despite C.J. Hopkins in a very ridiculous fashion calling me a white supremacist or whatever he called me because I clearly highlighted that the Israeli government has overwhelming influence on our government. Somehow that makes me a white supremacist because he's blinded himself to the reality that Israel, the only government apparently, can't do that because if you say that about them, you're racist. Anybody else, of course, why wouldn't we call it out? But if you say Israel's, you're racist. It was a really ridiculous and embarrassing exchange. I don't know why. I liked his work during COVID-19, and we went back and forth on it, and it was embarrassing. I felt bad for him, even though he's been kind of lashing out at people all over the place around these topics. My point in saying all of that is it doesn't matter that I think he's embarrassing himself around the Israel conversation or calling people things that are personal that have nothing to do with my actual opinion. I'm not a white supremacist. I'm not attacking anybody. I'm literally standing alongside Jews and Muslims and everybody fighting against anybody doing what Israel's doing. But my point in that is that what he's going to call out here is still important. You don't have to agree with someone to point out that what's happening to them is unjust. He says, I'm being prosecuted for tweeting. Twitter is censoring his content. Surprise, surprise. Guess what? It's content around COVID-19. Amazon banned his book. Now Google is erasing my book covers. Perhaps he's getting paranoid, but it's funny how that works, right? Now you're a conspiracy theorist, but it's kind of the same thing he's saying about people talking about Israel. He says, but I'm beginning to suspect the powers that be don't like me. It's the usual way this goes that, as long as he sees it, he can call it conspiracy theory. But if you do it, if he's decided that's off limits, then you're crazy. All the people, too many of them do it. But my point in highlighting this is that he's openly calling out Twitter for censoring him, as well as everybody else. I just want us to remember that this is not something that's gone away. It's more behind the scenes, but it's still very much happening. Now, this is something that Elon just tweeted again, by the way, on the 1st of August. And I just talked, weirdly enough, this got buried by the beginning of the Trump assassination attempt. Because the day I was doing, that's just to show that as we started, it happened literally seconds. The show started seconds after it had happened. We were literally just starting the opening graphic, and somebody on the tweet comments were like, Trump just got shot. And so we jumped on and talked about it early. That's why I changed the title even to Trump shot in the beginning, and then we went on. The point is, Elon supporters blatantly ignore Twitter's partnership with GARM, Global Alliance for Responsible Media, which, by the way, is undeniable, guys. Here is Twitter safety saying it. We're excited to announce that Twitter has reinstated the relationship with GARM. And the reason that's so ridiculous is because Elon is acting like that's something they're calling out. Ben Shapiro sits down in front of Congress and just can't stop talking of GARM. I agree, by the way. GARM is a problem. But then Elon points it out and says, yeah, a problem, literally while they had just restarted their partnership with GARM. Doesn't that strike you as a little bit manipulative, flat out dishonest? It should. And here we go again. House Judiciary GOP saying break-in. Jim Jordan seeks documents from over 40 companies involved with GARM and their collusion to censor people. They're making it all about conservatives. Ask yourself why not a one of these large conservative accounts are pointing out that Elon Musk and Twitter are partnered with them. By the way, GARM is the World Economic Forum's flagship product, they say. Doesn't that seem strange? I still don't believe this has gotten zero. There's few people in the independent media that's gotten coverage about this. I don't know why. Maybe it's because in the middle of my long shows and these get so suppressed everywhere else that nobody sees it. I don't know. Seems to happen often enough where we are light years ahead of a story and it gets breaking news coverage weeks later after we break it down. But Twitter, I wrote underneath his tweet, is literally partnered with GARM. how ridiculous this all is. And weird how little engagement it gets, right? And then some, but other people pointing it out. Elon is such a fraud, showing you the tweet. It's very odd, isn't it? Make sure you don't miss this, guys. It's a very underreported story. And it's very obvious that he's trying to pretend. By the way, for the podcast, what he tweeted there was just popcorn after that GOP tweet, acting like he's watching this take place while he's partnered with GARM, or previously acting like we should fight against GARM while Twitter is literally partnered with it. At the time, the ones that chose to acknowledge it were like, he doesn't know. Yacarino did it without him knowing. Well, it's been a long enough time where you know he knows about it, and he has yet to say a word about it. That's very alarming. And not new or unexpected if you've been watching. But Ward points it out too. Elon X is part of GARM. Like, come on, he knows that. It's tweeted by Twitter. But here's Ohio Made saying, keep your enemies close. You know, right out of QAnon nonsense. Right? How'd that work in Trump's administration, right? You got to have insiders to fight from the inside, and then they all were bad guys, apparently. Gee, almost like anybody with a brain was calling out before the QAnon narrative was laid over the top of it. All of the ones that turned out to be the Eva Barr and Ray and all, oh my God. The point is, and Ray was appointed, but even his administration was the swamp. To quote Jimmy's joke that he drained the swamp and he found his cabin at the bottom. It's all starting over again in a technocratic version with Elon and Thiel and JD Vance. I mean, guys, this is the same damn game. Keep your enemies close. Oh, okay, so it's okay to partner with the very thing that you're saying is ruining social media because enemies close or whatever? Yeah, that really makes sense, doesn't it? A company or a person. You know, it's just amazing, the willful ignorance of people. And he may be joking, by the way. I don't want to call it. Maybe he's saying that because that is dumb. And I would laugh if I thought he was joking. But sadly, I know that people actually think that. Now, on the other side of this, the other amazing thing that I still get hasn't got any coverage. I even tagged Censored Man in this, who was the one that was really ringing the bell. Nobody's talked about this. I don't understand how that's possible. We just talked about this. Twitter is still using Authentics, the Israeli intelligence company, to verify users on Twitter. And let's see if that form comes up again. I literally just went over this. Yep, there it is. It says right there, I consent to X and Authentics using images of my ID and my selfie, including extracted biometric data. Do you want Israel's intelligence taking your biometric data for God only knows what they're using? I don't think we even understand what this stuff will mean in 20, 30 years. What about for Palestinians who want to use Twitter? Or, I mean, you have to realize how crazy that is. And the point is, the main point, he stood up and said, we went with Stripe because we realized it was a problem. Okay, then you didn't though. Either you didn't, because the fact that this is still there is a legal thing. They're still using it. So he either lied about it or he was lied to, but somebody recently told me that apparently Stripe was only for the U.S. people, which is just as crazy. So there's placating the U.S. people and they're still using Authentics everywhere else. Let's work with the genocide government. Well, that's not new. Elon's been partnered with them for a while. The bottom line is that should blow your mind. He lies about it and says we're stopping it, but it's still there. And it's a very clear violation of your rights, of your privacy, with a government that's literally committing genocide. Doesn't that concern anybody? And over here, lying about GARM. Yeah, bad guy GARM. Well, you're partnered with them. It takes a very special willful ignorance to not acknowledge how obvious this is and how you're being played. And this was this person. I just said, oh yeah, that was it right there. He says Stripe verification was only in the U.S. for users, and I just said, well, I'm in the U.S. and it says Authentics, right? I just think it's important to see that. Now, this is our show we did about this. This is actually before it really kind of caught the attention. I recommend Censored Man's breakdown on it because he did it way past what I did in the show. But this was from the 2023, December 22nd. Israeli unit, 8200 type company, runs Twitter verification. Whitney was breaking it down as well. Oh, I'll include this. This was the Bill Gates information. Now, so thinking about biometric data, right? Here's just one small example of where this is really going. And this is in real time. Where it's going to be in a decade from now. I think it's going to be terrifying for people to realize what this stuff really amount to. Biometricupdate.com on yesterday, entitled Google Settles Over Kids' Biometric Data Collection in Schools. Google and the parents of the Illinois girl who sued the tech giant in state court in 2020, alleging Google violated two sections of their Biometric Information Privacy Act, which they did, have agreed to settle in which the case is in its entirety has been sent back to the U.S. Circuit Court of the Ninth Judicial Circuit. And usually when it settles, that means you don't really get more information. This is why we have such a broken system here. Because if you're rich, you don't really ever get held accountable. And it says the settlement comes on the heels of Illinois residents having started receiving payments last year as part of a $65.8 million class action settlement with Google. See, one after another. They just pay it off and keep going, and nobody cares for nearly identical violations. Does that sound like a company that's going to learn its lesson? No, it realizes, look, as long as we have $85 million on the side, we can just keep paying people off. Just like Wells Fargo or any number of entities that just go, yeah, as long as it's, as Caitlin Johnstone puts it, it becomes a part of doing business. You're making $10 billion that year. You put aside $1 billion and you go, good. The largest one Trump praised himself for was $1 billion fine for Wells Fargo. They made 10 times that year. So they profited for the crime. And then we act like we hold them accountable. Same thing is happening here. So they settle, but guess what? They're still taking your child's data. They're still using that data for God knows what dark things are doing back there. And this is just one aspect. What do you think Twitter's doing? Where do you think the information is going? The machine learning and the algorithmic, they're using this to develop what they're trying to develop. And of course, what we think is AI and whatever else, but I have a sense that it's way further than that. This should worry people. Now here, just on a quick side note this just freaked me out. Orwell shared this with me. It's something especially eerie. As I said, yuck, literally the stuff of my nightmares, and with a slight change in background music. Think about this when you listen to it. With just a slight change of background, you could almost argue the music itself is fitting, but just a slight change of background music, this could literally be an episode of Black Mirror, right? Which puts like some dark, eerie background music, and this would be just what you're seeing in those shows. And I said, don't pay it, don't mind the man behind the curtain. Don't pay any mind to the government behind the algorithm, scooping up all your real-time data, influencing your decisions and gaining access to your devices. Watch this. It says, introducing friend. That's actually what it's called, lowercase friend, because they love their lowercase starting words, don't they?
Gosh, I'm out of breath. We made it. Woo! I don't know how to woo very good. That's fair.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. So for those in the podcast, it's a woman that's climbed a mountain and has a little AI device on her necklace, and it interacts with her, where it buzzes and she looks and it's talking to her. Oh, it's a nice view or whatever, which means it can see what you're looking at. It can hear what you're doing. That's what it is. It's a constant 24/7 surveillance device, but only for your friend to engage with you. How often does that work out? And look all throughout the past, all the time they said, no, we won't violate your privacy until we sell it to somebody or justify it for any number of reasons or never cared in the first place. This is terrifying. Just the idea of this being normalized. And let's be clear, a woman like this that's going to hike a mountain is not going to be someone using these things. That's my opinion. Those people are the market for this are the people that never leave their homes. That's what I would argue. But they go for the podcast, it's going to go on where you're going to hear the buzz and it pops up as a text message, and that's them engaging with their friend.
All right. That's fair. All right, let's go.
Let me show you how to game, bro, okay? Oh, come on. Oh, let's go!
Are you serious? Come on, man. I hate this game.
Take notes, baby.
Oh, man, you guys suck.
Bro, you look like the back
Let's
of the
go.
On this one, the guy's playing video games, and it texts him while he's playing, "You're getting thrashed. It's embarrassing." Oh, thanks, buddy. Obviously, that's meant to be like a playful buddy friend thing, but it's just super weird, man. And again, imagine this with like an eerie background music. This is Black Mirror.
Let's go.
Dude, what? How did you do that?
And all like the hip, this track all hip and young.
I know, the effects are crazy. It's dank. I could eat one of these every day.
How weird.
Sorry, I got you messy.
Oh, sorry. I dropped something on you. God, that's so gross to me. So she drops what it looks like tzatziki on her little whatever it is, little AI thing on her necklace. And she goes, "Oh, sorry, I got you messy." And the thing says, "Yum." It's like, yes, I don't know why. It just creeps me out. It is so gross and fake. And it's like, who does that? Like, it's just such a this is somebody who, like, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to go too hard. I mean, I'm sure there are people that probably need a friend, but the point is that it's such a weird kind of fake engage. It's like my point is, this is trying to get you to engage with less engagement with people. And if you think for 1 second this isn't going to mine all of your data and listen to what you're saying, for national security, you're lying to yourself.
It's really nice up here. How'd you find this place?
I don't know. I just kind of like to come up here to be by myself. I've never brought anybody else. I mean, besides her.
Oh, besides her. It's like that movie, as Orwell's pointing out. I think it's her, right? The one with, I forget his name now. But yeah, it's exactly what this is. People will develop relationships with this. I mean, that's not normal, guys. It's not healthy.
She goes everywhere with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Guess I must be doing something right then.
I guess so. We'll see.
Yeah, apparently it never shuts off, ever. That's the whole point. Because how else would it be able to engage with you all the time? I mean, here's the point to think about. Just like the cell phone literally became your 24/7 spy device, that they, like when they sat back decades ago and envisioned, like, how do we get these things in all of their homes? The magic plan was, you know what? Let's make them do it. Let's find a way to get them to embrace having a device on them all the time. Well, what do you know? I mean, there's plenty of ways it's being used to fight back as well. I would argue, at least I hope, but the point is, this is the same idea. This will just be normalized and it becomes the same. It's just it's a step in the same direction. Now it's an always on, same, like here's the point. This becomes something that you acknowledge is always on. This is going way beyond, like, this will be engaged with your biometrics. That's the whole point. Very, very uncomfortable. This makes me very uncomfortable. Now, this person says, adding to this rightly, I feel similarly about the prayer app called Hallow, I think, that was founded by Peter Thiel, of all people. Peter Thiel, of course, because that makes sense. And is being promoted by so many influencers. I've seen it too. I think Brand talks about it. It's weird. Why would you share your prayers with the deep state? Now, maybe you don't think that's what it is, but ask yourself, like, there's something out there. You're literally putting your prayers out there on some digital content. Why? It almost seems blasphemous to me. The idea that this is something very, very special and revered between you and whatever you believe you're speaking to, depending on what religion or where you're from. The point is that to do this, to circumvent that and put it on Thiel's device, like that's supposed to be some fast track, like that's gross. That is about the circumvention, like Courtney and I talked about, creating the dynamic where the digital aspect is the deity or who's behind it, or you are yourself. It's a problem. It says you're just asking to be manipulated and abused. Historically, how do we not see that? Every single one of these things turns out to be exactly what they promised it wasn't. Now, we're going to come back to this when we get into the Lebanon part, but Suppressed News is discussing Israel using WhatsApp, as they've already been shown to do before, in regard to locating the leader of Hamas to kill him. The leader of Hamas they were also funding for this entire time, which nobody wants to talk about, weirdly enough. The point there is to recognize that your device, whether it's WhatsApp or Twitter or whatever else, could be used in the same way. Or not only that, is tracking you, is monitoring your information. And we all generally kind of know that in some way. Just act like it's kind of that's just the way it is today. But just realize that just because this happens with somebody who you believe, and on top of that, realize this was a completely illegal, whether he's the biggest terrorist alive or not, everything about this was illegal. Violating airspace. I mean, there's every which way. But they also lie about all of these people. The bottom line, though, is they realize, as he writes, Israel allegedly used advanced spyware to target Hamas leader by sending a WhatsApp message that localized his exact position. The spyware, similar to the NSO group's Pegasus, enabled Israeli intelligence to access his phone's data and pinpoint his location, leading to the assassination. The incident demonstrates the significant role of digital surveillance in modern intelligence operations and raises concerns about privacy and the misuse of such tools, obviously. Well, we're well past that, guys. This could be done to any one of you right now. Just think about that and think about where we're going and the direction this is taking us and whether you truly understand what that biometric data and whatever else is being taken from you right now, mostly without your knowledge, is actually going to be used for. Now, we're going to come back to this in regard to this entire conversation. But before we do that, let's briefly talk about Trump. And this will bring us into the conversation of the kind of problem that I see arising around largely the right now from not them, but the two-party illusion manipulating them, and the larger conversation of the two-party illusion. But I just wanted to highlight this again because I really am just it's almost just fascinating. The weird way, and this is also about this point, but again, it's not unique to one side. It's the entire paradigm. The weird way in which people will just ignore the most blatant things because it's uncomfortable to their agenda, which is pretty obviously the antithesis of truth. But Jason Bassler posted this. What do you think? Does ear cartilage heal in under 2 weeks? Well, based on literally everything you can find, the answer is no. Why hasn't Trump's team released any medical info about the incident? And why did this doctor say it was a 2-centimeter wound? When she did. That's true. Ronnie Jackson. I went over all this in the previous show. You can watch it right there. I'll briefly show this again. Well, it's interesting to me. First of all, let's not forget that he went to the hospital and and this is according to corporate media speaking with them, people that have refused to answer, that they're not allowed. The doctors, anybody at the hospital, they've been told they're not allowed to say anything about anything that happened there, what they saw, what they did to Trump, none of them. Doesn't that seem strange? And then Ronnie Jackson's the only one that's commented and is the only one that's been allowed to work with him outside of that. The records aren't allowed to be released. I mean, it's a very strange dynamic. My point about, who knows, maybe I'm sure there could be something that would explain that. Privacy, whatever. But the point overall is the idea of the actual Ronnie Jackson discussion. Now, if you remember, I don't think I have it to come up right now. It's right here. I'm sure I can find it. I didn't plan on bringing it up. It's not necessary. But the point is that in this discussion, Ronnie Jackson, it was quoted by Associated Press, says that Trump had a 2-centimeter wound. 2 centimeter. Now, many people responding were like, yeah, that's right. It was tiny. I'm not even really thinking about it because that sounds small. Recognize how big that is. Okay. There's a dime right there. 2 centimeters is the number 2 right there. It's bigger than a dime, guys. That's almost a dime, almost 2 dimes. I think it's like 0.7 of an inch. That's for an ear, for anywhere. That's a big gap. That's a hole. That's not possibly something that can heal in 12 days because 12 days later is when he took off the bandage and got the first shot. First photograph. Let's do this and see if it pops up. Nope. Nah, it's in there somewhere. But I don't want to try to find it. But the point is that he's the one that publicly spoke out. And again, let's just do this actually. That's probably the easiest. I hate when I do that because then I feel like I have to find it. That somebody's going to tell themselves I'm lying about it. It's just there it is. So this entire article was about Donald Trump and his ear and the whole conversation. And it says, I'm trying to see it on the small screen. That's why I wouldn't have shown that on there. All right, now I'm going to have to find it. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to get into that. There's an interesting conversation about whether I have another local article saying that there were multiple things that flew off and hit him or hit the local police around him. So there's more things. But again, so many of these things maybe I'm just going to leave it. I don't want to take all this time to find it. Oh, well, we'll leave it there. But just check it out for yourself. The point here is that in this article, Ronnie Jackson's quoted as saying a 2-centimeter gap in his ear. That's going to drive me crazy. I want to find it real quick, but I don't want to take the time. But the point being that this is no way that could heal in 12 days, right? Now here is the shot from the Bitcoin conference, which just guys, there's literally nothing. There's not a scar. There's not a gap. And first people want to say it's because the stitches, but his son publicly said there were no stitches, or it's a Band-Aid. No, there's no Band-Aid on. Well, or makeup or whatever. There's no way, unless Ronnie Jackson is lying, which that's certainly possible, that would be the case. Now here somebody highlights this underneath this conversation. Here, let me do this. Let me start playing this real quick. Because people are asking about the chat, and it just frustrates me that I have to reprove these things in the show. And I know it's not you guys asking, but this is how it works in the way that people will dismiss anything because they just don't want to do the research and look at the links you provide. Let me play this real quick, and I'll find that article. This is from the show where we discussed the bird flu. Yeah, like somebody's pointing out like plastic surgery. Yeah, I mean, these are certain. It certainly could be. But plastic surgery requires some level of you're cutting and he has to heal is the point. 12 days, I don't believe it. But more than that is the idea that you have a 2-centimeter hole and the timing and the angle, or the angle itself and how that was even the shot that I thought whether that was possible. I don't believe it. But here, let me play the beginning of this. Let's look at this for a second, right? So here is what Jason Bassler put out on the 27th. He says, just look at the size of that hole in his ear. Oh, wait, this is from The Independent. And it says, without an ear bandage. I mean, and look at, and this is also from a weird angle, not that close, but agree. So this is the 27th. Okay, so we're talking, 14 days? There would be a scar, or rather, a scab or something. Now, look, again, the point that I should have said a second ago when I'm giving you the possibilities, I mean, you could have barely nicked his ear. But the whole argument we keep getting, and I'm going to read to you from the Associated Press, where his own doctor says a 2-centimeter hole in his ear, which clearly isn't the case, and I'm going to get to the closer pictures in a second. How does that line up? And all of the audience was the one talking about, well, first it was, well, that's the right amount of blood. And I said, no, I argue ears would bleed. All right, there it is. So just so it's clear, this is Associated Press. And this is a public statement made by Ronnie Jackson. So this is not a secret thing. My point is that I feel like obligated to show it again because I'm already seeing people question it. But so here it says, the first medical account of Trump's condition didn't come until a full week after the shooting, when Ronnie Jackson, released his letter. So this is public, guys. Last Saturday evening, in it, he said the bullet was struck. Trump had, quote, produced a 2-centimeter wide wound. There you go. Undeniable. Now, of course, he could be lying about that. But he says that extended down the cartilage surface of the ear. That's important because all these, what I'm going to show you next, in fact, it shows you that whether it's a nick or the cartilage or what part it is, there's all different varying times people argue it takes to heal. This is the worst case scenario in the timing we're talking about. And a 2-centimeter hole is big. It's bigger than that dime. Think about that. Okay, that's crazy. I just don't know how that's not a crazy obvious point to make right now. And people are just trying to put this to bed still, it seems, which is very suspicious. Now, how you think a 2-centimeter hole, which by the way, it's a dime. Think about how big that is on your ear, guys. It's more. It's 0.7 of an inch. So it's more than a dime and a half. So this was posted. Zadie says this. I watched both of you guys. Oh, let's get to the point. This person says something about what Jimmy was talking about. And he goes, I have considered basically Jimmy and I at the end of our interview, which we just put out, I'll mention it later in the show. We talk about this. We get into this conversation. I think it's right there. No, it's coming up. But we get into this and we talk about it at the end of our interview. And the point is about whether I think that, there's still valid questions to be had, right? And so this person's saying that, like, that I have considered this. And here is one picture of Trump as a recent picture. Here is a picture he put out of him saying, I nicked my upper ear cartilage over 1 month ago with electric clippers while trimming my hair. Look at that. Now, of course, it's his opinion, or it's him stating that. Question everything. But guys, look it up. Look it up how long it takes for these things. And that is a nick. I think about a bullet or a 2-centimeter hole. I just don't know how this isn't the most obvious lie ever. Again, to be very clear, it all could be summed up by Ronnie Jackson wanting Trump to look like a badass, right? Oh my God, shot. He's a gangster. Maybe that's all it was. But that doesn't then explain the angles and the lies and everything else around it. I just think this is one part of a massive manipulation. And everything from there, and that's not to say that I think fake or anything else. Honestly, I think it's more confusing now than it was to start. Everything that comes out, as I'll show you in a second, that's new, seems to contradict what was happened before. And it just undermines the entire premise. Oh, no, now this is the story. Now, apparently, it was 10 shots, which we'll get to in a second. And that is now arguably being done because it makes it sound like I'll get to it in a second. Well, here this person says, yeah, stitched wound can heal that fast. And the same thing. Well, he didn't get stitches. So what it shows you is even people that are fighting for this to defend Trump are also aware that there's something wrong because they're having to say the lie to make it make sense. Oh, it's a stitches. No, he didn't get stitches based on his son. So that means she also is kind of going, well, yeah, that would be weird if it wasn't for the stitches, but there are none. So they don't want to admit to themselves that there's also something wrong here. Now, here's a local report, and this is one I hadn't seen. This is from the 13th. Here's what this says. This is well, his account was Bread and Circuses. I forget what he changed it to now, but he shared this with me. And it says, let's get rid of this. Damn it. What is that? Get rid of this stupid thing that in the way. Whatever. It says, updates on that day being updated. It says 11 investigates, it's local news 11 from the area, has learned that 4 Pittsburgh police officers assigned to the former president's motorcade suffered minor injuries. The 4 motorcade officers are part of Donald Trump's escort from the rally in Butler. Sources tell Chief Investigator Rick Earl that officers were just a few feet away when shots rang out from Trump. The 4 officers suffered minor injuries from flying debris caused by bullets. Then it gets more specific. It says sources say the officers were hit by either plastic or metal fragments when the bullets struck objects nearby. It doesn't even mention a teleprompter, mind you, which another one did. So what's going on? How are 2 separate reports from local on the day getting this information? Where's that coming from? And clearly, if we know that there are 4 local police officers who got plastic or metal fragments that hit them, isn't it possible that Trump got hit by some? Yes. Just to add one more layer of confusing to this, or maybe Trump wants to lean into the bullet because it makes him sound like a badass. I don't know. But isn't it crazy that no one else really cares that have dug in and chosen their side? They were treated at the scene, apparently, and they were okay to escort Trump back to the airport that night after he was treated at Butler Memorial Hospital. Weird, isn't it? And here's where many people in the partisanship would then jump to conclusions and tell you what they know is that I source set. No, the point is that this adds more confusion. Trump claims bullet. The narrative has become that he is a Secret Service failure, which is quite obvious, unless it was involvement. But every new thing that comes out, like we're going to show you next, only adds more deliberate muddying of the waters. Freddie Pontone has been doing a great job breaking this down. Says Thomas Matthew Crooks paused, and we showed you this image already, by the way, where he turned up. He's adding more to this. Paused shooting at the president, and this, of course, is from corporate media. He's just relaying what the new information is. Weird how it keeps dripping out day by day. Paused shooting at Trump for 10 seconds, they claim, and which, by the way, is much longer than the pause that we hear on the video, so I don't know how that makes sense. After a local law enforcement officer, and this isn't about Freddie. Freddie's just reporting what the Washington Post is highlighting. After an officer assigned to the SWAT team returned fire, which prevented Crooks from firing more shots before he was killed. Now, guys, there's no way that can be true. Let me show you why. Based on what the video evidence we have from before. You remember all these? We've shown you many. This was TMZ that first put this out. So again, the top still shot is of Crooks, whoever that is, or Crooks supposed to be on the roof, and them then on the ground filming this, right? From the grass side. So if you're facing Trump from where they were, this is on the right side of this building, not the parking lot side. And he is standing there watching, and you're going to hear him. You know, they're going, guy with a gun and everything. And you hear the shoots and 2 kind of surges. Then you hear a wait, a pause, and then you hear him say, he's turning towards us. And I argue that's what you just saw in that image. Then you hear one pop. And then they go, oh, they got him. How many times I've said this, whether we're talking about what the snipers say from Trump's side and what the media tells you happened, 1 in a million shot, and we took him down right away. That or this, neither of these narratives line up together. We're getting inconsistencies all over the place from these narratives. And by the way, this is real time. This is video. So you could argue that there might be something that you can't hear on this. That would make sense, but it doesn't line up with what they're saying. And also, by the way, it doesn't line up with that weird video going around that apparently Fox News put out, where it shows this head running on the top of the roof and like standing there and bobbing around. Guys, you can see him most of the time where he is scooting and crawling up there. and does not run back and forth across the roof. So I don't know where that is. Frankly, I think they fell for a fake, but I can't confirm that.
Hope he's turning this way. Be careful.
Okay, turning this way. Now that's after the first 2 surges of shots. Right there, last one. Clearly from a different location. It sounds lighter, smaller. He's down. They got him. And it's pretty widely reported that they all kind of saw that they, saw the hair fly up is what we've heard. They shot him. Okay. So you try to line that up with what we're talking about here. Again, from what Freddie's pointing out, the Washington Post is highlighting, right? That they're saying that he paused shooting for 10 seconds. That wasn't 10 seconds. After a local law enforcement officer assigned to him returned fire. Okay, so where's that return fire? Where's the sound of the return fire? And he says then after that is when he was shot dead. Well, that doesn't line up even remotely with what we heard, and they're sitting right next to the guy. See my point? The last thing we should be doing right now is assuming based on, because we don't even know if that's true. We don't even know if the original narrative is true. They've been dumping out confusing narratives from the very beginning. Now, that very well could line up to the establishment effort to hide their assassination attempt, but quite frankly, I think that is becoming less likely the more this goes forward. There's only one entity that seems to continue to be benefiting from this, and that's clearly my opinion, and I'm not saying that proved that Trump faked this or he's behind that, but it's just the static, obvious reality, and we have to continue to ask how that makes sense. He says, according to this new Washington Post article, 10 shots were fired. It's 10 shots. Well, based on our count, it's 9. It's 8, and then 1 shot afterwards. I said the very day this started. That was just based on my ears. Now, there's a new video, people saying that they feel like they can break down a 10th shot. And so some are arguing maybe that's why they suddenly figured this out, to hide the fact that there was another shooter, which is what some people argue that's mean. It's all based on independent investigation. Consider it all. But my point is that it seems obvious that whatever's happening on the side of the establishment is this is meant to be buried. Lied about, confusing, putting out different narratives, using the independent media and those that will follow along with what they seed them with other fake news to continue to muddy the waters. Very interesting. And he adds to this, is the Washington Post introducing a 10-shot theory? Oh, sorry, this is what he put out there. Because it is true, or is it a cover-up story because the audio analysis has spotted a 10th shot? All right, make sure you're following Freddie. He's doing amazing work. He's a great guy. Very interesting, isn't it? Now, here's a couple of other things. Oh, wait, was that the only... I hope I didn't accidentally close something. I'm pretty sure there was another one. Well, oh well, I guess I'm going to wait on that then. I thought I had one more video that I was going to play, but it doesn't look like I even have it lined up, so I guess not. I guess I could be forgetting. But anyway, the point is that this story, guys, the more this goes forward, it just feels like at every step this continues to get more and more confusing. I feel like it's less certain now than it was to begin with. And not certain that we're being lied to. I think that's an obvious reality. But what actually happened, it gets, I think we're getting further and further from the reality. But we're going to continue to break down what I think we can prove. But this is just, weirdly enough, this is falling into the same kind of routine as we got in other very, very classically large manipulated events. That makes sense because I feel like that's obviously what this is. But you guys can decide. I'm just going to continue to give you what I think is the obvious, which is that clearly I don't know how we could possibly have no injury, that I think clearly the angles are impossible for hitting him in that spot. But, if you find something that make sense, like another shooter, I'm all ears. No pun intended. It really wasn't. But I definitely want to figure it out. But I get the sense that this is going to be buried in partisan division forever. Pretty much was the point, I think. So bringing this into the next conversation. Let me close these real quick. Is the two-party discussion. Actually, make sure. Yeah, okay, so this next. I want to make sure I don't jump ahead. So we're going to talk about this, then we're going to jump over to another window for Venezuela. Now, I want to make sure you guys saw this. Derek is hosting this Sunday an amazing talk between many people. As he writes, this Sunday, veterans of the indie media will be recording an epic conversation on the two-party deception. We'll feature Whitney Webb, Dan Dix, TrueStream Media, TLAV, World Alt Media, James Corbett, and Derek. It'll be released next Monday. So, sorry. Recorded Sunday, released next Monday. Based on, he posted this yesterday. Don't miss this. I think it's going to be important. And, if you look at all the people involved, I mean, quite frankly, I actually don't know how long World Alt Media's been at it. I think it's been a long time. But I'm probably the least... I have the least years behind me and everyone at this table. So just this is going to be important to make sure you don't miss. Now, he also just put out an amazing article for TLAV on the 1st, the co-opting of Bitcoin. Very unpopular, obviously, in certain circles. Bitcoin, Nashville, Peter Thiel, Donald Trump, and Rumble. And obviously you have JD Vance and the whole overlap with all of it. And this is an important article, guys. It's very well done. And it gets into not just the actual Nashville conference, but like the point, the co-opting of Bitcoin, rather the co-opting of the entire space for some Wall Street venture, which is, guys, it's embarrassingly counter to what this entire thing was, at least we believed it was around. Again, not to say that there was ever from anybody, Derek or myself, some blind adherence to what we thought crypto was. I've been questioning every aspect of this from day one and still do. I also, just like with the conversation of germ terrain theory, keep open the possibility that there are other angles to be considered. More so in that conversation, I believe certainly that there are. But at this point, my point is that I don't know whether any one of these things are the very thing that'll hurt us or not. That's why I'm very skeptical about all of it. I don't promote or lean into any specific cryptocurrency. My point is that I do believe that in some cases, like for example, a Monero discussion, which is an anonymous aspect, could potentially be something used to fight against what they're building. I mean, I believe that. If you believe this is about removing anonymity, controlling, digital IDs and passports and all the social credit, well, that's exactly the opposite of what Monero and different types that could be built would allow you to circumvent those things. How is that not something to keep open in your mind? Not to blindly accept anything, but consider all possibilities. Hey, the premise of this very show. The point is you get a lot of people, like Derek was getting bumped up against that for so long. People that act like somehow you're a shill for in any way using current cryptocurrency. And exactly, I'm not even going to name the person, but the very person who went on a crusade against Derek got exposed for using Odyssey, which was using cryptocurrency, and then in a very embarrassing fashion deleted that account. It's like, so did you not even look? Did you not know that? Why would we trust you if you don't even understand? That's the point. These people that they're acting like anybody involved with any of this space is somehow the problem. You may be right. Maybe the future will recognize that. But at this point, I truly believe that a lot of people in this space are fighting for the opposite of what they're trying to build. But his point is that it's being co-opted. Bitcoin entirely looks like it already has been. Not the actual, possibly, but not the community itself, is what I'm saying. Trump stands up and basically clearly doesn't understand it. Clearly doesn't understand how this functions and makes it talks about how it's not a threat to the dollar, despite the fact that that's inherently what it was designed to be, because they want this for some kind of gold, like the idea that it's an investment to hold like gold. No, this should be challenging the entire fiat system. That's what the idea was. Or ends with saying, have fun playing with your Bitcoin, which clearly is I think feels insecure about this because he doesn't know what it is. And it's typical hubris Trump conversation, kind of talking down to it because he wants to feel superior to it. The point is that was insulting. Everyone laughed in the room when he said that. Not with him, but at him. I was there. We were at the Bitcoin conference. The point is that this is a problem, guys. Great article. Make sure you read it. Now, the point in talking about all of that is that this is what we're talking about, whether it's Bitcoin, the community, or any number of other things being, aggressively engineered through specifically the Republican sphere. Now, don't take that as a one-sided thing. It's all across the paradigm. But as I said, it oscillates. Here's Dan Bongino, for example, as a journalist, saying to any establishment Republicans attacking JD Vance, you're dead to me. Do not ask to come on my show. Do not call me, period. Does that sound like an object? Come on, really? So there's just nothing you can say against this guy? There's a lot you can point out that's problematic with JD Vance, like any politician. But apparently you can't, he's off limits. Why would that be? Because they've suddenly made him a focus and now you're reacting in the same way on the other side. So either he's the worst person alive or you're never allowed to criticize him. How about we find a comfortable middle, Dan? How about anybody else recognize that there's a lot that we should be concerned about? The overlap in funding of Thiel and Palantir overlap and what that means with Twitter and everything else, obviously. But nope, you're dead to me. Doesn't that alarm anybody? That this is where this is going to, where you're like boxing out people? What if they're right, Dan? What if you're missing something? Nope, dead to me. Shut up. Don't want to hear it. That is the two-party illusion. And whether that he's blinded by it or not, I don't know. Maybe maybe he's doing that to manipulate. I don't know, but we should ask those questions. Now, the bigger point about this is you can see that it's all the same thing, the paradigm. That's what we've been talking about. And whether it's, boxing people out because they dare to criticize the chosen ideologue, or the fact that what we've been calling the woke right is exposing itself all over the place. And if you're somebody that believes in whatever you believe in and you feel that that makes you a conservative, ask yourself how any of this aligns with what that's supposed to mean. Like libs of TikTok canceling or getting people, doxing people online and getting them fired for their jobs for making an insulting joke about Trump. Not doing anything illegal, in this case, simply saying, I wish that guy was a better shot. Yeah, that's a crude and detestable thing to say about any human being. But that's also free speech, as I thought, agreed on, but apparently not, if it has to do with the guy you're protecting. And realize that libs of TikTok went off on this and did it to countless people in very, very flagrant fashion, some that were just bad jokes. And I said, you either support free speech or you don't. Many hyperpartisan accounts are proving that they don't. What this lady said, and you can look at it, it's all down here, was detestable, but she has a right to say it. But here they are working toward and then promoting this lady, this average lady, being fired. Stop supporting partisan hypocrites. You know that if this was done in the reverse, and it was about a joke that a Republican made about any number of ridiculous left-leaning characters, even if it was a joke that suggested they should die, and they canceled that person and got him fired from the job, are you pretending they wouldn't call that woke cancel culture? It's the same damn thing. And if you actually read through this, what's so crazy to me is that they point at the tweet that she put out, and all it says is, I wish he was a better shot. You have people, high-level accounts, that ended up sharing a fake image that was created that pretended she said, I hope we got at least one of them, and all the Trump supporters, I'm glad they're dead. They made it up. They literally photoshopped the thing that they all ended up sharing so that they didn't feel as stupid for canceling somebody based on a bad joke. That means you're also dishonest and lying to yourself. That's the problem in all this. The people willing to do that on either side. Here's an example of the same thing happening now. And this one's pretty crazy. You've all remember Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Became kind of an icon for the right. Well, Martha Bueno says this morning, I posted a photo of myself with Kyle Rittenhouse. I said I was proud of him. I hadn't been following MAGA drama, and immediately I saw an onslaught of cancel culture directed at myself and Kyle from the right. Kyle is speaking out against Trump's policies that infringe on the Second Amendment. You know, like when he publicly said, take the guns now and we'll deal with the courts later. Yeah, like that. He wants to make sure that whoever wins the presidency is committed to upholding the document that we hold up in high regard. Rittenhouse, meaning the Constitution, guys. She says, well, I'll be voting for Donald Trump, just to make sure you hear that. I agree with Kyle and agree with that our job as patriots, so she's a Republican, is to hold politicians accountable. Rather, a conservative, I should say. I don't know whether the conservative is more accurate, I would argue. She then goes on to say, if worshiping politicians instead of keeping them accountable is your goal, then you probably won't like what I have to say. Good. She says, Cat Turd, that famous Republican account, you've shown that you are here to promote Trump, not to be a patriot. Real patriots put America first. I love this because what you're seeing is people within the conservative movement pushing back against the large Republican accounts that are showing that they don't care about the things they pretend they care about, at least when it comes to their chosen ideologue, which makes them hypocrites. But there's good enough, honest enough people in there to say, no, I'm not going to just let you do it. You're wrong, and you're not embodying what we all pretend we're fighting for. Anybody honest should be able to call that out. Now, apparently, Kyle Rittenhouse is the he is the persona non grata of the right now. Like everywhere. It's crazy. Why? Because he dared to say Trump didn't have the best policies in one area. Think about how crazy that is. And I believe I might have that video. Let's see. No. Doesn't look like it. It's easy to look up, really. Famously said that it will take the guns and we'll deal with the courts later. Here is the images. This is Cat Turd saying, after all what President Trump and his supporters did for him. Wait, so you're not allowed to say what you believe because they did something for you? Yes, pay attention, guys. The idea that you're somehow supposed to be adherent, right? Subservient to the party because look at what they did for you. Does that seem the same as truth? right? About the facts. Does that matter? Unfollowed, forgotten, backstabber, sellout. That's what he says. Cat turd. And this is just Kyle Rittenhouse saying what he believes. Is that not okay? And it says, this kid has a point. He's holding up Trump to account, and I have no issues with that. Why would anybody? Unless you're blindly adherent to a certain side, team sport politics. She says, if we all did that, maybe we wouldn't have the crummy politicians we do. It's a pretty good point. The solution to this is for Trump to promise to uphold the Constitution and repeal all bad gun laws. And then he blocked her. Imagine blocking somebody who's also a conservative for simply going, hey, maybe we should just make sure he doesn't take our guns away. Isn't that exactly what you're all saying? Guys, this is crazy and important. It's showing you the reality behind the two-party paradigm. Unfollowed, he says to her, and blocks her. Okay. Here is what Christopher says. The woke right is no different than the woke left. As much as they really try to push back on this, guys, everybody's picking up on this. They can't take any criticism or accountability of their selective dear leaders. It's true. Well, I forget if I read. Did I read what I said on this one? Yeah, I did. So here, American AF. Perfect. America! F, yeah, that's what it feels like to me. Breaking. Kyle Rittenhouse has lost over 20,000 followers this morning. Think about that. And is expected to lose north of 200,000. Now, I could promise you that does not have to do with the fact that everyone's organically seeing what he says and just, oh my God, I don't agree with that. This is momentum. This is the party saying, unfollow Kyle. He's against Trump. And they all just do it dutifully because there's far too many that follow like that. And they know that. And that's how team sport politics works. 200,000 followers just today. It says he was 1,000% paid to endorse anyone other than Trump. Oh, you might ask the evidence he might have? None, nothing. That's just his opinion stated as absolute fact. Sort of like the People's Voice, terrible website. That's what they do in the partisanship. Just 3 months before the election, he puts this out. Nah, sell out. Yeah, how dare he express his feelings and thoughts with honesty and compassion. Yeah, and integrity. Yeah, how dare he? Partisanship. This person says, guaranteed. But who paid him? We need to find out. Oh, now we're on this whole crusade to find out who paid him about something that we can't even verify happened. Building blocks on top of assumptions on top of assumptions. My God. This person says underneath that, keep going, MAGA. Make him irrelevant. Who does he think follows him? I don't know. People that care about integrity and truth, maybe? I guess not. I guess people that only care about blind Trump support. Maybe that's good. Maybe you can drop all the fake information and fake people and find the integrity out there, which there are plenty. You guys are well aware. And it says Second Amendment people. Think about it. He is calling out the fact that Trump's policies, like I already showed you. Let's see. Hold on. Might as well grab it. Let's see. Here we go. Worth showing you since I'm not in a rush. And because the reality being that, as always, unless I put it up there, there's going to be somebody out there that just doesn't want to admit that it's real. Okay. Here's Trump. I do have that, I guess. Damn it. It showed up as a duplicate. Oh, well. Here it is again.
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, in the category, you've spoken about it, Mr. President, gun. Thank you in making steps, but the focus is tools, danger to themselves, rights are trampled, and then collect not order, and then collect not only the firearms, but any weapons in the possession of that individual.
Take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system, because a lot of times by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second. Yeah, of course. Right, guys? Now, of course, what people that want to blindly support him will say, no, he only meant the crazy man. Oh, the person that gets framed by the media and the politicians as crazy. Like, how often does that happen when you're not crazy? I think we see it a lot. Now, just because he was crazy doesn't mean he doesn't have constitutional rights.
And assuming we even know the reality behind this conversation. The point is, that's a precedent. So you're simply saying when the government decides, right, not just Donald Trump, that you can take the guns because you argue there's a problem. Are we unaware how obviously that can become obviously but it's regardless of how it can become a problem, abused forward, it is a objective violation of your constitutional rights. Just put aside due process. That's not supposed to apply to anybody. The point is that too many people don't care as long as you're supporting Donald Trump. If Biden said that, oh my God, it would be on forever. It's the same thing in reverse. Trump can say something passively not even condemn the right thing, and suddenly he's the biggest antichrist in the world. It's the same thing on either side. We have to see this. So my point is, when he says, who does he think follows him? And this person says Second Amendment people, they're saying is, look, people that care about your constitutional rights. And this person doesn't get it. Agree 100%. Trump had terrible people around him, but won't happen again. Oh, I see. So you agree, but also hate Kyle Rittenhouse for pointing it out, I guess? Think about the mental pretzel, the mental gymnastics it takes to try to pretend like Kyle's a bad guy because he hates Trump, but then, but Second Amendment's good, and he'll do right this time, but Kyle sucks. If you know that Trump, what do you mean he had the wrong people around him? Isn't that the whole narrative of you got to have insiders to fight the inside? It's just the shifting goalpost. It's embarrassing. Everybody can see that this is a contradiction. Of course, when you point it out, they'll call you a lefty or whatever, because that's the only way. It's like saying, oh, you criticize Israel's policies, you're a racist. It's the same game, guys. Here's another comment. Tries to be edgy, gets canceled. They're even using the word canceled, laughing and cheering about it. Guys, this is crazy stuff. They're now the woke right, or they have been. It's the same thing because it's the same paradigm. They're doing the same thing. They just do it when it applies to them. And to bring this into Venezuela, and this is the larger point, just as I said a few days ago, I'll read him first. Clandestine posted this. He says, I have absolutely no idea what's going on in Venezuela, but the fact that the Blinken State Department are coming to the defense of Maduro's opponent, which they are, makes me consider that the State Department and their CIA partners have an interest in overthrowing Maduro. Gee, that's like saying the sky is blue. That's been proven by their statements and by, which I'm sure he knows, and by their ongoing coup attempts. All right, so all he's highlighting is that this is the same thing. He says, however, I find it ironic that the U.S. can judge the results of other countries' elections, but we cannot seem to secure our own. They claim election fraud exists elsewhere, but have zero interest in securing our own elections whatsoever, because both are the same conversation, guys. When you can always accuse anybody you disagree with as stealing the election, when you can apply that to all of your enemies. When you have an election system in this country that is mired in problems, well, you can do whatever you want. Let's just point to the other side. That's the same thing that Pasta and plenty of others have pointed out. There is a system that would be accountable to as much as it can be. There's a reason this thing takes months and there's 47 different levers and processes is because it's confusing and it's supposed to be when it doesn't have to be. Again, legitimately look at what Venezuela's actual process is as they keep lying about it. It's exactly the point. And I don't agree with the biometric overlap. My point is, nonetheless, it is clearly something that is set up to be near impossible to manipulate. I'll go over today. Doesn't mean it can't be. I don't trust Maduro or anybody else. But the evidence is obvious on one side, and the evidence on the other is narratives being spun on Twitter, most of which is shown to be false. He says, the State Department has motive here, and it has nothing to do with the fair elections and what's right. My point is about the fact that, it is sort of odd that both the entire right-wing, Republican movement and Elon Musk on Twitter and everybody else are screaming that this is the guy where the Democrats are fighting for the socialism. Except they're not, though. Except they're over here going, Maduro bad. We got to get Maduro out of the way because he's a dick. Okay, so how to explain that? The explanation is that they're all the same thing. And at brief moments like this, you end up seeing it, usually around war and Israel. And we're usually at war because of Israel. Here is the one I put out the other day before this, the 29th, where Blinken came out and said, we are basically calling out Maduro in the election as false. And I said, everyone take note that the right has aligned itself with the same candidate that the Biden administration also backs in Venezuela. Despite the framing being the exact opposite, you're being played. And Jimmy and I had the same conversation to a degree, and we talked about a lot of stuff here. And this is about the right being played about Venezuela. and Jimmy's thoughts on the Venezuelan coup attempt going back a long time and what the reality is around all this. It's a good interview. Make sure you check it out. Here is InfoWars having the breaking, edgy headline that nobody else has put, except all of the corporate media, putting out. The American Journal, Venezuelans riot against communist governments after stolen election. Yeah, that's exactly what the Atlantic is, and everybody, all the corporate media is saying. Isn't that strange? Now they're saying, well, that doesn't mean they're wrong. I mean, there's plenty of times where I've said things that align with what a lot of the corporate media might be pointing out. The difference is that if you actually get into this, you'll find that it's kind of the same. It's not some new take. The point is, Venezuelans are revolting against their bad guy socialist government, right? And they're trying to they want freedom, and so the U.S. government's got to step in and free them. That's never been the truth here. The obvious, provable reality, and this is something that I can almost promise you. And let's not for actually. Let me see if I can grab this real quick. This is an important one. This is what A.M. Wake Up talked about this. Just to show you the lack of due diligence you're going to see in this platform based on numerous people that worked with InfoWars.
I am going to share a community story from our friend Richard Grove when he was at the InfoWars studio behind the scenes because of his documentary that he just filmed making State of Mind. And the commentary that he gave observing that studio firsthand was that they don't check their facts. They basically just run with it, and they do it way too fast. It's the same reason that like David Knight left the organization because he's like, yo, back off
and
with
the
it.
Truth
Stop
Stream kids.
Yeah. So that's the thing. It's like it's a nonstop thing. He's been like this for so fucking long. It's maddening. It's just ridiculous
for a number of reasons. But
after
the loose with
recent
what
bullshit
was going on was one of the reasons Barnes gave for leaving InfoWars back in the day too.
It's pretty interesting. Just don't forget that. And that's why you get because my point is, if you actually look into the information, like Abby Martin and plenty of others have broken down for a long time, the people in this area very clearly support the people pushing back against the U.S. occupation agenda. It's obvious. That's why Chavez and the rest of them very clearly rose to powers because look, I'm not going to say that everything they did is for the people. I almost never think that. But let's put it this way. Just to make the most extreme example, let's just say you've got a dictator who does anything the U.S. power wants them to at the expense of the people. Then you've got a dictator who's just as problematic and just as willing to do what he wants to enrich himself, but he also takes measures to make sure the people benefit from that dictatorship. That's not complete. That's not dictatorship. Just or let's just say authoritarian of all the power in one person's hands, and they use it to enrich themselves, but they nationalize the resources that allow the people in that country to get free healthcare, and like we saw with Libya and other places. Think about it for a second. I'm not going to say that's not still a dictator. The point is that ultimately you can prove these people are benefiting from this, or with the program that Venezuela had long before they stopped them from doing it, with using their nationalized oil resources to help other countries in the area. Basically like no interest loans and all sorts of stuff. And then the U.S. government put a stop to that because they need to control these industries. And on top of that, as we talked about in the last show, you realize that the breakdown, it's not the idea that it's a socialist country. It's a 13% difference between the amount of entities, I guess, controlled by the government versus Venezuela and the United States. 13% difference. Both of them majority private, not government. So that 13% makes the difference of what makes a socialist country compared to the United States? Apparently so. The difference is that Venezuela, the things that are the government and nationalized are the natural resources, which are then used in large part to help the people in that country. This is not some conspiracy theory. It's very easy to prove based on long-term policies. Same thing with Libya. That's why it's obvious to prove that they had no free healthcare, free education, highest quality of life in all of Africa. Easy to prove. That doesn't mean he wasn't acting in dictatorial ways. But that's quite a look at what they're dealing with now. U.S. sure liberated them right into slave markets, didn't they? So my point is, when he's saying Venezuelans riot against communist government, that is straight out of CIA talking points, guys, which is what I said. And this person is saying, since when is the Atlantic on the same page as InfoWars? Well, since InfoWars started spewing CIA propaganda, which is what I said. InfoWars now pumping out CIA propaganda. Lovely. By the way, I'm telling you, man, I would bet my life that this said out when I posted it. But I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. It's weird. I keep noticing weird stuff on this platform. But Lastly, and then we'll go into the larger talk about Venezuela and then, shift windows here. Here's a great clip by DD Geopolitics. Elon Musk's hypocrisy exposed by Professor Morandi around Venezuela in particular, but general hypocrisy.
So shocking to see that image. Elon Musk literally being an invited guest of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and then can have the lack of awareness just days later to tweet, "Shame on Maduro." The hypocrisy is just so out in the open.
They know quite well who they are. They know what they are. When he speaks of Christianity, he is no Christian. Just like no Zionist is really Christian, no Jewish Zionist is a Jew. Moses or Jesus would never condone what these people are doing, carrying out genocide in the name of Moses or in the name of Jesus, or like ISIS in the name of Islam. They know who they are, and they know what they're doing. They know exactly what's going on in Gaza. They know exactly what they're clapping for, and they know exactly why they're opposing Maduro or anyone else who opposes U.S. policy. And I think it's quite clear that 50 years from now, when the world changes and history books are written, they'll be presented as examples of great evil.
There's so many overlaps to the hypocrisy, right? I mean, obviously meeting with a leader of the most obvious genocide we've ever seen, and then just crying foul about Maduro and the election, I mean, by the way, let's not forget that Netanyahu's been holding on to power basically illegally for a really long time, using war and murder to drive people into and his own newspapers have covered this. He's got multiple indictments. He should be in prison. But yeah, let's high five this guy and shake his hand and come invite him. And you'll be the personal invitation of that genocidal maniac to U.S. Congress. Give him 58 standing ovations, but we're going to scream about something that you have no idea about. I argue it's because he sees lithium in that country. That's my opinion. Here's what Caitlin Johnstone said. It's so wild how every few years the U.S. just casually tries to install a coup regime in the oil-rich nation of Venezuela, which, by the way, again, is massive tons, hundreds of tons, I believe, or tens of tons of lithium. Of the oil-rich nation of Venezuela, and the Western political media class treats this as perfectly normal. Just every so often, just trying to install a coup regime. And then they'll have the gall to shriek about election interference if some Russians make some Facebook memes about a presidential race. Really says a lot about how evil, entitled, supremacist, and stupid Western civilization is. Here are some points that I think it's worth your time to see. Before we get into it, we kind of broke this up in different segments. Elon Musk has been caught lying a lot just since this Venezuelan thing started. Now, I think I will actually start with a point that I wanted to make sure you saw before we get into some of these. Hold on, it's right here, I think. Or no, hold on. Basically, a point that he started talking about Venezuela all of a sudden when he hadn't spoken about it in once in a very long time. Well, I guess I won't try to find it. I guess it's not here. I know it's there somewhere. Probably already went past it. The point is, as you'll see in a tweet in a second, that apparently not anything about Venezuela. And then all of a sudden, he starts near constantly pushing out fake information about Venezuela. Isn't that interesting? Well, here, I simply said, once again, Elon is blindly sharing Zionist propaganda from that Visregard 24 account, which is straight up Israeli propaganda. Zionist, really. And I said, by the way, Elon has now deleted his tweet where he famously said, "We'll coup whoever we want." Weird. What an interesting timing to do that, right? Now, there's the two things we'll show is that first, this tweet that Visregrad is now taken down, and Elon is taken down. That's why it's on the archive. That's why it says it's deleted. Both his tweet and Visregrad have been deleted. Visregrad deleted it because they were lying about it and got exposed for it. Then Elon deleted it after that. It took another day. What this was? An old video of people taking air conditioners. How in the world you can't see that? He's an engineer, for crying out loud, at least we're told. How you don't know that? Or the point is, he's probably knowingly lying or doesn't care. Bottom line, they posted this as armed Maduro gangs taking polling stations. You don't think this has an effect? There's probably millions of people out there that still think this proved it. He was lying, or he didn't realize he was sharing fake information. The other thing was about the tweet, and this is Megatron calling him out. You're spewing fake news. Those are air conditioners. Here's the post he deleted that goes back to 2020, where somebody was calling him out and saying, you know what wasn't in the interest of the people? U.S. government organizing a coup against Bolivia. He responded by saying, we will coup whoever we want. Deal with it. He's the Guardian and plenty of others calling him out for this. He definitely tweeted it. And then I don't know when, but he deleted it. Doesn't that tell you something? So whether it's for the lithium in Bolivia or the lithium in Venezuela or the gold and the oil or the resources, the bottom line is that clearly he seems to have an interest in pushing these narratives, or maybe just because he's an asset of something else. All possibilities. Jimmy Dore interview, we discussed another U.S.-led Venezuelan coup attempt, Elon Musk, and the manipulation of the right. Make sure you check it out. So let's get into some of these other lies. So just be clear, that got deleted, and then he deleted it. So that means he knows it was fake. And yet here he is, blindly quoting the same account, also lying. The people voted overwhelmingly for Gonzalez, but except that over almost 1,000 independent observers clearly said otherwise. Other opposition entities also said everything was on the up and up. Weird, though, that the ones that are invested with the U.S. government agenda all seem to say the opposite. So yet again, like with Bolivia, we have international observers. We have almost everybody involved other than their assets saying, no, it's all good. And yet, weirdly, the narrative backed by U.S. CIA talking points and very little evidence is what takes over the conversation. Weird how that tends to work, right? It's amazing how we can't piece this together after decades and decades of nonstop illegal regime change, right? Well, here's Visegrad saying Machado's team posts their audited report of the true election, showing you they're claiming that Gonzalez won, even though there's other reports saying things slightly different. The point is that that's not even remotely what the actual information shows. And I simply said, whatever you think about the information, the point is he's yet again sharing from an account that he already got tricked in or didn't care. I said, despite sharing numerous things from this account that have already been turned out to be false or already turned out to be false, one of which they even deleted already, you continue to blindly share their propaganda. Do you just not care about the facts, or do you have an agenda here? Hashtag we'll coup whoever we want. Sure, he doesn't like that. Here is another one where he goes, hey, look at this. They're taking down a statue of Maduro. Oh my God, the people. This is end wokeness, of course. One of the other accounts that are taking part in this, same thing, whether cheering on cancel culture when it's the people they don't like, or probably boycotting Rittenhouse because he said the wrong thing. And so these are just these large, same thing across the board. And the point is they shared this and it's fake, guys. It's still up. They didn't take it down. They don't care. And he says, adios, dictator Maduro in Spanish. And I said, are you knowingly sharing fake information or simply not checking any of it? This is an old video from 2017. All of this is easily proven, guys. And what's funny is the note was there and then it was taken away, which is how this tends to work when it's covering for people that have ability to manipulate that. The bottom line is it's easy to show. And that's why I'll include Alan McLeod's breakdown of some of the most egregious fake news, at least as of the 29th. Guys, it's everywhere. Oh, here's the one that they left up. Another one of these same type of accounts. I meme, therefore I am. Except it still has the context on it, and they still left it up. It's a video of a theft of air conditioner units, not ballot boxes. It's an old video, and it's not the same thing. He says, armed communist Maduro gangs storming the polling stations. That's still there. Not that much. Now, interestingly, not a lot of views. I think that's because it already got shown to be false. He's at almost 500,000 followers. Look at that engagement. Because, and there's Patrick Henningsen calling him out, fake news. These people they don't care, man. I'm telling you, we need to start acknowledging this and calling it out. Not to be contentious or cause conflict, but make sure people see what's really going on. And the point is that this is one of the many different things. Now, back to this one real quick. The point is he shared this video of this statue, but it's old. And this comes from that same thread. So we're going to go through these right now. So this one is a fake. We already showed you. Here's one that's gone around. And he's just showing you, this is what a ballot box actually looks like in Venezuela. Despite all the weird videos he's seen circulating, that's what it actually looks like. He says this video, claiming to show huge clashes between protesters and police, is going viral. But as Luis de Jesus and others have noted, the video is 7 years old. Again, take every one of these you can find. The links are all included. You can see it for yourself. Old content, which I shouldn't need to convince anybody. This happens every day. Or whether it's a fake video of Trump getting shot in the ear that they all share and then delete. It's nonstop. And it's not just the right, understand. That's just where it's focused on. Again, the point is that even this has a fact check on Twitter. And even then, Elon is still sharing these things. Now, this one says, and this is an important one, both these next two are very important because they're the most prominent ones I've seen. He says this image, which many claim to be official election results, has been seen by tens of millions of people. It claims that the vote count is 109%. Actually, All that happened is that the three minor opposition candidates pictured got 4.6% of the vote together, not each. Very simple things like that get intentionally misinterpreted or they lie about it. It's a simple data entry error from someone making an infographic for TV. And by the way, again, you can prove this stuff. This is simple data. These are not the official results. The official results add up to 100. Now, there is a conversation about the seeming perfect percentage of the 100 acting like that prove, and maybe it does prove. The point is that people lean into the assumptive narratives of this about what they want it to mean. Anomalies happen every single time, and I'm open to it. Maybe he cheated. You prove that to me, and I'll be the first to talk about it. Not fake information being deleted, and then the next thing being pointed out is this is the one. Well, they've been lying this whole time. They got caught 4 times. Why would this then be? And then when you lean into that one they're showing, it ends up being some like, here's a video of this, or here's a box being taken. It doesn't prove what they're saying. The evidence they claim they have is rooted in absolute manipulation. Dishonest actors are promoting this to spread the idea that official results are fraudulent. And this is the one that has been literally everywhere. Usually a little bit less resolution, so you can't read the screens. That means that someone's doing it on purpose. People are claiming this image is from the National Electoral Council. And the charts of the Venezuelans of the screens show that Gonzalez's victory. I've seen this shared by major Republican accounts saying, see, the screens show he won. Okay. But this isn't from CNN at all. Rather, it's from Mercol, a different, like a grocery thing, and totally different organization with no access to voting information. And if you look at the screens, it's not even actually what it shows. Here, the opposition is also blatantly using a bot network to boost their narrative, which, by the way, that means they're allowing. Quite frankly, I think this overlaps with Israel because I'm going to show you again in a minute that Israel has literally been involved. Here's Marina Machado in 2018 writing personally to Benjamin Netanyahu, calling for regime change in Venezuela. We'll come back to it. I already talked about it. That's thanks to Alex Rubinstein. My point is that means that the Twitter bot network and Authentics and all the Twitter Israel overlaps, which are still there despite all the lies that they changed that, are only making this problem worse. They're just using it. Here it is, showing you that they're all doing the same. There's your bot network pushing the same narrative. And guys, I'm convinced, as BX broke down, that Elon's using it himself. That's why you get all the, yes, exactly, I agree, perfect. Yeah, the same one-word answers within seconds of each other. I don't believe it. They're using this to raise up certain narratives. This one is obviously false. That's why they have to fake it. Now, that's not proven of itself. We've shown you the rest of it. My point is that this is obvious that they're lying about it, or rather just being dishonest about who's saying it. Alan McLeod highlights this one again from End Wokeness. Says, I know for a fact this is a fake video because I was right there in this crowd as this video was taken. It was, in fact, the opposition that tried to shut down this Caracas polling station. A group of over 100 right-wing demonstrators crowded around the entrance to stop people from entering. And the point, and that's what I've been showing you from the beginning. Alan, as well as Rania Kalek and others, they're there. They're on the ground. Now, you question their intentions. You should question everybody. But realize that they are there. They can see it. They're reporting from the ground. And just few people that are, most of the people telling you they know are never even been there. This one, he says, Elon Musk, himself retweets a photo purporting to show protesters tearing down a statue. This is from 2017. I already told you that one. This widely circulated image of a man in Aragua, quote, murdered by the government, are completely fake. And you can watch the full part of the video, which shows him get up and get on the bike and drive away, which is what we'll show you. I believe we'll get to it in a second. We'll go through it. This is just want to quickly go through his thread. Perhaps the most important fake news is that the opposition actually won 73% of the vote. The U.S. government has fueled these allegations, but he spoke to dozens of American electoral observers here, and they told a very different story. Here it is from InPress News. Guys, this should matter. Could all of these people be lying? Of course. But we have to realize if you have over 800 international observers from different locations with different political standings, all telling you that this is completely on the up and up. Historically, Jimmy Carter said this was one of the most legitimate elections around in the world. The process, anyway. The point is that you have so many people that were there who watched it, who observed it. That was their job, and they're telling you it was good. Everything was done right. We should question it. But then my point is you have people with a vested interest in removing this government for 1,000 obvious stated reasons, and we're just going along with what they say. Doesn't that seem a little bit naive or self-serving? He says versions of this image, which purport to show a police officer pointing a gun at a defenseless woman and child, have been seen by millions of people. But video evidence clearly shows that the police officer is unarmed and is actually waving his arm at her. Now, see, why would you have to do that? Why would you have to make it look like he's arming? And then, again, that looks fuzzy and altered to me to make it look like not a hand. And then you watch the video, and it's obvious. See? Now he's got one glove on, it looks like, but even the other image to me looks like they tried to alter it. But even if they didn't, the point is it's not accurate. You're being played by people with an interest about. Now, again, like I say, why would they have to lie about this stuff if it was so rampant? Just like with Israel. I'm telling you, there's an involvement, there's an overlap here. And then he says, this is total nonsense. He's been speaking with people flying out from the airport, and it's opening completely normal, operating completely normal. There's no takeover of the airport at all, despite being reported that that's the case. Venezuelans have taken control of the main airport. The military has refused to fight the citizens. Where do you think this stuff is coming from, guys? It's coordinated. Nicolas Maduro addresses crowds at the presidential palace. And he simply says, and as for Maduro, he just gave a speech tonight at the presidential palace. Oh, the point was that he's saying that they refuse to fight the citizens and instead guarding them. The Venezuelan police are removing their uniforms and bulletproof vests. President Maduro is rumored to have fled the country. They're just trying to seed this into the conversation in hopes that people on the ground run with it and then act differently based on that changing. It's not true. He's there. In fact, I'll show you the public statements from military, and they're all on his side. Just like last time, the lies didn't work. They got played. The generals pretended they were going to switch sides, and then they ended up staying with Maduro. It was really embarrassing for the U.S. government. This is a lie all the way around. They want you to think that the military is changing sides so that then people drop their guns and jump to the side that think they can win. This is a video, has 1.7 million views. 21,000 likes, but it's highly misleading. And it's a video from 2017. Dramatic scene from Venezuela as the Bolivarian National Guard, acting on behalf of Maduro, opened fire on unarmed citizens. See how this works? It is from 2017, showing the moment in which a 17-year-old is allegedly hit by a tear gas bomb. Guys, why is it this obvious? How is it this ridiculous? And all these accounts being completely raised up by Elon Musk, tweeting and retweeting and sharing and promoting their blatant lies and then deleting it when they get caught. Elon is aware of this. There's no denying that. Now, again, it's your right, free speech to lie too. I'm not asking for anybody to be censored. I think it's important to highlight the fact that we're being gaslit by some digital coup right now by people who have an interest in any number of things. And they're playing their partisanship to get it done. The right is, and the Republican, not all conservative, but the right of the Republican side of this has bought into this. Why would they have to lie about this? Because, and again, you think I mean, therefore I am, did his due diligence on this? No. He's straight up telling you what he was told to say or just making it up because it sells. Right-wing Spanish politician Isabella Diaz jumps on the fake news bandwagon, sharing a 2017 clip as if it were from this week. Expect a lot more of this in the coming days. Again, guys, and even Twitter is calling this stuff out. They're just sharing fake old videos in order to push the narrative today. Same thing, it claims to show Venezuelan military massacring peaceful protesters. First problem, it's from 2016. Second, it's from Turkey. Oops. Doesn't matter though, because they're sharing all of them all over the place, and they're getting a lot of engagement. He says, Alan McLeod writes, you'll never believe this, but Alex Jones is putting out fake news on Venezuela, falsely claiming Maduro has ordered the arrest of his opposition opponent. See how this gets played? Now is an important time, guys. I'm not asking anybody to take sides on anything, but what I'm asking you to recognize is that there are people out there that are either unwilling to do the work, trying to deceive you for some other game, or don't care about any of it. They're just trying to make money. And I'm talking about, why would Alex be pointing this out? Either he's being played by somebody and he's not checking these things, or he is lying for an agenda that he thinks is on his side politically, or none of it matters. I don't know why we have to ask these questions. Just recognize that that's wrong. Not because I'm saying it, look into it. Look at how this ends up. Now, when it ends up that none of this actually happened, make a note of that and recognize as they're screaming about World War III, they're trying to push you into it. Alan says, and this is what he says here, now dictator Maduro. Like, just think about the framing of this. Dictator Maduro, very journalistic of you, man, has ordered the arrest of the opposition leader. They just won the election. He has completely taken a side. This is not journalism. This is straight up propaganda. And don't forget, it's exactly what the CIA wants. It's exactly what the State Department wants. It's what Blinken and the Biden administration are also doing. So guess what? InfoWars, you're now on the same side as Biden. How's that feel? Point is, they don't want to say that. That's why they'll lie to you about they're secretly supporting the other side. I've heard that all over the place. It's like desperate. And he goes on to say, right-wing Colombian Senator Maria Fernanda Cabal shares a video of Maduro's men torturing their opponents. The problem? It's actually a clip from a recent Netflix show called Simone. This is how stupid this is. And it's most of all of these are being shared by pretty much everybody in here I just showed you. Make sure you're following Alan, right? But question him like you question anybody else. Question everybody while considering all of it. Here is Elon Musk. Shit, Mario Nawfal. I always have to say his name funny every time. I always want to say narwhal, like that animal. Nawfal is just he's just a regurgitator. He's just pumping out narratives that come from the corporate media or from within their kind of tangential mainstream alternative media. And it's all the same thing. Posters of Maduro being torn down in Venezuela. Same stuff, guys. They're lying to you. They're pushing these false information narratives. We already showed you this. Alan McLeod already broke this down. Here, Simon Goddock, unfortunately, getting taken by it. Sharing you the image that we already showed you. It's a selfie taken yesterday by the government official. Nope. It's easily verified to not even be associated with those groups, but doesn't matter. Fortunately, you can't beat communists at the ballot box. Sadly, he's played by the whole communist first democracy. It's just government manipulation, guys. Communism, government bad. I think all of them are bad. But to pretend like only they're bad because, well, I mean, ask yourself this. The narrative is communism so bad, there's no way their people want that, and they're being manipulated into it. Well, you can prove that's not true, and you can prove that the people want this. And again, it's not even what they're framing it is, but let's just say you can prove that they all actually wanted this to be the case. Do you think they would just go, oh, okay, we'll let you do it then? Well, no, they just spent the last lifetime screaming about how communism will ruin the planet. Okay, so they're going to let them do it then? No, the whole point is they're going to go after stopping it. And the whole narrative is a justification to do that. So if you just remove the narrative that they didn't want is forced on them, you realize that it's not really about the care for democracy. It's about the agenda for the politics. It's everywhere. And sadly, I would argue good people fall into it. And I pointed out, this is incorrect. A lot of verifiably false information being amplified by Elon, but, gets basically no engagement. Surprise, surprise. Who cares that you're proving we're wrong? We love the game. Here's Mario Nawfal saying, breaking. Guess what, guys? Twitter removed Nicolas Maduro's government official checkmark. See how that works? So I said, so now world leaders are only official if Elon Musk decides that that's the case. Get ready for the U.S. election. How's that going to work out? He gets to dole out who gets the gray government check based on who he thinks actually won. I mean, I'm not suggesting that this is just the static reality. My point is simply that this is obviously a centralization of power, and Republicans have been convinced that it's the greatest thing ever because he's on your side. Think about how childish that is. The reality is that we're watching another centralization of power, and they're using your team sport politics like every other time in history to convince you to support your own subjugation. And many of the people that are benefiting and profiting wildly from that continuation, the ones telling you that Maduro is stealing the election, don't care. Because they're stuffing their pockets, they're getting attention, and they don't care. Or they're just too dumb to see that they're wrong. But in any case, it's happening. Now, ask yourself why, and there's a good point to make about, ultimately what the two-party illusions stand out within all of this. What have they been saying about Elon Musk the whole time? Oh my God, he's going to use Twitter to influence world politics and elections and insert his own right-wing agenda, right? Isn't that what we've been hearing like nonstop since he took over? Weird how that sudden narrative is not in the conversation when he's literally doing that. Funny how that works, right? So now Elon's going, you're not in control. You're a dictator, and you're the one I think won. Help me take a gray check away. And CNN and MSNBC, they're not screeching about how Elon Musk is doing exactly what we said he would do. Why aren't they doing that? Doesn't that seem odd? Well, I think it's obvious. It's because this is part of the agenda, not the left or the right, but the government using their tools to achieve what they want, both Blinken and Biden and whoever else is on the right side of whatever we're talking about. But of course, when they get to raise the fever pitch about how the right against the left, well, then it works. But now when it's actually part of what they're achieving, we won't even bring it up. I think that's very obvious, like most of this stuff. Just thought that was important to point out. Now let's talk about, again, the Israel overlap. Here's Alex Rubinstein highlighting. This was the point I was trying to find a second ago. Elon Musk had, out of his nearly 50,000 tweets, none about Venezuela prior to April. 0. Now he's tweeting nonstop about the supposed dictator. When I said Twitter is going full circle back to the days of Arab Spring as a tool to toppling governments, this is what I meant. Pretty hard to see that. Now, here's another fake news piece. These are the newer ones that have popped up. He says, this video is going viral, super viral, over 20,000 likes. It claims to show a Venezuelan military helicopter massacring protesters. Isn't it funny how all these videos that have come out are all fake? He says, but there's 2 problems. It's 8 years old and it's from Turkey. Now, did we show that one? I thought there's been many of them. I think the other one was also from Turkey, but it was a different video. In any case, it's getting a lot of reach. No, I think that one was included. Here's another one. Oh, this is the one I was going to show you the video of. Fiorella Isabel, who you should follow, for doing great work on this, simply shows you that this is the first part of this video has been going around saying that this is what they killed a guy on a bike, right? It's gone around every corner of the right-wing conversation. But it also includes the second part of the video. Oh, no, cut to later. Here he is. Now, if you watch, you can see the blood on his face right there. He's got the blood on his side of his face, driving away. That's the guy. Right there. You can see right there too. Oops. It's everywhere, guy. Look, the blood's right there on the ground. Look. It's pretty easy to see. They're lying to you, guys. Now, this is what's funny is that when it's talking about Palestinians getting killed, they just can't stop talking about how it's all Bollywood and fake information, but they never prove that, which I'm never in the mind that it's not possible. Of course it is. But they say that, and they make you lean into it because, well, they're the kind of person that we pretend is always bad. So you just blindly believe it. Right? Well, we're in a different situation now where now you can prove that they're making these things up, and they also don't care. Funny how that works, but the facts are always present. Right? On one side of this, we have the reality that they're saying this with nothing to back it up. Now, if you find evidence to prove they're making them up, I'll talk about it too. But on this side of it, they're only giving you the same fake information, and every one of them is shown to be from another time, false information, faked images, because it's almost always projection. Right? The people that are genociding, they're saying, no, it's just like Israel does. Every accusation is an admission. So this is what they are. It's what they do. Usually who they're doing it to, they project that onto them. And the one I already showed you here, the right wing, this is just their Maria Fernanda Cabal sharing a video claiming it's Maduro's men torturing opponents. It is from a Netflix show. How embarrassing, guys. I mean, how absolutely ridiculous these people are. And it's working because people like Elon Musk are, what's the right word for it? I don't know, raising this to the very top. Here's Ian Miles Chong. Now, what Elon's been trying to do the last so many days, in my opinion, because I think he recognized he got caught sharing fake information, all my opinion, is trying to kind of water this down with like, I'm kind of just trolling, right? I'm just playing a game. We're kind of going back and forth with Maduro because we're just having fun. It's not, guys. It's not fun. He's driving very aggressive action, and you can clearly see those statements are not, yay, we're playing at this. He's going, dictator, you should be removed. You're not the real leader. You're removing your check mark. So it's not a game he's playing, guys. It's not fun. But here you'll see some of these examples where he's trying to make it seem that way. Ian Miles Chong says, Maduro gives direct orders to his security forces, instructing them to keep Elon Musk out at all costs. A donkey dictator is delusional enough to think that Elon is going to personally show up and blah, blah, blah. But he says he is afraid. How are these goons going to stop space lasers? So he's trying to make a joke, right? But the point is that there's so much flooded information about that and the overthrow of the government or the attacking of their people, the starving, all the lies they're putting out, that people are also believing this. But then he comes out and says, I'm coming for you, Maduro. I will carry you to Gitmo on a donkey. He's trying to make it funny, but realize before this little exchange, they'd already had a real exchange. And I'm going to show you some of them right now. It's not a joke. Maduro is literally calling him out. And of course, this says, well, there's no mention of Elon in that video, which is not hard to wrap your mind around. But my point was, hiding your ongoing propaganda push for a clear regime change in Venezuela under a flimsy veneer of trolling or making jokes is very transparent. Here's what Maduro just said. Elon Musk, whoever messes with me dries up. Whoever messes with Venezuela dries up. He says, Elon Musk, you want to fight? Let's have it, Elon Musk. I'm ready. I'm not afraid of you. Let's go at it. Whatever one. That's Saz and Crockett. The point is, they've been going back and forth about Elon Musk saying he'll chicken out. I accept. Like, playing it like this is sort of a back and forth. And maybe he is kind of just trolling in regard to that one statement. But that does not mean that everything he's tweeting about is some kind of in good fun or lighthearted. He is literally driving people to fight for a regime change that every single one of these tweets is hurting people on the ground, prolonging their suffering that's being done by the government Elon Musk works for. That's the reality. Here is another example of that. Both of them trying to pretend it's the game over here. Here's a real post. In regard to what they claim, they're manipulating the situation. Ian Miles Chong says the Bolivarian National Guard of Venezuela defies Maduro's orders, suppressing the protesters and joins them in their march toward lies. They are lying to you. It's easy to prove, and Alan McLeod has broken this down across the board. Elon Musk, of course, blindly shares it, saying, if the military supports the will of the people, it's over for Maduro. And then you get all these, meme, therefore I am, all the rest we already showed you. Pumping out the fake information, pretending like they're at the airport. They're taking over. That's what he was trying to show you. That was this one. Right? Lying about this. Why? Maybe it's because Elon said it, so they're trying to make it a reality. Who knows? But it's become a fake news fest. They have a right to lie. No one should be censored for it. But the bottom line is he is creating the very thing that the media said you would become. Ask yourself that, Republicans playing this game. I agree. I'm not going to call for your censorship, but you think they're going to stop? Elon Musk is like the Pied Piper of you guys losing yourself into the censorship. He's literally dragging you along and making you exactly what they said he would make you. Isn't that funny how that works out? The reality is that this is all it means to an end. And Danny Hotfong responds to him saying, you're openly backing a U.S. coup, but it will fail. The military has long stood with the Bolivarian Revolution, which is very obvious, with a democratic process celebrated by Jimmy Carter with the gains made for the poor. You won't get their oil, Elon. Your wealth doesn't make you any less of a loser. This is his opinion. I honestly think it's more about the lithium, but stuff like this. He literally posts this, by the way, this ridiculous looking screenshot image, which literally does come from the State Department. Ridiculous. Like you'd think that all their, trillions of dollars that they steal from you, that they would able to be using something that's better than like a 1990, 95, desktop printout. This is like pretty stupid looking. The point is he says, this is real. And it says narcotics reward program offer. The Department of State Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Services offers a reward of $15 million, United States dollars, to information leading to the arrest of Nicolas Maduro. Right, because he's a narco-terrorist, right? Right, even though the country exports a shockingly less amount than what Colombia exports in regard to cocaine. That's what we're talking about. And Colombia is a very staunch partner of the United States government, so we just pretend it's not happening. But his cocaine we don't like, so we're going to, why? Because you don't profit from it? You don't control the flow of that cocaine? I don't even know whether Maduro's involved with it. It wouldn't surprise me. But how dumb it is to pretend like that's the thing we should care about. Elon, you're either a complete stooge in this or you're part of the problem. And he then posts the State Department website you can look at for yourself. But weird, it's a poster. That's it. It's a poster. There's no information. It's just a random poster all the way from 2021, mind you. It's just wild to me, guys. On a real note, serious note, it is absolutely wild to me that anybody falls for this. That people can't see right through how obviously we're being gamed right now. And maybe you all do. Maybe everybody out there is like, we all see it. And it's only the screamers in the paradigm that don't care about truth at all that are dragging this thing forward. But my God, are they getting reach? And it's affecting people in the world. At the very least, it's affecting what people see us as Americans as. I care about that. Now, a few more concurrent points from kind of that's the 30th, but more after what we just went over. Let me close this for you real quick. Alan says the protesters in Venezuela that Elon Musk et al. Support have set fire to a hospital tonight. So this is about the people that they are the opposition side of this. And I'll play a video from Abby Martin who've talked about this. These people, I mean, guys, look at the opposition they support literally anywhere. Look at the Azov movement. Look at the moderate rebels. Look at anybody they support around there are the worst people on the planet because they're willing to do whatever they want. That's why they will end up, like as it's been pointed out over the Israel conversation. The United States and Israel have supported and funded the worst elements of exactly what they claim they're fighting in the Middle East, including Hamas, by the way, on the record. But yeah, we don't talk about that. The point is that these people, we're going to show you, as we've shown you in the past conversation of these regime change efforts in Venezuela, like with Guaido, like getting caught throwing Molotov cocktails on the very thing they claimed they were delivering, which turned out not to be food aid, but full of barbed wire and wood. It was the U.S. government manipulation. And they're using aid as a tool, just like we saw Israel do, with U.S. support. And guys, you have to understand how obviously consistent this is with what they always do. So you're going to find these people that they're funding, that they're supporting, raping and murdering and burning buildings down and burning people alive because that's who they support, because it'll get the job done. I think they thought in the past, but now it's not working, right? It's just sheer violence and horrible things. And Israel seems to think that'll work. Hospitals have traditionally been a favorite target of the Venezuelan right wing. The video just shows the hospital burning, people running through there. And this is being reported. I mean, here's Venezuela Analysis, who, by the way, you should follow. Breaking this down clearly from a Venezuelan, I would argue on the side of Maduro perspective, but they're a good platform. He also shows that the right-wing Venezuelan pseudo-journalist Eduardo Minoni is openly calling for an army of his followers to find and kill Jackson Hinkle. Think about, it's just these side of these things that are, this is just like the kill list in Ukraine. What Israeli IDF members are doing to anybody is not on their side. I mean, it's the same thing everywhere. Calling for him to be killed. I disagree with a lot of what Jackson Hinkle does, but it's just funny how he's a right character on this who is being called out by the very people that the right is endorsing. And it says a warm welcome code for, and the point is they say, it says the gringo communist Jackson Hinkle is in Venezuela to whitewash the murderous regime of Nicolas Maduro. People in Venezuela identify him and give him a warm welcome. And what he's saying is that's a code for burning somebody alive. And I have heard that before, but I can't confirm that in the case of what he's saying, what he thinks in regard to Eduardo. But the point is, these are people that are like we saw with the list from Ukraine and like Gonzalo Lira, the people that got identified and then they got arrested by the very same people. That's what he's doing. So if something happens to Jackson Hinkle, you know where to point. Fiorella Isabel points this out. Breaking the Venezuelan opposition continues to push for a color revolution and return to Guarimbas, the violent op protests. The government has arrested most of the assailants, according to the Venezuelan defense minister. There's 23 wounded. Now, of course, the ones they arrested, they call political persecution, even though they were murdering and acting in political violence. Now, you can read through most of these, all the different attacks and different evidence, the people they're taking down. Megatron highlights this. Breaking criminal gangs threaten Maduro. This was put out publicly, by the way. The leader of the criminal gang, Tren del Llano, maybe, in Guaraco, state has released a video threatening Maduro's forces. Once again, who funds the terrorists and criminal gangs around the world? Well, we know this. We know who does. We know it's the people supporting them, like Elon. We know it's the U.S. government and assets through them that they're supporting. It's unquestionable. I mean, I'm going to play you videos from Elliot Abrams and Bolton, who proudly tell you what they've done in the past. It's the same thing happening right now. Oh, wait. It says, good evening, people of Venezuela. We are making this video to make a call to the armed forces and the public forces in the state. We don't want to generate more violence. My advice is that by listening to the people. Hold on. There, I missed something right there. I don't know why this is working. Good job, Twitter. What is going on? They behead themselves in their command and let people decide. This is a call, a warning. I don't want violence. I don't want to generate homicide. I don't want to generate death. We are not generators. If they don't get caught in their commandos, we are going to use everything we have, and all my people in the entire state, we're going to start attacking the officials. So despite starting with we don't want violence, his point is we're going to attack the officials. Don't touch the people, respect their decisions, which, by the way, is the opposite of what always happens. The point is, though, these are people that are coming out openly saying we're going to use violence against the elected government because whether they believe they won or not. Isn't this what the U.S. government and Biden's administration in particular just got done screaming should never be the case? Political violence and so on. Of course, they only say that when they don't get what they want. Or when they do, anyway. Maduro speaking on the violent fascist opposition, paying drug-addicted people $150 a day to start disruptions and violence. He told Chavistas not to engage, but said that behind them there are gringos, U.S. people, who have been executing the attacks to destabilize Venezuela. Now, that's Maduro. Take it with a grain of salt. But much of what he said last time turned out to be exactly what was happening. Camila points out, Venezuela defense minister says, quote, we affirm the most absolute loyalty and unconditional support to Maduro, constitutional president the constitutional president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, our commander-in-chief, legitimately re-elected by the people's power. All right, so maybe they're lying. I mean, the point is that if you really lean into this, it's pretty obvious that the majority of people are supporting him. And almost all the things demonstrating the opposite, that they're going, see, this proves you're being lied to, have been turned out to be false. WikiLeaks highlights this. Venezuela's right-wing opposition and U.S. media outlets claim there was fraud in the July 28th election based on an exit poll done by U.S. government-linked firm Edison Research, which that's the one people are showing. I mentioned the weird, claiming that the 100% was too perfect. That's indicative of manipulation, which it might be. And, I would agree that would be an indication. The point that WikiLeaks is making is that group, which is what that's from, works with the CIA-linked U.S. State Department programs and their straight state propaganda organs and was active in Ukraine, Georgia, and Iraq. So, I wonder if they have an interest in making a certain thing happen. I mean, guys, it's like the OAS and the rest of these groups they point at. They don't have legitimacy. They've already shown themselves to bend when it comes to whatever the U.S. interest is, the government. So now, WikiLeaks is showing you that the group that's claiming that this is what the results show works with the CIA. Same with Machado and the rest of the people we're talking about. Now, here is what a former CIA member, and quote, former, is telling you about the reality here. They didn't care then. He doesn't believe they care now about supposed democracy.
CIA, we didn't give a hoot about democracy. I mean, it was fine if a government was elected and would cooperate with us. But if it didn't, then democracy didn't mean a thing to us. And I don't think it means a thing today.
Right? Listen, guys. Don't believe for a second that they care about these things. Craig Pasta, a friend of the show, who, by the way, this is what he does, right? Go international election observer, as well as being independent media. He says there have been a lot of accusations of fraud by the opposition in Venezuela, as well as the mainstream media here in the U.S. However, the accusations are very broad, and if there was cheating taking place, it would have been caught in real time. Now, we briefly went over what Fiorarola pointed out, and this is just in text what she was breaking down. And I probably should have gone over it at the time, but long show as always. I made sure I included it for you, but she's right. It was very technical, right? And there's just a lot, but it's included in the last show. And she goes through piece by piece how the technical system works. He's going to break it down for you here again. He says, the Venezuelan election process is one of the most transparent in the world, which again, even Jimmy Carter made a point to say that, with checks and audits conducted with paper trails within the purview of the public. So he says, for the Chavistas to cheat, they would have, quote, number one, have had to known all of the 55% of the machines that were going to be audited, because they apparently, which is unprecedented, they audit 55% of everything there. So they would have had to have known what 55% would have been audited. They would have had to know which 5.5 million votes that were to be hand audited against the machine in order to not get caught. That's almost as impossible as the astronomical amount of votes that flipped the election for Joe Biden in the middle of the night against Donald Trump in 2020. Remember, Kevin Sorbo's tweet saying, quote, yeah, I flipped a coin 100,000 times and it came up heads every time. Believe me, I agree. It's impossible. My point is they always cheat on all sides. That was just a very flagrant example. But it says, number two, it also means that the Chavistas, if for the Chavistas to cheat, since Nicolas Maduro won by 700,000 votes, that they would have had to have flipped a minimum of 1.4 million votes. Number three, meaning fraud would have been evident in real time. Machines would have been flagged, pictures of the tallies posted on doors would have been taken, and the opposition would have demanded that specific machines be audited. We didn't see that in Venezuela, and he was there. My expert assessment is that the Venezuelan general election was indeed fair, and the chosen leader by the people is Nicolas Maduro. And of course, you could argue that every one of those things certainly could have happened. But what he's trying to explain for you, and again, the people that don't want to hear it are going to deny all of it. They just cheated, they did all that, whatever, without any evidence to back it up. The point is of how wildly unlikely that is. And if you really dig into it, it's not that Maduro's government controls all these pieces. It's not the case. It's easy to show that these things, I mean, I agree. That would have been very, 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 very difficult for them to pull off. And let's get into some other points about why this is never the reality, about the fact that he is very popular. And really all it seems that a lot of the things that have been shown in the past is their attempts to try to stop outside efforts from doing the things they know they've always tried to do. Just like we see, the narratives are the same. The history is obvious. The U.S. government has tried to overthrow this government countless times. So knowing that as an absolute objective fact, don't you think they might try to bolster themselves against that? And then when they do, they point at that and they say fraudulent, even though this is what we're dealing with, which is easy to prove. Alan McLeod points out that the Carter Center has denounced the election in Venezuela. But he goes, first, we must remember that it is far from a neutral organization. Consider it is based in Washington, D.C. It's directly funded by the State Department and U.S. aid. For me, that's more than enough to see that it's obviously potentially influenced, as well as by the governments of Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Very objective. Number two, it is staffed by former U.S. state officials and by anti-Venezuelan government hardliners. Easy to prove. It's former America's dictator, Jennifer McCoy, for instance, compared to Hugo Chavez to Donald Trump. She did. And said he was as much a dictator as Pedro Carmona, the oligarch who came to power for 2 days during the 2002 coup. And again, this was not to get into it, people get all up in arms about whether Chavez was removed for a momentary moment. But the point is the Carter Center has consistently refused to even acknowledge, let alone analyze, United States interference in Venezuelan politics. What does that tell you? I'm going to play for you where Bolton and them laughingly admit doing that. So we know it's the case. I mean, well, it takes anybody with eyes can tell it's the case, but it says the words United States appear only 2 times in the last 8 years of its published reports on Venezuela. Number 4, it has in the past presented data about elections and media in Venezuela in a widely distorted manner. And read the article here for yourself. And then, of course, we get just them standing up, taking the microphone and screaming, "We won and we know it." That's Machado. Machado, who, again, literally asked Netanyahu to overthrow the government back in 2018, because that's what normal democracy lovers do, right? So here is Elliot Abrahams. God, I don't know why. I was trying to remember without looking. I couldn't remember it on the fly the other day, and it got stuck in my head. The guy that I think looks like some kind of gremlin or like something out of Lord of the Rings. And usually I wouldn't even be that, directly mean, but I think this guy's a war criminal, so I don't care. Afshin Ratsani from Going Underground breaks this down for you and says, look, don't believe the U.S. collapsed Venezuela's economy and created the humanitarian crisis? Well, hear it from Donald Trump's special representative, Elliot Abrams, who at the time, as we were talking about this in the last coup attempts, we broke this down for you. This is a guy that goes back a long time. He was previously involved with other regime change attempts all around the world. So was Bolton. And then Trump puts him in place directly. I think he was given the special representative status for Venezuela. That's how stupid this was. Yeah, get the right people with the right people for the agenda, it seems. He says, here he is gloating over the U.S.'s ability to prevent Venezuela from selling its oil and gold. Says goal of sanctions is to, quote, deny the regime money, laughs while describing the draconian measures against creditors. We have a wide, broad sanctions net, he says. Excuse me. And to be careful not to get caught. Now, of course, he balances counterbalances this with, well, they're such bad, evil criminals that we do this to get back to democracy. The bottom line is always, this should not be there. The U.S. government has no place to be involved in this, no matter what's going on. Like as Jimmy said in our interview, doesn't matter whether he's stealing the election or not. It's not the U.S. government's place to stick their fingers in and say we're going to uphold democracy while they're doing the same thing all over the world. It's obviously not their interest. Their interest is control, suppression, subjugation. But the bottom line is, we should not, as a government, as a country, be involved with what they're dealing with. It's just so transparent that they're, the point is that no matter how much you want to frame them as being the bad guy, that's why it justifies this. I mean, look at what both sides of our government are doing right now. We have to break democracy to save democracy. It's like the same narrative everywhere. They all think we're that stupid. What you're going to hear is him rationalizing the very thing that starved his population, the very thing that drove the caravan, as Bolton will actually admit to in the next video.
The main purpose is to deny the regime money that it does not use for the Venezuelan people. Some of it ends up in foreign banks, and much of it is used simply to keep the regime in power. So the first thing we did...
By the way, none of which is true. I mean, maybe to some degree. The point is that you can prove, as I have done many times in the past, that what they were using that for in a lot of ways, including the national resources, was given to lots of people and was used in no interest loans to a lot of other countries that were also under the thumb of the U.S. government. It's an international program. It was very transparent. And they stopped that when they stole everything and put sanctions on them. The point is that is obviously showing you they're not just pocketing all the money. I mean, whether they were pocketing money or not, they were also helping the people. They were also helping other countries. That's my point about the original thing about, whether it's a dictator that does what the U.S. wants or a dictator that helps people as long as on top of being a dictator. Obviously, the people would want the latter, whether a dictator or not, right? That's the overall point. And I'm also going to go as far as to say that I don't even think that's really what represents what these people are. I don't. And the evidence is why I'm backing that up. But I wouldn't question that any government would be capable of these things, but evidence matters.
Was we stopped paying them. The largest source of cash had been the United States, buying about 500,000 barrels a day. We have had conversations with foreign oil traders, with foreign governments, really along the same lines. That is, you should be supporting interim President Guaido. You should not be supporting this regime. You should not be buying oil from this regime and giving them cash.
Now, right there's what I made a point earlier. So in the past, you've seen the U.S. try to put Venezuela in the position they have with all the other vassal states, right? Where that's the dynamic, where we demand that you do this, you do it this way. We buy it from you, we use it, right? And then at the end of the day, you don't benefit internally from that resource. And then you end up in a position where we can decide to put you out. You're not doing what we want. We pull that rug out. We don't let anybody else buy it. And now you're in a bad position. Instead, what they want is to actually benefit it within and, other allies and countries, not allow them to take control of their resources and keep them under their thumb. And now you see, or you saw then, and you're seeing again, how they use that tool. It's not as prominent as you see from some of the countries that have been literally occupied for a long time and then try to push back, because Venezuela has been constantly pushing back. But it's still present. You still see them using their coercive measures. Fine, we won't buy it from you, and we won't let anybody else buy it from you. How is that their right? Because they want to put this person in power. Just because they name him democracy or president doesn't mean that that's what that represents. That is coercive financial measures to force in your person who will benefit you at the expense of Venezuela, otherwise known as democracy.
And we've noted that we have a wide, broad net with our sanctions, and so we've warned people, be careful not to get caught in that net by activities that you may think don't come into it, but actually are caught by it. So and I think we've had a fair amount of success, I would say, in getting companies to reduce the amount they're buying, in some cases end the purchase of oil from the regime. There were some grace periods,
So what's important right there to hear, I think this is actually really important.
Had a fair amount of success, I would say, in getting companies to
basically said cast the wide net. Right. So you put this this broad, ambiguous thing out that says like, well, be careful. Yes, we say the oil, right? But you don't know. I mean, if you buy this product, maybe that's somehow included and you won't even know, and you'll stumble into sanctions and all of a sudden you're getting attacked by the U.S. government. Don't make that mistake. So what do? They err on the side of caution and they just cut all coordination, any engagement they had. Venezuela gets cut off. You know who suffers when that happens? The people of Venezuela. And what do? They go, look at them starving. Look at what Maduro did. Why? Because you hate Maduro, so you took action to hurt him, and then because he's the one that made you do it, it's his fault? Yeah. Stop hitting yourself. It's the same old game that they do with everybody. Like Maduro and the rest of them starving Iran, and then saying, you do this, your people will starve, and then blaming them for starving. It's the same exact thing. These are monsters. And look, I understand the monster to the level that I feel like I can prove to you that they don't believe that they're doing this for good reason. This is just the lazy narrative they put out to make you think they're doing the good thing because they kind of admit to themselves that they know we want that. But they stain you for it, hate you for it. The broad net is criminal. It's terrorism. This is financial terrorism.
Reduce the amount they're buying, in some cases end the purchase of oil from the regime. There were some grace periods, when we introduced the sanctions.
Why do they have this right? Why do they have this right to do this to anybody? It's not your decision to make about what other countries choose to do with Venezuela, whatever you think of them, whatever the reality of their government. This is the world police. This is what they pretend they're not trying to do, but they're desperate and frothing at the mouth of control.
Which are coming to an end. But it is correct that we have attempted to prevent the regime from, I would say, stealing the assets of the Venezuelan people and making off with them by getting cash in exchange for oil and gold.
Yeah, somebody points out in the chat, actually, that's what it was, Gargamel. He looks like Gargamel. I remember talking about that during the show. Straight out of the Smurfs. He's definitely one odd cat. Now here is also Ashrin sharing John Bolton. And I've got two of them, actually. This guy is so proud of himself. Like, that's the thing, is I think he gets off on being able to casually discuss the thing that we're supposed to pretend isn't happening. John Bolton is like the worst person alive in many cases. Like, this guy is so aggressive about, and just like unabashedly, just murder people for freedom or whatever they want to frame it as. This guy is just seeding, like, I think, it doesn't matter. Caitlin Johnson has all kinds of names for him. He's just sating his bloodlust. That's what I think. And he says, Donald Trump's national security advisor, John Bolton, in 2019, all under Trump, by the way, in this case, our sanctions on Venezuela have frozen $7 billion in PDVSA's assets. That's the company. And that's the overlap we talked about with giving these no-interest loans from that money to other countries, and will cost Venezuela $11 billion of lost revenue next year. Right. And then so when they all of a sudden start struggling financially, their economy crashes, look at how bad they are, which is what they did. And he points out socialism destroyed Venezuela. U.S. sanctions did. Whether or not you think that socialism ultimately would have done that, that's just a personal choice based on the fact that you've been raised to think that flavor of authoritarianism is the one you're supposed to hate. And this flavor of authoritarianism over here is the one I love because that's what I'm told I like. It's all government. It's all power that can collect to the top and put you in. Look at what we're living through right now in this country. It's amazing that we can't get past this binary way of thinking. They did this and then blamed the bad guy that you're supposed to think is bad, and everybody lapped it up.
Turn the podium over to Stephen Mnuchin. For this purpose, we're going to announce sanctions against Petroleas de Venezuela, Sociedad Anima, or PDVSA, as it's known by its Spanish acronym, the state-owned oil monopoly. We have continued to expose the corruption of...
See, they love to frame it as state-owned, like that's somehow enriching Maduro. The reality is what they're doing in this country is enriching the corporations, of which they all have a part in, but pretend like that's not obvious, right? No, we're in the government. We're not corporations, even though today the whole public-private partnership is challenging that game. The idea is that they're going, well, we're the government. We're doing this to benefit our capitalism, right? Except all of them have stock in that company. Oh, I'm on the board. What do you know? Oh, we're in a war. Look, we'll give all the contracts to them. It's not us. It's their company. It's just such a scam. It's such an obvious manipulation. So when they frame it as state back, they try to make it sound like it's enriching himself. The point is you can easily show that these are assets that are in many ways helping the people. The opposite of, big oil companies and big merchants of death using your resources to benefit their stock price, and also the politicians that you get nothing from other than things being taken from you and your life being put in more danger. Think about it for a second. Don't let the word socialism blind you to the reality of what's in front of you. All government can do all of these things.
Maduro and his cronies, and today's action ensures they can no longer loot the assets of the Venezuelan people. We expect and
What's so bad about that is so many people on the ground are the ones screaming about how blatantly misrepresented that is. And then they just only focus, like in any other part of the world, their oligarchy that's being put out over in Venezuela because they're not getting the benefits of what the oligarchy like is in this country, which is what we live in, right? Where you have that obvious fascistic overlap where they're allowed to do whatever they want at the expense of the people, and they don't benefit now. Even if that means Maduro benefits to himself more than before, the point is that the people have more of a benefit than the oligarchy, or at least the same. They want to be enriched. They want to sell this country out to the outside corporations and let them reap what they always do, and then act like that's the people. Yeah, it's a small percentage of the very wealthy people, but it's not the people.
Secretary Mnuchin will go into this in more detail, that today's measure totals $7 billion in assets blocked today, plus over $11 billion in lost export proceeds over the next year.
Now, this one is just the one that kills me. Just laughing it up with CNN. Just so full of himself. By the way, we're supposed to, I mean, on the record, a coup is supposed to be illegal. That's not changed. You don't say, well, it's a coup for freedom. You know, I mean, the point is, if you're doing that, you're illegally removing somebody from power, not through the United Nations, which is how we're supposed to pretend this all works. But it's just blatant right now, right on the surface. And my point is that here he is on this show from 2022, just yucking it up about how he's done many regime changes in his life, which, by the way, anybody with a brain knows, but how brazen he is with it. It's disgusting.
That I agree with you. To be fair, with all due respect, one doesn't have to be brilliant to attempt a coup.
I disagree with that as somebody who has helped plan coup d'etat.
Yeah.
Right. I disagree because I'm very smart, and I want to praise myself because I've done them, and I'm very smart. That's why, right? It's just so funny. It's almost like he got goaded into admitting this thing. Just like that. Honestly, these people in many ways tend to be very petty, small people, very insecure. Who knows why? It's not. Let's say with a lot of very famous people and rich people, you'd think they'd be the least. No, a lot of times they're the most insecure because they're always trying to live up to something. And I just think it's funny. I sense that in this, where it's like, like that felt like an attack. No. You're very smart.
I agree with you. To be fair, with all due respect, one doesn't have to be brilliant to attempt a coup.
I disagree with that as somebody who has helped plan coup d'etat.
Yeah.
Not here, but, other places. It takes a lot of work, and that's not what he did.
When we were talking about what is capable or what you need to do to be able to plan a coup, and you cited your expertise having planned coups.
I'm not going to get into the specifics, but...
Oh, he loves it, doesn't he? Now, first of all, ask him what he means right there. So coups, but not in this country. So does he mean that we haven't couped this government? That's an interesting statement when you think about it. Or is he saying that I haven't done it as a part of the U.S. government? Either way, my God, he's admitting to being a criminal, guys. He's openly admitting to be a part of either going to other countries and helping them coup other governments around the world, or weirdly, like not this government, which might even suggest that is the case, or that think about all the weird overlaps there. These people are criminals. They're organized criminals. That's what it is.
Successful coups?
Well, I wrote about Venezuela in the book, and it turned out not to be successful. Not that we had all that much to do with it, but I saw what it took for an opposition to try and overturn an illegally elected president.
Yeah, not that we, it's just pathetic. It's just sad. It's very sad. And the bottom line is this should matter to you right now. Watching what they've done, knowing that this is what they're capable, knowing they've tried many times, and yet we're not supposed to pretend this is obviously what's happening again and right in front of us. Now, the sanctions they both talk about, which will drive the people, which will hurt their economy, which will, all the things they later turn around and go, see, that's why we know socialism doesn't work. It's exactly what they admit to causing. How dumb is that? And the point, though, is to realize the sanctions, as I've told you for years. You go back to look at U.S. documents before they were very publicly identified, like before the internet. They used to write this stuff down. The whole point of sanctions, like look at like Kissinger level stuff. The point was to direct these sanctions to hurt the people. You want to starve the people. I mean, there's even that famous clip from Giuliani saying that this is what makes a great regime, speaking to the MEK maniacs in Iran, or rather outside of Iran, but they want to put them in power. This is a cult, a terrorist organization. And he's speaking to them saying, we have the Iranian coup. It's coming. He's getting paid for it. And he simply says that, we have people selling their organs for food. He goes, this is what makes a good revolution. Literally says that. I don't think he thought he would be seen, because they're driving people to starvation. And the whole way it's supposed to work is that people, they know you're doing it. They know the U.S. government's starving them. But when you get to a point where you're watching your children die in front of you, you don't care what stops it. You're going, whatever, I don't care. Let the U.S. take power. I don't want to die. I want my children to have food. And so they swing in like the savior. But that's not usually how it works anymore. But the point is, that's what they believe they can accomplish by hurting people to the maximum and then just sweeping up afterward. I mean, even if that ends up being everything, right? So Al McLeod shows you what the New York Times disgustingly posted on 2019. Venezuela kids are dying. Are we responsible? Our well-meaning sanctions may be inflicting pain on the wrong people. Like, you guys, I mean, you got to really laugh at how stupid this is. These are supposedly the highest level journalists. And you're going to tell me that you can't piece together what I literally just told you that is easy to look up, you point out one example of historical financial sanctions against a country they're at war with or about to be, and you show me where it doesn't amount to the people being hurt. And then tell me why this mainstream journalist couldn't work that out. No, this is propaganda. That's what their actual job is. Well-meaning sanctions? How disgusting. Sanctions designed just the way that they're supposed to be, to hurt people. But you're doing the job you're supposed to in gaslighting for that genocide. Or, for that financial terrorism. So Rania Kellogg highlights this around the opposition side. She goes, let's be clear about what side you're on if you oppose Venezuela's current elected government. Israel's side, she says. She says, I'm getting angry responses to my Venezuela reporting from people who purport to be pro-Palestine, yet repeat lies about Venezuela promoted by the same media justifying genocide on Gaza. And as many have pointed out, some of the largest blind supporters of kind of what Elon is pushing are aggressively pro-Israel. But she goes on to say, Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, who is currently behind a violent coup attempt, loves Israel. She wrote a letter to him asking for regime change, as I already showed you. Here is Venezuela's U.S.-backed opposition leader, Machado, promising to reestablish the Venezuelan embassy in occupied Jerusalem. A crime, but no big deal. In 2020, she signed a cooperation agreement with Israel's Netanyahu Likud party, the most genocidally maniacal entity in the entire maniacal government, on, quote, political, ideological, and social issues, as well as advancing on issues related to strategy, geopolitics, and security. The government committed genocide right now, who's probably killed 50 children while we've been talking so far. And she wants to align their ideologies. Read Zionism, ladies and gentlemen. This should matter to you if you've been paying attention to any of what's going on. Here is Venezuelan's opposition leader Machado, thanking Israel for recognizing then attempting to the then attempted coup leader Guaido. So just realize she is going, yes, thank you for endorsing the guy that nobody actually believed was in charge, that was blindly supported by the U.S. government. You seeing the pieces together? You shouldn't need to. She is a very clearly CIA-backed entity. And then she goes, meanwhile, Maduro loves Palestine, which you've seen him say many times. Maduro supports Palestine. His opponents love Israel. McLeod points out the same. For those unsure which side to support, President Maduro cast his ballot yesterday and shouted, I saw it on video, long live free Palestine. Machado said that, quote, our struggle is Israel's struggle. That seems like a pretty easy breakdown right now based on a pretty large event. But I'll let you decide what you care about. Again, Rubenstein and the letter of Machado reaching out to Netanyahu saying, please regime change this government for me. Like that's not supposed to be a problem. Now, I'll include some of the recent articles we did talking about Venezuela. The right makes regime change great again. This one just talks about we talk about Venezuela in this conversation, but we also talk about, we're going to get into in a minute if we have time, about the Sid Tiemann gang rape conversation. But I want to show you a couple more posts about this. So this is Amazon Piss Jugs, great name, saying this is absolutely disgusting. There is, quote, zero evidence the U.S. wants Venezuela's oil, and they'll do anything to get it. Oh, excuse me, I read that in too fast of a point. The first sentence is, this is absolutely disgusting. There's zero evidence, period. The U.S. wants Venezuela's oil, and they'll do anything to get it. The point is, he's highlighting The Guardian, saying that overwhelming evidence that Maduro's defeated is what I meant to say. And the point is, it's quoted. You know why? Because just like you see everywhere else, you've got The Guardian taking a quote from an opposition leader saying there's overwhelming evidence. And all they do is quote that. When you read the article, you'll quite quickly find out that it's subjective, false, and unverified evidence. But of course, the title, U.S. recognizes Edmundo Gonzalez as winner. The point is, Machado and Gonzalez, I briefly pointed this out the other day. It's kind of like they're like the one thing, basically. It's all part of the same agenda. The U.S. has already stood up and said this. Doesn't that seem a little bit odd? Well, it should, seeing as how, just like last time, they're challenging what the rest of the world seems to be saying. And here's Elon Musk. Same point. U.S. declares he's the winner, and he says, good. Because we're totally not pushing an illegitimate government for the interest of our CIA-backed entity and pretending we're fighting them, right? BRICS News, which is not, been wrong about a lot of stuff recently, and this is an account that's not even associated with BRICS. It's kind of manipulative, saying the United States officially declares him the winner. Given the overwhelming evidence, it says, it's clear to the United States, this is from the United States, and most importantly to the Venezuelan people, which is clearly not what they actually think, that Gonzalez won the most votes. Based on what? Because Blinken said so? Don't forget, the right and the left are all lined up fighting for the same person. Doesn't that seem strange? Let's not forget this guy, okay? Juan Guaido. They said the same thing about Guaido, ladies and gentlemen, and it was definitively proven that this guy was a complete fraud. Got caught lying, got caught doing exactly what they tried to blame on Maduro. And we're just going to sleepwalk into this yet again? I'm speaking to the Republicans out there. If you care about the truth and you're still buying this, wake up. You're being played. Another article, this is from 2019, flagrant U.S. Venezuela regime change. Donald Trump's time frame. Here's Abby Martin's video. This goes back. She's been covering this for a long time. She was in Venezuela. She has something to tell you about the opposition, which is the same entity, guys. We're talking about the same manipulative. This has been going on for a long time. I recommend you follow Abby Martin and people like this that have been following it long before, and for most have. This goes back to Chavez and before. It goes all the way through, and it's the same agenda. Here's what she had to say about the people that the U.S. government was backing, just like the ones they're backing now.
I was to see that the reality of these numbers is so warped. I was completely unprepared for what would happen to me for simply reporting these facts. Because I questioned the validity of the fatality count being 100% due to state forces, prominent opposition spokespeople created a false hysteria over an outrageous lie that myself and Empire Files producer Mike Preisner were not journalists, but in fact working directly for the government intelligence forces.
Now, the point here is that they were claiming that she was covering the false narrative that Maduro had shot a bunch of protesters. And we already saw they're pushing that yet again. They got immediately broken down as fake, old video, but they're going, here he is shooting protesters. It's the same old tired U.S. government agenda. They lied about it in Syria. They lied about it in everywhere. Venezuela, last time, they lied about it in I believe it was, I'm forgetting one all of a sudden. In any case, we've shown you so many of Ukraine, same thing. Maidan Square, guys, they did this themselves. There's that video I've played you many times where the Estonian prime minister is talking to Cathy Ashton saying, we know that the people who shot at the protesters were on the side of you guys. He says the side they're supporting. But the point is that that's them. We know that. She goes, yeah. And yet the narrative to this very day from U.S. government talking points is that was the other side and that the regime they put in place was saving Ukraine. All the neo-Nazis they put there. It's the same thing everywhere they do this. And it's the same thing here. They pretended he did this to try to manipulate the entire process. And it worked a lot more back then than it is now. But they're doing the same thing today.
And that we weren't actually conducting interviews of protesters, but taking their pictures to turn into police forces. And not only that, but the police had then arrested protesters based on our intelligence. The life-threatening lie was first promoted by professor at Venezuela's Simón Bolívar University and opposition activist, José Vicente Carrasquero. The rumors were echoed and exaggerated by several prominent opposition journalists, like Manuel Malaver and Miami reporter Angie Perez. The disinformation campaign incited a virtual lynch mob against us for days, which translated into real-life stalking and threats, calls to fine and kill us, doxing of personal information, and more. Revealing their characters, scores of opposition Twitter accounts specifically used the word lynch when calling for violence against us. More than that, this opposition hate campaign also posted the address of an event Mike was speaking at, inciting people to come confront us, and worse. Dozens of Venezuelan expats actually showed up, chanting against socialism, and tried to physically force their way into the event to disrupt it. But the threats of violence were not empty. Just days later, a Telesur journalist was actually shot in the back by opposition protesters when her and her team were viciously attacked with Molotov cocktails, bullets, and explosives. Many other journalists have also been called infiltrators and attacked, like when a Global Vision crew was doused with gasoline by protesters at a recent demonstration and told to leave or they would get burned.
Sound familiar? Same things we're seeing all over the place, Ukraine especially.
Amazingly, international human rights organizations like Human Rights Watch and the Committee to Protect Journalists have been silent on the attacks on journalists from the opposition and have only condemned the government for press repression. For as much as Venezuela's poor is used as the basis of the international media campaign to oust the government, the poor people from the barrios of Venezuela are not the ones protesting.
We're being lied to. Just like then, guys, it's the same thing. It is the same thing. Well, that's frustrating. Well, let me know. Let me know. Is the stream struggling at all? Looks like it is. I don't know what's going on with my. Anyway, so here Fiorello adds to this, and she got this on the 1st. But as she said, and this is sort of unconfirmed, but this is ultimately what happening. What she was saying that she got a draft resolution sent to her by her sources that's seeking co-sponsors in the U.S. Congress that explicitly rejects Maduro, which we already see happening, and names Gonzalez as the president-elect of Venezuela, calling for the, quote, imposition of new sanctions. Now, again, I find it almost impossible that's not going to happen. And just to be clear, we already talked about it. Kamala put out a statement that they tried to make it look like she was pro the other side, but all she really said was we stand with what Venezuelan people. And we already see what Blinken and the rest of them are saying. So they are their administration. And it's very clear. Even Biden put something out suggesting that, questioning the outcome. So it's an interesting reason. I find it almost very telling that she would tweet it that way, as if they're trying to play into it, which speaks to what I actually think. That it's one big two-party illusion and we're all being played. So recognize this wouldn't surprise me. The sanctions will be coming in one way or another. It might even be sometime after the election, right? Because I think all of them are trying to get the perception just the way they want it. At the end of the day, it's nothing new. Manalo de los Santos points out something very important. Now, this is from yesterday, toward the end or beginning of the day, in regard to how they responded to this. So what we've got so far is a bunch of pushback from people claiming they've lied, they've cheated, almost all of it based on flimsy, unverifiable things, like almost always, and almost all the convincing seeming pieces have been shown to be old videos, false images, like every other time. So the point is we're left in a position now where it's kind of left up in the air, right? But here is what Maduro did, which I think is calling their bluff, which speaks very loudly. He says, President Maduro has outplayed the right opposition by appealing to the Supreme Court to fully audit the election and confirm results. Think about that. Is that what you usually get from a dictator who just stole the election? Probably not. Certainly could be another game, but seems interesting. And he says, we will be releasing all the tally sheets. Or he will be releasing all the tally sheets. The right is now expected to also submit theirs, which I argue won't happen. But it says part of the challenge has been that even though the election authority affirmed Maduro's victory and has 30 days to publish the full results, it has faced major delays this week due to hacking attempts and attempts by the right on voting stations and their regional offices, which of course doesn't get covered by all the right Elon supporting push on Twitter, all the fake videos showing them with polling stations. Now that it's after the fact, why aren't you showing their efforts to slow down his process, which then they'll turn around and say, see, he's trying to hide the outcome. That's what they're doing. Trying to hack, trying to attack these polling stations, which they've already shown you. 30 days to publish the full results. They're already claiming like he's withholding it, even though he's still within his time frame. The point on top of it is they're trying to make it look like he's holding back. I think we need to wait for this other outcome. Let them both fully reproduce their information. Let it all be shown publicly. I guarantee you the right won't want that. Now, I don't think this should be taken as the same left-right mindset as this country. There's obvious similarities. But just the opposition at this point is what I'm talking about. And it says Maduro's move to request an audit of the election by it's the TSJ, or that is the Supreme Court, by the Supreme Court, will make the results even more transparent. Here's what he said, quote, I am asking the court to rule on the attack against the electoral process and the attempted coup. Let the court clarify everything that needs to be clarified. And isn't it their argument that all these things are against Maduro? And he's forcing it in? You know, it just seems like the military and the judicial system and the people all weirdly support him. Sounds like the opposite to me. All 10 candidates, including Maduro, will now have to present their records for certification, effectively challenging the opposition candidate, Gonzalez, who claims to have tallies but has failed to present them to the CNE, which is the election authority. It says the opposition's plan to violently overthrow the government has failed. At this point, Washington refuses to recognize any election result that counters their plans to impose a puppet government, which they've done many times. You just heard them admit to doing so, which would hand over political and economic control of Venezuela and its natural resources. Incapable of affecting any change on the ground, Washington has resorted to a massive media offensive to discredit the election with the aid of Elon Musk and the New York Times, who fill the web with fake videos of government repression. It's like every single time. It's amazing this even has any effect anymore. And claims of the far-right tallies from unverified sources. The media offensive will now provide cover for the opposition failure to submit voter tallies. That's exactly what I think. This is projecting for the future. By claiming that the Supreme Court is just another of Maduro's tools, which certainly could be the case, but the idea is that then present it somewhere else. Present it publicly somewhere where all can be looked at simultaneously. They won't do that is the point. The accusation... the accusation that system is controlled by him will then be offered with one that they control. And I'll argue that that's probably not something Maduro controls. Certainly could be, and we should ask, but evidence matters. The point would be that when they present something, it's almost always a group that we can prove is completely co-opted by the U.S. system, like the OAS, like every other thing we've talked about here. He says, in fact, the judges of the Supreme Court are not chosen by Maduro, but nominated and elected to 12-year terms by the National Assembly, a legislative body which also includes representatives of the opposition. It's pretty simple, isn't it? So, and also remember the National Assembly, I mean, the whole overlap with Guaido, like if you actually understand the situation, their very narratives from before prove that what he's trying to do would be the way to go. He says the tables have been turned, and now it's up to the right opposition to prove to the Venezuelan people whether they actually believe in democracy or just want to see the country fully destroyed by U.S. sanctions and intervention. My point is that let's wait and see what happens in regard to what's presented. But I promise you this will get mired in all sorts of other fake news and lies and calls for immediate removal from power from people like Lindsey Graham, which is what always happens. And that overshadows any legitimacy of the claim. Like with Bolivia, they bull rushed that in. They forced it in. They used the OAS lies to claim that it was a stealing of democracy. They put in a military junta, of which I believe the person in charge went to prison. The point is that it slowly got pulled back by the people, but they still got what they wanted from it. This is how this always works. And what's the outcome? The suffering of the people. Alan McLeod ends this segment by saying the tide is turning. This is from today. The governments of Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico have released a statement, most of which are U.S. allies, by the way. Well, all of really, but some of them are kind of on the line, like Mexico. But it's anyway. That's not even accurate. The point is that like different elements are shown to be. I think that's a challenging one out of all of them, but they're all allies. Released a statement calling for Venezuelan sovereignty to be respected and for the opposition to stop their violence. That's interesting from U.S. allies, meaning they're calling out what they're doing, not Maduro, but the opposition and the violence they're spreading in the streets, attacking polling stations, what they won't show you. This is after the fact, mind you. So it says, today, Mexican leader Claudia Sheinbaum condemned the OAS for its intervention in Venezuela. See? The OAS is the Organization of American States. It's the one that lied about Bolivia last time and then screamed about democracy and then completely stopped talking about it when a military junta was put in place. Or excuse me, junta, whatever. I know everyone always makes fun of me when I say that. Junta just seems like a very strange word to say. Anyway, military power. Now, let's get into the next segment. Let me put this other window back up. I did that only so this window wouldn't be as large, but I still think it's a lot to get into. I'm probably going to skip some stuff. But overall, guys, I think the Venezuelan example is an important one. I think it shows you exactly what we're dealing with here and how powerful it is through the controlled paradigm. Like still completely lockstep blind support. My argument is that the liberal conservative, people that aren't completely lost in it, I think they're not. I think they're seeing it. I really genuinely think people are starting to see through it. And I think this is where we have an opportunity to present them with the fact that there is another, dynamic over here of people that only care about the truth, that, act with integrity and compassion and don't consider political sides when coming to a conclusion about what's going on. And that I don't know why anybody honest wouldn't see that as what we all should strive for. Be a conservative and be whatever you believe you are, and fight for those ideas, the beliefs and things that you think you should believe in. Fight for them, fight to uphold them, fight to initiate them. But don't allow that to influence you to lie about what these things are or what's really going on, or to blindly act in subservience and acquiesce to your government that clearly doesn't care about you because the leaders of that side tell you to. It's just, again, even saying it out loud, I'm like, how does anybody fall for this stuff? But people are seeing it. I believe that. So let's get this next segment in regard to Iran going. And I think this one's important, as all of them really are. Now, this has to do with the conversation. Now, I was going to say, I just remember, I want to start with this. I'm a little bit backwards, really. Normally, I would start with the thing that caused this conversation, which, by the way, I think you've probably already seen, which is the assassination of a Hamas leader and an assassination of people in Lebanon, Hezbollah entities, as well as another person tied to Iran, at least the claim anyway. All of these are complete extrajudicial assassinations that violate international law, violate their airspace, didn't go through the UN. I mean, these are all completely illegal. It doesn't matter how bad you think these people are. That's the reality. And just because the U.S. government does it and people in this country cheer doesn't mean it's not illegal. That's the whole rampant lawlessness kind of dynamic, which has only caused people to act like might is right. Well, we're strong. We can do what we want. You don't think that folds into people's lives? So we're going to start with the conversation about what they're driving through that and the hype about Iran and the idea of World War III and the same fear-mongering, fear-porn kind of idea. And then we'll talk about the actions that lead to this. Okay, so just want you to be clear on the way we're going to go about it. Now, this is from RNC Research. Attorney General Merrick Garland. We believe that the Iranians are attempting to kill or injure Trump. So we believe based on what? Of course, we can't get into that, right? They also floated that before the assassination attempt conversation, right? So the threat was based on nothing. And let's be clear about this, guys. The Iranian government has already been, for a very long time, shown the amount of restraint that you wish you saw from our governments. That's not good. It's not good guy, bad guy. It's just basic reality that they have withheld action in times when everybody else would have reacted because they thought that it would, at least in my opinion, they thought that it would, and to Robert's opinion, would lead to more chaos for their people and the world. So my point is, I don't understand why anybody would think it makes sense for this to happen this way, or that they would come out and then clumsily hire some kid to miss his ear. Like it's such a stupid dynamic. To me, this is obvious, and consider all of it. But to me, my opinion, it's obvious this is them trying to just use this, like with everything else, to just lazily dump Iran over the top because Israel needs that. And there's clearly agendas there that go back a long way. But this is just what he said. I'll play it for you.
Telling us more about the Iranian threat against Mr. Trump and other former U.S. officials.
Our intelligence community has made clear that we believe that the Iranians are attempting to kill or injure former high government officials. This is an ongoing issue. We have ongoing investigations.
You don't think we've seen the end?
I don't think we've seen the end of Iranian plotting, no.
Journalism, guys. You don't think you've seen the end? That's your question? What a bunch of idiots. The bottom line here, guys, what's the substance here? Iran is going to do things. It's based on nothing. Look, let's be clear. They have every reason to do it. Every reason. These people have assassinated any number of people that they believe in, support, not terrorists, scientists. Israel's killed any number of scientists because they claim that they're going to make a bomb, even though now the U.S. government admitted that's not the truth. Even the U.S. government, but also the International Atomic Energy Agency, repeatedly, over and over. And every time Netanyahu talks, he's in bated breath. They're 1 minute away from a bomb. No, they're not. And they're lying. And you've been lying about that for a very long time and driven the U.S. government into wars. It took U.S. lives many times based on these lies. My point, though, is that with Israel, but also the U.S. government, Donald Trump, Soleimani, they have any number of, and based on Israel statements, that's legal. Isn't that called self-defense? Doesn't matter if it's 9 months later, right? Self-defense, according to Israel. But no, they're not doing that. This, to me, is about manufacturing the justification to do what Israel wants. And we'll get to that next about the deployment conversation of the U.S. government, which is 2, 3, 4 tabs away, telling you that we're going to deploy troops to Israel. So much for the ceasefire talks they clearly wanted, right? Here's BX calling out Stu Peters, simply showing you, well, she said, I love the statement just in general. Quit doom scrolling and go touch some grass today, right? Get out of there. Stop looking at your screens. The world's beautiful, right? And if you never had these TV screens, phones, anything else, 9 times out of 10, you wouldn't even recognize there was a problem. Maybe probably 99 times out of 100. Because usually there's not. Not to say there's not war and torture and murder. The point is, in your world, you're living in the, who knows where you are. My point is that you go outside and you don't see all this. Like we said with COVID-19 illusion. If you hadn't had these things in front of you, you would have never had any idea it was even happening, probably because it wasn't. But here is what Stu Peters is posting. And this goes over like a year or so. But take a look at this. And guys, these people are like talking about the People's Voice or Matt Wallace, they're in Loomer. These people are clowns. They're constantly putting out false and unverified information. They're constantly hyping things based on things they want you to think. This is not journalism. This is propaganda. This is reality TV. He says, Egypt is preparing for war. This is World War III after October 7th, October 24th. Well, is Egypt? No, not as far as I can tell. But he got a lot of intention for hyping that, right? Because everybody, people that are kind of stuck in that doom porn loop, they're always at bait. Oh my God, here it goes. Here we go. It's going to happen today. 2023 November. Breaking. The U.S. military just carried out multiple airstrikes against Iran proxies. Welcome to World War III. Every time. April 28th, 2023. World War III is looming and folks are dying suddenly. Oh, you gotta plug his fake documentary that used a lot of misinformation that even the doctors included in the documentary later called out as they were misrepresented for what they said, using images of things that turned out not to be what they said they were, or old video, on and on and on. Don't forget that Died Suddenly documentary with even quotes around it in the title perfectly hid all of the results in search engine results when you were searched for that. Don't forget, when you put a search in Google or anything else in quotes, what it does is it's a specific search. It searches for specifically those words wherever they show up, right? And before they put this out, if you did that search, that's where this came from. It was amazing. It was just like thousands and thousands of of articles died suddenly. My son or this person, the football player, they died suddenly. Then after the documentary came out, all you got was the documentary, which, by the way, is full of misinformation, but also some true things too. My point is, I'm not arguing that people aren't dying suddenly if you know my work, obviously. And that obviously blood clots and heart attacks, it's real because of the injection. It's been proven. My point is, with this kind of stuff, it was designed, in my opinion, or wherever he was used, to hide the larger truth behind something that could be dismissed because it was riddled with misinformation. Again, as even some of the doctors involved later made clear, I was taken out of context right there. Crazy. Here we go. March 16th. Here we go. Want World War III so bad? January. Evidence emerges. NATO's gearing up for a full-scale war against Russia. World War III? Come on, guys. We have to see through this stuff. Now, look, I'll be the first to tell you that I'm worried about where this goes. But my point is, day after day after day after day, World War III, World War III, World War III. That's ridiculous. That's hype. Even if it is possible, it's still hype for clicks. COVID unleashed on the world before the election. 2024. World War III starts before the election. See my point? World War III, World War III. Look, Monday on the Stu Peters show, Iran attacks Israel, World War III imminent. Iran attacks Israel? It's just, usually within these things, this is the point. The idea of what usually they're sharing is about half of what the corporate media narrative is, usually, and then kind of muddled with things that might be true. And usually an agenda that is beneficial to the very thing we're trying to stop. It's everywhere. Now, Syrian Girl points this out about the visit of Netanyahu. Sequence of events. First, the Spectator Index pointed this out on the 24th of July. Now, this is very important, mind you, for the point that the Israeli media was already stating something that was, it just shows you who's actually driving the bus, I would say. So it says, breaking, Israel's Channel 14 reports Netanyahu has received approval from the U.S. for an operation against Hezbollah. So he states at least that he's got approval, whether that's even the truth. Usually it is. Usually something he didn't even want, that U.S. was like, don't tell anybody. And he does it anyway because he doesn't care. And he wants to make us look bad, but also make himself look good. And then what's he do? He goes out and attacks Hezbollah and murders people in Lebanon, kills civilians. I'll show you. It's a terrible picture. So the U.S. gives him approval to do this. Then he goes up and does it. Now the U.S. is saying we're going to deploy troops. Who's that? Who's in charge here? Who's that? What are Americans being put to task to fight for Israel's aggressive war of aggression? It seems that way. She says, sequence of events. Netanyahu gives speech to Congress, met Biden, and then got green light to attack Lebanon. He then slaughtered 12 Syrian children in the Golan Heights, which is what happened, and made the world call them Israeli to use it as a casus belli. So you could argue that it was the Iron Dome misfiring. Either way, they blamed it on Lebanon when it was them. I showed you the video of the Iron Dome firing in the air, arcing back down, exploding and hitting that field. Like, undeniable. They did that. And it was Syrian Druze population. And they called them Israeli and tried to pretend that they cared about them. They kicked them out. They didn't want them there. I'll show you next. He then bombed a residential building in Beirut, killing lots of civilians. He assassinated the prime minister of Gaza inside of Iran. Biden-Harris gave him the green light to do all of this. Now, here is the antiwar.com from the 31st of July. Lloyd Austin pledges the U.S. will defend Israel if it faces attacks. So you see how this works? You give them the green light. You then publicly put it out there that, look, we got your back. If you go start wars, this is what Americans believe? These people are not working for American interests. It says the Israeli drone strike of Beirut and assassination of a Hamas leader in Iran risks a major regional war. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin on Wednesday said the U.S. would defend Israel if it faces attacks in response to these strikes. So the point is you're completely backing the entity that just broke the law. And isn't it, wouldn't, well, I'll hold off on that point because I think it's good to do it in time, but about the self-defense point. Here's what the White House put out on the 1st, yesterday. President Biden spoke today with Netanyahu of Israel. The president reaffirmed his commitment to Israel's security. Again, against everything. Most everyone in the party that he's a part of does not want this, and yet he is locked in. Ask yourself how that makes sense. You think this helps his election if you believe your votes translate? No. I mean, for crying out loud. So he's either being threatened, he's either a Zionist against everything else, or, blackmailed, pressured. I don't know. But there's just no way for a politician, for a member of the government, for anything, for a person in an election, that this would make sense. He says his commitment to their security against all threats from Iran, and then lists off things that aren't Iran. Hamas, which Israel funds, Hezbollah, which is Lebanese group, and the Houthis, who are a Yemeni group, both of which are supported by the majority, by the popular, both Yemen and Lebanon, I'm talking about. Those are groups that are broadly supported by the people. But they don't like them because they push back against Israel, therefore terrorism. Not the genocide we're committing, not the countless acts of violent aggression over the years. That's all, you're racist if you point it out. No. This, when they're defending against those things, that's terrorism. It just kind of blows me away that we're even continuing to have to point these things out. It's because of the paradigm. Then it goes on to say, the president discussed efforts to support Israel's defense against threats. No, not getting into the fact that they keep bombing these groups, right? We're defending, right? Including against ballistic missiles and drones, to include new defensive U.S. military deployments. That's troops, guys. That's troops. That's what they're talking about. So ask yourself, if anybody around you, anywhere, whether supporting Israel or not, it wants to be deployed to fight Israel's war against allies that are entities it's bombing illegally while committing a genocide, I bet you'd find very few people, even people that support Israel, that would want to support that. And let's realize, whether or not you think that's even what's going to happen, it's already happening. As we've been showing you, there's been U.S. boots in the ground, UK boots in the ground, long before October 7th, but very clearly right then and afterward. Yunus Tarawi, Israeli soldiers from Germany, U.S., UK, Ethiopia, Ukraine, fighting in Gaza. There are other countries too. Many of them, by the way, wearing weird Israel prophetic, like Greater Israel patches, or like the Third Temple, or very disgusting things that have to do with overlapping of the Azov movement. Or, I mean, it's crazy how this all intertwines. But ask yourself what this shows you. If it's very clear, which I think it's undeniably clear, that the majority of the world is calling this out, and I'm not even just talking about UN groups or human rights groups or everybody with any standing in any form of international law. I'm talking about the peoples of countries. I'm talking about, in many cases, the countries themselves. It's clearly the majority of the world. But then you've got these countries like the US, like the UK, like Ukraine. Well, I can't speak to the Ukrainian people. It's hard to tell what that means right now. But that these countries, you can prove that the majority of their population do not support what's happening. And yet they're there on the ground. So what I want you to really see here in a larger sense is this is demonstrating the power structures versus the people all around the world. That's what most of this continues to show me, that we're watching a very rapid change in power of just the peoples of these countries and the power structures that have always had you under their thumb. And suddenly, for whatever, any number of reasons, largely because of Israel's belligerent genocide, that it's starting to kind of become unraveled. That's why you've got Burkina Faso going, screw that. We're going to keep our stuff now. It's changing, guys, and we need to lean into this. Because if you don't, they're going to continue doing this. They're going to continue fighting their genocidal wars around the world and make you responsible for it. Now, Marav Zonstein from 972 Magazine points out the obvious. I said this before. All of a sudden, the need for a ceasefire in Gaza has disappeared. That's the statement from the White House. How in the world do you pretend that you're fighting for a ceasefire and then deploy troops? Again, which were already there. It's all about the illusion, but it just shows you that they never even wanted this. Same with the peer, same with all of it, which shouldn't be that hard to sell you on. Now, the War Monitor reports that Biden warned Netanyahu that if he escalates again, he shouldn't count on U.S. to bail him out, according to Axios. I don't believe that. Because the point is, you're literally stating you're deploying people on the ground, and then you put out this public statement like, you better not, or we won't. I don't buy that. That's ridiculous and childish, but it's what he said. My point is, this is about trying to play the game. I think he's almost trying to take a page out of Trump's book right there. You know, by just kind of playing it both ways and hoping who you buy what you want. Bottom line is, it's obvious this is not the reality. Now, here is what Blinken said, and this just goes to show you how much they know you see right through them. As Saul points out, we need to put a stop to the killing, says the arms supplier who refuses to stop supplying arms and enabling the killing. Nobody believes you, Blinken. Don't you this fake show of altruism. You're clearly the one continuing the war. You can't act like you want it to stop.
End to the conflict in Gaza, to produce calm in the north between Israel and Lebanon, and then to work on broader, more enduring peace and security. But it all starts with a ceasefire.
Oh, I see. You know, the ceasefire that they literally just destroyed, or by the way, provably never even wanted, but destroyed by openly deploying troops to help defend Israel. That makes sense. God, what a bunch of disgusting hypocrites. Just wait until we show you some of these just ridiculous Patel clips. I mean, my God. Now here, Abir points this out. I thought this was, well, I want to include this somewhere. Now, what this really is meant to show you, based on what we just showed you, is that the governments involved don't care. They're pretending to be what you want them to be. For example, pretending to sanction people that were murdering children, right? Or the settler groups, but then not really doing it. Or in this case, this guy here, as she puts it, this baby killer was put under American sanctions for organizing the attacks on the humanitarian convoys, right? So it's going to so far as to acknowledge it was happening and try to sanction him. But guess what? Now he's equipped with American new weapons in Gaza and a sniper. See, because they clearly care, right? Fake sanctions, but later, let's arm you to the teeth because you're doing bad things. She says, you know what that means? More dead children in Gaza. This says, remember Shlomo Shreed of Mezzo 9, who was subject to American sanctions and was dismissed from the reserves due to his activity in blocking the trucks? He rejoined in the unit and as a sniper in the Gaza Strip. Right. That's the point. So we don't care that he's a criminal or that he's trying to starve children. Give him a gun. Good times. Here is insider paper. The Biden administration is convinced Iran is going to attack Israel in retaliation for the assassination. Well, according to Israel, that's called self-defense. But here's the crazy part. And it says, where was it? Oh, is it the wrong one? Hold on. Oh, I guess there's one more of these. Sorry, I'll hold off. But there's a point that I'm going to make in a minute. I'll read this all the way. Biden administration is convinced Iran is going to attack Israel in retaliation for the assassination of the Hamas political leader in Tehran. It was in Iran, by the way, earlier this week, and is preparing to carry it out, to counter. So the point is weird. The point is obviously, like, do you know what we've already seen, what Israel and the United States would do? They're doing it. So this idea that somehow their response would be terrorism or unjust or illegal, it's just such a flimsy. I mean, the only people that are going to buy it are people that already buy whatever they sell no matter what. It's sad. But let's get into the conversation of this happening. So here is what Mohammed Shihada points out. Assassinating Hanaya, I believe, or just the Hamas leader, is an empty victory image that reeks of desperation and malevolence. He was a politician, not a militant leader. Israeli media themselves admit his killing will have minimal effect on Hamas operations, but it'll dramatically impact internal power dynamics. So it says he lived in the open and not in hiding like Sinwar. So reaching his head is not an achievement. Why kill him now? Ruin the ceasefire deal. That's the main point, because he is the leader of their side of the negotiations. So this ploy about ceasefires that he points out, well, it's a lie. You don't murder the head of their negotiations while pretending you want a ceasefire. Kills the chances of their Palestinian unity after Beijing summit. Push Hamas to become more hardline. Like they literally are manufacturing what they want from them. He was a pragmatist and had a moderating influence on Sinwar and Hamas's military wing. Now, again, you have to hear this in the context that Hamas or any of these groups are simply not the boogeymen they make them out to be. In no way am I supporting them or calling them the opposite of what they're saying. Let's not forget, Israel funded them to be that entity. That's why this is the reality. It's changed over the years, but the point is clear that they wanted them to play that role. My point overall is that even then, they are not simply this boogeyman terrorist group they try to make them out to be. Either way, what he's talking about is that they just killed the person that was in fact and this is exactly what we're always talking about. The one that you aim at the ones that are making them even, like, you take a group of them and the ones that are the most extreme are the ones you work with. The ones that are more moderate, you get out of the way. That's the example of the entire conversation of what they've funded over the years. They work with the worst of the worst and get rid of, attack, and call the terrorists the ones that are more moderate because they're less willing to just bend the knee to the United States. So they can't work with them. But then these guys over here are willing to take money to do anything. So we'll call them the right leaders and we'll let them do what they want. Fighting terrorism, we call that, right? So there's a few more. Just the point overall I want to get to, I'm just running long, is that, as Kim Iverson points out, just so everyone is clear, Israel killed the Palestinian ceasefire negotiator. This is how serious Israel is about not making a deal that leads to a two-state solution and lasting peace. Yona points this out. The Hamas leader was not just a top Hamas leader, he was the lead negotiator in the ceasefire talks. The assassination is spitting in the face of diplomacy. Israel doesn't want a ceasefire. They want to continue to kill Palestinians. And here's even, I think it's The Guardian, corporate media, he managed the high-stakes negotiations and diplomacy for Hamas, including continuing indirect ceasefire talks. They all knew this, guys. They all knew that. So they literally targeted the guy who's more moderate in the group and was the one leading negotiations. Then they turn around and they praise us for killing a terrorist, which, by the way, no matter what you think of him, was all illegal in every sense of the word. No matter what you think about it, what they did was illegal. Richard Meador says, remember this day when Israelis claim the Arabs rejected diplomacy. Israelis killed the UN peace mediator, Count Bernadette, in 1948. Sound familiar? And now the Hamas leader, the top negotiator, traveling on a diplomatic passport to attend the president's inauguration in Iran, which is where they killed him, inside of Iran. So just like Soleimani, while he was under the cover of diplomatic mission, they murdered him in an Iraqi airport. Now they've got the guy on a diplomatic passport traveling into another country which they don't have legal ability to act in, and murdered him there while killing civilians around which he was around. And this is supposed to be the action people praise? I mean, it's just so shockingly dishonest and just everything we pretend we're fighting. Let's not forget, as Ivan Haaretz pointed out recently, Netanyahu has systematically foiled talks to release the very hostages he claims he's fighting for. Now he kills the lead negotiator. What do you think is going to happen now? Here's what Ben Shapiro had to say, because clearly he cares about these things, right? The last 24 hours, he puts out this really stupid meme with a guy increasingly getting excited, apparently. Israel kills Hezbollah number 2. Or Israel kills Hamas number 1. Israel kills head of IRGC Aerospace Forces, which, by the way, even he points out down here, oh, sorry, that wasn't even confirmed. It could be a lie. Great journalism, bud. Well, as long as it screams in the side of Zionism, it doesn't matter, right? And here's what Kim says. So they can do targeted strikes, but instead choose to carpet bomb Gaza? Wonder why? Yeah, he won't engage with that because he's ridiculous. He doesn't care. There's some other points down here, I thought. But anyway, the point is clear. As long as you get what you want, it doesn't matter. You know, the guy who screams about being correct and right and accurate and legal, right? I guess only when it applies to his interests. And then he says, here's what Nora Erakat says. Now, again, just think about it for a second. Like, these are still human beings. Whatever the dehumanized hype around them has been, these are human beings. And in some cases, there are people that will actively argue that you can, like with Soleimani, guys, I'll be one of those people in this case and prove to you that Soleimani was not the person they said he was. It's actually very easy to prove. So the point is that they went on this campaign to make him out to be some terror monster because Trump wanted to win. And they broke every law imaginable to get it done. So my point is that that person had family and friends and people that revered him. What do you think it does to those people? It cements forever what these government truly is. And quite frankly, I think that should be obvious to the world by now. My point is, in this case, here's Ben Shapiro making fun of her because she's talking about this person in a different light. So it just shows you the kind of lack of humanity that people like Ben Shapiro have when they choose not to care. Because, oh, these people are not human beings, which is what they'll all tell you. Not that Ben would say that publicly, but the reality is obvious. Palestinians don't exist. She says, as if genocide wasn't enough, Israel is outdoing even itself. Assassination in Lebanon without Lebanese consent. It's a crime. Assassination of Hanania, the Hamas leader in Iran without Iranian consent, and massive movement from ground to top of government in upheaval to defend the Israel right to rape. All just today. We already talked about that in a previous show. We might not get to all of it today because we're already running pretty long. But we talked about it. Oh, that's the wrong one. Right here. Israeli soldiers arrested for gang rape protected by leadership. So what she's pointing out is just how over the top this is. Breaking the law, murdering people based on your own personal perceptions of what you claim they're about. It's crazy. So any objective reporter on this would cover it objectively, but not Ben Shapiro, because he's not objective nor a journalist, in my opinion. Sorry, your friends are getting killed for being terrorists. Like, what is the interest of being so ridiculous? Like, again, you're talking about human lives here. This is not some game, Ben, which, again, to him, it probably is. The bottom line is that she is simply expressing that what they did was wrong, because it was, by the way. So Ben is expressing that the law doesn't matter as long as we get what we think is right. Very Israeli of you, Ben. Very Zionist of you. And I said just another day of Ben here openly supporting terrorism while calling everyone else terrorists. Here is what it looks like in the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Just so it's clear, by the way, let's not pretend like this was some attack. Like, the point is they killed a lot of innocent people. And here's Ben making some casual joke about how terrorists were killed. And the bottom line is this killed civilians in a very densely populated civilian area of Beirut. Doesn't that stand out as just especially sociopathic? It should. Now, here's what Israel said. The actual Israel account. The IDF carried out a targeted strike at Beirut. Oh, yeah, real targeted. On the commander responsible for the murder of children in Majd al-Shams. Oh, you mean the 12 Druze Syrian kids that you killed and then blamed on Lebanon? So here's how gross this all is that Ben clearly doesn't care about even pushing into, because he's got his own agenda. That they are using something they did, either deliberately or not, to justify attacking the other side, right? But now goes as far as to assassinate people in their country because of something they created or were responsible for. This is the epitome of evil, guys. For killing numerous additional children, and Israeli civilians. They're not Israeli. They are Syrian. Under every possible dynamic under international law, they're illegally occupying the area. And here's Yoav Gallant saying Hezbollah crossed the red line. Oh, the red line. Apparently, there is no red line unless you lie about something. Scott Ritter says do something about it. The point here is that clearly he's pretending Hezbollah did something when they're the ones that killed those children. Here, by the way, is the community they claim they're trying to support. The Druze, which is what the population is there, in occupied Golan Heights to Netanyahu, quote, "You are using our dead children to show up on TV." You know who else is saying that? Hostage families in Israel. Everywhere. Unless you only look through your lens of U.S. media. The Israeli media is showing them everywhere. They are livid about the fact that he is using their families to act in the United States like he's fighting for them. It's amazing what blind followers of the two-party paradigm can fall into when they pretend like their small bubble is everything in the world. It's disgusting. It's terrifying. Entire countries can get destroyed as long as they high-five for their guy, right? Everywhere. Saul Sanaforth also points this out. BBC journalist asking somebody about the event when they're saying that Israel attacked. He goes, "It's Hezbollah that's been attacking, right?" And then they cut over to actually BBC Verify proving the opposite. It's amazing how that works out. It was probably in their interest to lie for this, or maybe that was them trying to pretend to their audience that they're still, care about the truth. I don't really care why they gave you the truth, but it's also the truth.
Reaction to what happened here.
But the point to show you that their own BBC guy is out there pushing the opposite narrative. So just recognize that they're not, in no way am I suggesting the BBC is informing you correctly in any sense. But the reality is obvious. If you've been paying attention, Israel has been bombing Lebanon for a very long time. They're occupying their territory illegally. Lebanon does not need a legal justification to bomb Israel. That's called legal armed resistance. It's Fort Geneva Convention. They're illegally occupied. Same with Palestine, same with Syria, same with Afghanistan, same with Iraq. They have the legal right to attack their occupier, period. That's international law. So this guy pushes the lie.
My reaction is
not the guy speaking, but the reporter.
To stand in solidarity with our Lebanese citizens, those who fell victims and their families of this savage attack by the Israelis.
Well, Hezbollah has been attacking Israel, right? But it's Hezbollah that's been attacking Israel, right?
There's been over 7,000 such attacks between October and early July. That's according to data gathered by the conflict monitoring group ACLED and analyzed by the BBC. The vast majority of these cross-border attacks were carried out by the Israeli military with a ratio of about 5-1.
Well, look at that. It's funny how the facts matter in right context, right? The point is these are separate things. You won't see that in a segment where they're gaslighting for Israel, but on a different segment in this ridiculous BBC Verify, which that Mariana Spring girl was, They're all ridiculous. That doesn't mean that what they tell you is always false, right? But they have agendas, as we can clearly see. Now, what I find very funny about this, the timing, who knows if it has to do with that one thing or not, but my point is that you have groups like the BBC, or Kamala Harris for that matter, who are lock, stock, and barrel, completely committed to Israel. Take millions in AIPAC money, like just blind followers. BBC is hands down one of the worst, but they barely step out of line, and they say one inconvenient fact for Israel, and you get this. The fake human rights lawyer, Arsen Otrovsky, says more than 200 people from the TV and film industry have called for an urgent investigation into allegations of anti-Jewish racism at the BBC. My God, that just screams desperation. What this is meant to be, in my opinion, is a threat to other media organizations that will go after anybody, but they don't care. They've lost the influence to do this anymore because they're committing genocide. And this was the one I was thinking earlier, insider paper. It says, breaking, Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah may target Israeli Jewish institutions abroad. Statements from Israel. Oh, yeah, that's not self-serving or anything. Why? And see, the idea that in any way is what's actually happening. These groups are just, we hate Jews and we're going to bomb Jewish things. It's just so stupid. Of course it's possible, but it's not the reality. Whether by their statements, their actions, their history, it's just not true. Even Hamas's own charter has been changed. It talks about Zionism. The bottom line is that even remove Israel from the conversation. Iran, in particular, has shown themselves to not just be like the U.S. government or Israel, where they're just blindly going after with aggression, right? Oh, you did this? We'll have to respond in kind. No, they almost, same with Russia. Well, routine, that's not good or bad. It's not good guy, bad guy. It's just the reality have shown restraint when others would have acted. So in this case, the idea that Iran would not doing stuff, all this would just suddenly start bombing Jewish organizations because of what they did. No, if they're going to do anything, they're going to attack Israel, which, by the way, would be a justified response based on everything they've been saying up until now. But I think it's blatant that they really want to sell you on the anti-Jewish narrative before something actually happens. And I'm right now going to tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if we suddenly started to see false flags pop off to blame this on Iran. Mark my words. If you don't see evidence proving this connection, I would not take the stuff at face value. Iran's mission to the United Nations puts this out, saying the response to an assassination will indeed be special operations, harder and intended to instill deep regret in the perpetrator. That's interesting, right? Because the point to me, this comes across as, calculated, which is almost always how they respond, but stating that it's going to be serious. Now, Adam poses an excellent question, which we should all be asking right now. Does Iran have the right to assassinate Netanyahu? It's a good question, right? It's a very, very important question for right now. Sure, most of the people out there, no, you can't, that's a good crime. Okay, well, if it's a crime, then why is it not a crime for the same thing to happen in reverse? Because he's a terrorist. Is that really what? Is it that simple to manipulate you if you're saying that? Like, think about this for a second. For crying out loud, if you're a Republican right now nodding, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Do you not realize that they just got done calling you a terrorist because you wore a red hat? It's not just the Democrats, guys. There's government agendas here. The reality is that just because they name somebody something, can't we piece through that is not always as simple as therefore they are what they said? And even if you think that they're just as bad as they said, the point is that we're talking about legalities here. And the law does not state that if you commit X, Y, and Z crimes, that somehow this now changes. No, you have the international law rights for any country. You've got the personal human rights, whether or not you're a criminal. So by logic right now, because of the way they acted, that means they're stating that the reverse is just as likely. Like, also think about it like this, because for this point, it's obvious. Does Iran have that right? Obviously, if Israel's doing the same. But ask yourself this, if Netanyahu or the Israeli government is claiming, which they clearly are, that they have the right to bomb another country without their authority because they decide somebody's a bad person or a terrorist, let me ask you a question. Let's just pretend that Netanyahu decided the Hamas leader was in Florida, right? Living right next to Ron. Let's just say he's living right next door to Donald Trump. Would that then mean that Netanyahu has the authority to bomb that person and kill civilians? Let's just say he kills 10 Americans who just happen to be around him. Now, let's be clear about this. Based on everything you're pushing about Gaza and Palestinians, that would be legal. It's not. Just like it's not legal to kill 400 innocent people to go after one Hamas member. The only reason it might be different to you is because one type of person has less value to you. Suddenly you think Americans are more important than somebody overseas, as Iranians or anybody else. Why would that be? They're all human beings. Maybe you should reflect on that. The point to me is that if you think that he has the right to bomb a country overseas because he claims the bad guy's there, that means he has the right to bomb anywhere in the United States if he decides somebody's there, whether it kills Americans or not. That should scare the hell out of you, realizing that your government is okay with that. Make sure you think about that for a minute. Now, does Iran have the right to kill Netanyahu based on what they're doing? That seems to be the case. I argue neither of them should, but they're building a world where this is something that happens. Now, here is how Patel clumsily tries to not answer this question, but essentially admits that Israel always has the right to defend itself. Iran never does.
To understand clearly, you're saying that if Iran responds, the U.S. will be there to defend Israel, correct?
What I'm saying is that our commitment to Israel's security is ironclad, and of course, part of that includes the defense of Israel when it faces threats from malign actors like the Iranian regime. That should be no surprise to you, Saeed.
So as long as you call it a malign actor, apparently nothing else matters, right? That doesn't remove the law. That's not how it works. But see, it's the same old lazy answer to say that, well, we stand with Israel and anything happens to them is because terrorism and bad guy. And that means we can do whatever we want. But Saeed follows up perfectly.
So you often speak of the rights of every nation to defend itself. Do you acknowledge that this was an Israeli aggression against Iran?
I don't have any information for you, Said, on this incident or possible reactions, and certainly don't have any thing to offer as it relates to attribution, and would let the Israelis speak to any operation of theirs that they may be undertaking. I don't have a perspective to offer.
What a meek, feeble, small coward. Really, these people deserve your ridicule. This is a petty, small person. Right? I hope he suffers every night dealing with the lies he's selling. Probably doesn't. He's probably a sociopath, but I hope he does. I hope he sits up late at night hating himself for the fact that he is literally gaslighting for a genocide and hiding terrorism in a very clumsy and terribly ridiculous way. I'm not going to get into specifics about the exact reason you're there. Right? Just pushing away every single, it's, somebody should literally make a joke about this and make like a skit or a video compilation where every single answer for 9 months has been, we'll raise the issue. We'll let them, basically, we'll let Israel speak to that. We'll follow up later, and just nonsensical, meaningless, repetitive responses that amount to nothing. Which, by the way, is kind of always the case, but it has been put under a spotlight because of this.
That the whole world
any operation of theirs that they may be undertaking. I don't have a perspective to offer.
It seems that the whole world acknowledges that this was an Israeli aggression on the capital of Iran. But
which, by the way, they've essentially claimed. So to be clear, like they just play this game like we don't know when they know they do.
Suppose when you develop the proper information to say that Israel was behind this aggression on the Iranian capital, it is within Iran's right to defend itself.
I'm not going to speculate.
I'm not going to speculate about the possibility. Same thing every time.
On this, Saeed, I don't have an update or an assessment to offer for you as it relates to attribution. And so I will just leave it at that.
Okay. In principle, as a sovereign nation, does Iran have the right to defend itself?
Saeed,
wow.
It's a simple question. Does Iran, as a sovereign nation, as any other nation, does it have the right to defend itself?
Iran.
Well put. Now, here's the point. Obviously, if you're going to be logically consistent, then yes, of course, any country anywhere has the right to defend itself, right? But, you could always put it, well, if like, for instance, Israel's example, if you're going to be honest about it, well, if you're an occupier, in this case, you actually don't have that right. But in a general premise, yes, every country has the right to defend itself, but there are certain caveats that would change that. Like, that would be an honest answer, right? Because there are certain situations where somebody would find themselves where they technically don't, like Israel's, where they quite literally do not have the right to defense when they're the occupier. And that's why they try to hide all of this. That's been stated by international entities, international law entities, and United Nations. It's the reality. But the way he answers this is so ridiculously embarrassing, which is that, well, because we decide they're a bad guy, they just don't have that right. That's all it comes down to. That's why they spend so much time trying to convince you that it's not a country, it's a state, it's a terrorism hub. You know, despite the fact that they're telling you ISIS is the leading terrorism, entity forever, and yet ISIS just declared war on Hamas and attacks Iran, because that all lines up, right? Obviously, we're staring at the leading state sponsors of terrorism, and they're the ones trying to wage war against Iran.
Iran is a regime that time and time again, since 1979, has been the...
Well, just so you hear, just want you to hear it again.
Any other nation, does it have the right to defend itself?
Iran is a regime that time and time again, since 1979, has been the largest and greatest exporter of terrorism, not just...
It's just such a blatantly ridiculous lie. Based on zero metric, that is a statement they've made forever. Like literally, you can compare something like Saudi Arabia, which was like the foundation for Wahhabism, that is what they've built in this world that they pretend they're fighting of terrorism. They've created that. They fund Hamas. They are the ones doing and seeding all of these problems. And even if you want to pretend Iran is doing some of the same, if you really pretend that Israel, the United States, or Saudi Arabia, or any number of countries they work with are not visibly, provably by metrics doing more, you're lying to yourself. You're blindly following the agenda that allows them to murder people in your name. At the very least, care that you prove these things and don't buy some chubby little kid's narrative that has no idea what he's talking about.
In the Middle East, but broadly, and it has a clear track record of not just suppressing its own people, but also funding, promoting, encouraging malign, destabilizing actions.
You mean like the moderate rebels or the Azov movement? No, he's talking about popular resistance groups that are currently fighting against regime or genocide. But in their spare time, they go commit terrorism, though, just in case you were confused. Not the constant nonstop terrorism we're talking about from U.S. sanctions and U.S. attacks and invasion and occupation, murder, rape, and pillaging and burning people alive all over East Bank, West Bank from Israel. No, not that stuff. Just when they fight back against that stuff. Terrorism.
Across the region. And our opinion and point of view on the Iranian regime is quite clear, and we will not hesitate to not just stand with our allies and partners when it comes to defending against threats from Iran, but also taking appropriate action from the United States as it stands.
So you're saying that the nature of the Iranian regime strips it of the right to defend itself and to defend
Side, I just don't have any assessment to offer on this.
No, you just said that.
I don't have any assessment to offer on this incident. I don't have any assessment on attribution.
I know I don't have assessment. I have assessment. She's trying to talk over him. He said that 4 times. I don't have assessment on this. He's not asking for your assessment. He's simply acknowledging that what you just said was that you claim that because of the nature of their government, they are removed of the right to defend themselves. That's literally what he just outlined in a very long form answer. He doesn't want to engage with that, though, because he's not supposed to say that. They're lying. These are bad people. Jonathan Cook says, U.S. State Department spokesperson, Israel has an ironclad right to defend itself from Iranian aggression. Same person. Iran has no right to defend itself from Israeli aggression. There you have it. U.S. foreign policy in a nutshell. How embarrassing. Now, Iranian International English and other platforms in Iranian media have been highlighting, pointing out where this seems to be going. This is from today. It says, and this could be nothing. It could be them hyping something. It doesn't happen. It's media just like anywhere else. But it says, in coming hours, this was 2 p.m. today, the world will witness extraordinary scenes and very important developments. An Iranian state TV anchor says on live TV program focused on Tehran's retaliation against Israel over the assassination of Hamas leader in Tehran. So it's simply saying that it seems that something is building. Now I was going to get to some updates here. Make sure I'm checking to see if Robert reached out to me again. I've got one thing I want to share here in a second. Vanessa Bealey says this an hour later after that today. Zionist airspace is a ghost town. And what's interesting, by the way, there's videos showing Tel Aviv, the streets, empty. People are hiding in their homes because, and think about this, they're human shields right now. And they seem to know it. That's why Israel, their intelligence, it's all right in the center of all their deep, most populated civilian areas. Israeli media has written articles over the years about that. Are we human shields? Are we it's not? That's clearly published in Israeli media. The point is that now you see them all not out because they know this might be coming. And if you pretend that's anybody's fault other than Israel that took illegal action against somebody, it's just you're trying not to see the reality. Well, she says, Zionist airspace a ghost town. Meanwhile, Iranian media has just begun broadcasting the Iran-Iraq war anthem in reference to the state of alert Iran is witnessing. Israel in the resistance crosshairs. Now, there's a video I'm going to play here that just simply shows an attack. Now, as of Robert reported to me just before I went live, Israel's already bombing. Israel apparently just attacked Lebanon and Syria border areas, which they just, by the way, is not new. That's been going on long before October 7th, all illegal every time, whether they bomb in Syrian areas claiming to hit Iran or in Iraq, by the way, which has happened many times as well. All of these are illegal every single time, and the U.S. government doesn't care because they're all illegal. These are all illegal entities in every way, occupying multiple countries illegally, stealing resources, doing all sorts of worse things that we don't even get into right now. This is just one other example of what's been happening. And you wonder what this is meant to accomplish right now. Just showing you the aftermath of this recent bombing. Just a quick video. You're going to hear more about this coming out. I guarantee it, possibly right now online. But just as always, because of people like Robert, TLAV is usually ahead of the curve. Now, last couple points here, and we will be covering this more. Like, I really genuinely hope this does not spin out into something much larger, which, by the way, is exactly what Israel wants. And it's not my opinion. Both Ben-Gvir and Smotrich have publicly said they want a multi-front war. They want a regional war. They want to drive the U.S. into this war. They've said this publicly. Sort of like every other thing they claim is false, they've all publicly said many times. But just recognize that. As an American, recognize what you're being driven to, whatever side you're on, by a government that does not care even about you or your government. They've publicly said many times how they can get away with manipulating the Biden, Trump regime, whatever, the U.S. government, to do what they want at your expense. Caitlin writes, in the last few days, Israel has assassinated leaders in multiple neighboring countries, assassinated multiple journalists, which I'll show you next, deliberately destroyed a water facility in Gaza during a polio epidemic, not by accident, and had riots defending the right of IDF soldiers to rape Palestinian prisoners. That's another day in Israel. Arsen Atrovsky. I'll ask you skip this and make a point, but I'm going past 4 hours already. His point is simply try to make you act like he's trying to say, if you care more about these two being killed, which first of all, it doesn't matter whether you think that they're bad guys or not. It's still a crime that has to matter to anybody who pretends they care about international law. Maybe you don't. Then own that. They sure do. They pretend they do and then don't care about it. But the point is, you care about them being killed more than their mass murder, rape, abduction, all the atrocity propaganda they pushed out over the years after October 7th included. That's all they got. Narrative, except we murdered him illegally, but narrative. Board Bebo. Facebook has removed the Malaysian Prime Minister's post because he put up condolences for the leader of Hamas. Now, look, I get all the narrative they spun around this too. Same point. Regardless of what you think, and I promise you what you think, if you're listening to what they're saying, it's not true in most ways. But my point is that this is still a human being. And like with every other circumstance, again, it doesn't matter what we're talking about. Even remember, Osama bin Laden was the warrior of peace, the Washington Post called him, before he became the big boogeyman. Most of these people are used in some way. I'm not defending any of them. I think all these people have been involved in some of the worst things we can talk about. But who's behind that? Israel was funding them. The U.S. government was gaslighting all of it. Guys, that's what we have to think about. No, regardless of any of that, the Malaysian Prime Minister posted condolences. And Facebook took it down. They took down his post because how is that even possible? That you're not allowed to say, I'm sorry that happened to him? How do you see that as anything but very aggressive real-time narrative management? And he wrote saying, stop this display of cowardice and stop acting as the apparatus of the oppressive Zionist Israeli regime. Guys, we got to start seeing the outlines here. It's everywhere. Now, let me see what I'm going to finish with here. Basically, I'll save this for the next show. It's very messed up, guys. If you haven't seen this story, I really recommend you get into it. the main point to make again is weird how it hasn't been really focused on, because most of what you get is this one shot of this question. Now, realize this just happened on the 29th, where they were in the Knesset, an emergency meeting, where they were openly asking, is this okay? And this person says, is it okay to insert a stick in a person's rectum? Is that legitimate? That's been posted everywhere. People going, they're debating. The better part to show is this one, where this guy literally responds and says, shut up. Yes. If he is a Nakba, so a terrorist, they're trying to say, using the word that means catastrophe that represents the Israeli, the genocide, part one, Nakba part two, and then the one we're dealing with today. The point is that if he is a Palestinian, he says everything is legitimate to do. Now, look, let's just say you think they're the worst terrorists in the world. Just like with Guantanamo, we should learn that that's the idea. It's the same point. Humans have rights. It doesn't matter what they've done or you think they've done. That makes you just as bad. We're supposed to pretend that we're the ones upholding the better world. But then when you send them to Guantanamo and do all these terrible things, most of which later turn out to not actually be who we were told they were, that should matter to you. The fact that they're debating openly about raping people and that they're going, yes, it's okay. That should terrify you, especially since your government blindly supports them and are about to deploy troops publicly to help defend them against somebody trying to fight for their freedom. It's disgusting. And yes, lawmakers are justifying rape of Palestinian prisoners. And we go over, there's a bunch to go through. I'll go over it soon. It's an update. And the point that we just briefly talked about before, two things have been argued. One, and this is in the Times of Israel, arguing that this was their defending themselves. That the raping of these prisoners was them defending themselves. Really let that flavor the conversation of what it means to defend themselves anywhere else. Also, one of the people in that Knesset meeting actually floated the idea that maybe they raped themselves. Same as always. Take whatever narrative you like, any one of them. Which one works for you? That they did it to themselves. We did it in self-defense. It didn't happen at all. All three of them floated in the same meeting because that's what the Israeli government does. Just like your government, pretty much anywhere. This was just the American Jewish Committee going, we praise them for their investigation that pretty much promoted the idea of rape, or this guy online actually publicly defending the idea that it's okay to rape them as long as they're not Jewish. This is an Israeli highlighting the fact that he feels embarrassed for believing their own government, even though all the evidence showed they were raping and torturing them. And these are people on the record saying that they were tortured with things being jammed in their anus. Here's an Israeli hostage that came home that discusses how they were treated nice, allowed to shop, talked about politics, made pizza. I'll come back to these points. Here's just, and this was the main point to wrap this up quickly. They've now released all the 9 prisoners. All the ones that were arrested for the gang rape have been released. Why? Because that's what the Israeli population wanted. The ones that protested anyway. And here is one of the guys that was involved in the rapes, quickly released. And he stated that officers applauded him for his actions, implying that he was only arrested for doing their work. He said he described the arrest as a sham. It says, quote, you feel they want to thank you. There were days when they applauded us. Very real. Easy to look up, guys. It's all over the place. Now, the Cradle reports that the Palestinian that went to the hospital after being gang raped by these people that are now being applauded by the military, they're reporting that they were returned to the prison camp, which is just absolutely horrifying. So he gets raped into the hospital and then gets put back in the same prison after the people that raped him get released and applauded for it. But just to be clear, and look, I'm going to go ahead and I would always kind of, based on what's being broadly reported online versus the Cradle's investigation, I would lean with the Cradle. My point in saying that is Warfare Analysis reporting that the person who was raped in the prison actually died. Now, that it could be an inconsistent reporting point. It could be that, like I earlier heard, that there was more than one. I'll come back to it. But my point is I would lean towards what the Cradle's reporting. They do great work. A breakdown of an older story showing you multiple testimonies of women being raped by Israeli soldiers. An old paper from 9 years ago, sexual torture of Palestinian men by Israeli authorities. Yeah, October 7th started it all. Now, just quickly to end, Ryan Rusbiani points out 165 journalists in 300 days. 165 journalists have been killed in Gaza in 300 days, murdered. Many of them not Palestinian journalists, by the way. A Reuters journalist was killed in Lebanon in the first week as they bombed from Israel. I covered it then. Took Reuters a week and a plus to even acknowledge it. The U.S. government never said a word. And this, he points out the overlap. Most journalists killed in war. Gaza genocide, 9 months, 165. All of World War II, 6 years, 69. All of Vietnam, 20 years, 63. Look at that. They're beating records all over the place. Just not for being the most moral or caring about the law or human life. But sure, breaking records for genocide and murdering journalists and bombing health workers and human aid. Here's the one that just happened. Censor Man points this out about a journalist that was targeted. They blew his head off in this car. This is just adding to the list. Here is what the U.S. government said about it. And this is Saeed calling this out. Just so you know, they were acknowledged as journalists and ordered to move, and then they bombed them. This is the kind of stuff your government is blindly supporting. And Patel is just gaslighting the world about. This is the kind of cowardice that we need to call out.
So in the same thing, journalists should not be punished for what they do anywhere in the world.
That is absolutely true, Said.
But we have seen yesterday is a premeditated crime to kill a journalist for doing their job. They were right there in the front of Ismail Haniya's home just to show the destroyed home from our colleague from Al Jazeera.
Which is what they don't like. Al Jazeera, first of all, but also that it's a person from Al Jazeera. That's the home we're talking about. That's why they're targeting these people and their families. But they were there to show that the house has been destroyed. They don't want that getting out. And this is what they do.
Ismail Gould and his cameraman Rami. And they were told by the Israelis to leave the scene. They did. They got in their car and they moved. And then they were bombed.
They were told to leave. They knew they were there. They're watching them the whole way. They drive away and they bomb them as they're driving. That's the reality. Other journalists have testified to this. The point is that they don't care. Think about this response after that.
That is summary execution, isn't it?
Said, I spoke to this a little bit yesterday, and the good news that we have relating to these American citizens who have returned, who will be returning to the United States. I don't have an update on this other situation for you beyond that.
So why did you mention good news about other Americans? Because he's trying to hide this point.
Let me just say, because you've asked the question, the reports that you mentioned yesterday as well, we've seen those reports. We're tracking the details. We continue to engage with our partners in Israel about any additional information.
So you've raised the issue. Good to know.
But beyond that, when we have talked about journalists who have been killed in Gaza, this is something that the Secretary has spoken to a great deal.
Yeah, I love this part. We've said it a lot. And they've killed hundreds. Well, 165 on the record. But realize this. So we say it all the time. We say, well, they need to not do this, right? You heard us. We say it all the time. What does that mean to the world? From day one to now, post October 7th, they've raised the issue. They say, you heard me, Saeed. I say it every time. Okay, what does that matter if they then just continue murdering journalists? These people really need to be held accountable for what they're doing. And it's a very special kind of evil in all this.
We have time and time again offered not just our condolences to Palestinian journalists killed in Gaza, but we have attempted to make clear just how vital the work of journalism has been.
Think about saying that. So you don't care about stopping Israel from blatantly murdering them, but we think what you do is important, guys. Good job. Like, you're patronizing the people that they murdered. I think this was just by accident. I think he's caught in what he's saying, but my God.
to showcase the ongoing dire conditions in the Gaza Strip and how key certain outlets and certain media organizations, including Al Jazeera, have been to that line of effort.
Yeah, until Israel kicked them out and said they weren't allowed there anymore, but you didn't talk about that.
And that's something we will continue to not just say publicly, but we will raise privately.
We'll raise the issue and we'll say it. We don't think that should happen. Anything else?
Partners in the region will continue to stress with our partners in Israel as well.
Oh, so raise the issue, but we'll stress the issue. Got it. Very different, man. So nothing then. We'll just say the same things every time and they'll kill more and we'll say we raised the issue and we told you, heard me, we said it last time. We don't think this is okay. But here's all the weapons you need. Here's the troops on the ground. Here's the blind gaslighting to support your genocide, but we'll raise the issue.
Now, there are also dozens of Palestinian journalists who are currently detained by Israel. Overwhelmingly, they're not charged with anything. They're held under administrative detention and so on. Do you call on the Israeli government to either charge those journalists that are being held under administrative detention or let go?
Look, Saeed, we've been clear and consistent that Israel needs to treat all detainees humanely.
We've said it every day. We say it all the time. We don't do anything about it. We don't care, really. We'll arm them every day, but we've said it out loud.
With dignity and in accordance with international law. And
I guess the question is, at what point, obviously, does this become something that matters, right? Does it not show you that they don't care what you think, or does it show us that you secretly tell them it doesn't matter? Either way you look at it, at some point you have to go, this is obviously ridiculous. This dog and pony show where we just act like you're saying this and we'll raise the issue and we'll talk, that you just keep letting it happen and then arm them for it. I mean, guys, that's my point. There's something especially criminal about this because you have to realize that they could stop this if they stopped arming them.
The detainees' human rights must be respected. Beyond that, I'm just not, I don't have specifics as it relates to these specific cases to speak to.
But certainly you urge the Israelis to release those who are not charged with anything if they don't charge them.
I'm not going to speak to specific cases and the...
He didn't ask you about specific cases. He asked you in a general sense if that's the case, and you damn well know that. Gosh, I genuinely hate these people. Talk is cheap when you know that the journalists are being systematically and intentionally targeted, and all you offer are your condolences, Leanna says. I agree. Disgusting people. I really hope they can't sleep at night, but sadly, I think that they do. Now here, I'll play this next time, but it's just a sad video of one of these journalists speaking about how they do everything they can. They do what they're supposed to, and they still get murdered, and they know they're being targeted, and the world doesn't care. It's got to be pretty tough. Here's the journalist that was killed. Francesca Albanese is calling it out. She's doing a great job in regard to calling the stuff out in general. And here's what Dan Cohen says. The guy who pretends to protect free speech and the guy who murders journalists. Elon Musk is a fraud. Just let you understand what this really means. Now, this is an even worse one. Same with Patel. And it just shows you how little they care about this stuff. This is about Heinrich Job. And I think it's Thacker here has been doing a great job following up with this like every other week, and he has the same stupid response every time. They'll never get an answer. You know why? Because Israel's already said they're done with this a long time ago. He's pretending that it's ongoing because he doesn't have an answer. Which, because if this got to a point to where you had to say nothing has happened, even though we know as a matter of fact that the girl he's talking about in the car was shot, what was it, 150 times? They murdered this child because she's a Palestinian after they killed her family and then killed the people, the ambulance people coming to help her as well. And so the fact is it's gone on all this time and they've concluded it's over. So he wants you to think it's still ongoing because if you have to end it, that means either that there's going to be a charge as we expect or that they would claim nothing happened, which nobody will buy. They're hoping you forget about it. I hope he never stops asking this question.
Good follow-up here. It's been 184 days now since Israeli forces killed Hindujab, her family and medics sent to save her. Last month, when myself and other colleagues asked about the investigation into this, the department said Israel said that they're still investigating, and that Israel also said that the UN and Red Crescent did not respond to outreach.
As far as I know, that they're not investigating this, according to themselves. Like this, they're past this. And I forget if he makes a point about that or not, but I think this is important because overall, it shows you how obviously they're caught lying.
The UN and Red Crescent did not respond to outreach from the Israeli government. I reached out to the Red Crescent and they said that no, the Israeli government did not reach out. So Has the Biden-Harris administration followed up on this alleged lie by the Israeli government, or sought to confirm any of Israel's claims on the half-year-old killing now of this girl and her family?
So we are in touch with our partners in Israel around the clock on a variety of issues. I don't have any specifics.
I mean, it's just the same stupid answer. It's like verbatim the same answer almost every time.
Read out as it relates to this conversation. I'm happy to check if there have been any additional updates, but to my understanding, this investigation is still ongoing, and I will leave it to them to speak to the details of it.
So I had reached out to the Israeli government as well, and while I was reaching out to the Red Crescent, they said they would get back to me with an answer, and that they did not after we reported the Red Crescent said that the Israeli
Well, it's really, I'm not a
I'm just wondering.
What he's basically saying there is they lied about that. They lied about the Red Crescent. They lied about all of it.
And for the responsiveness of another foreign
given that, this government gives them billions of dollars in aid, I imagine that such claims would want to be fact-checked.
So,
yeah. I love how he's trying to keep a straight face with this, right? So you give them all this money. Maybe you'd care whether this turns out to be true or not, right? But his point is they blindly repeated the Red Crescent claim. Wasn't true. Red Crescent told him that's not what happened. So the U.S. government just laundering Israeli lies, which shouldn't surprise anybody here. But I love that he called him out for it.
We will continue to engage with our partners in Israel.
They'll engage. They'll continue to raise the issue. Don't worry.
For additional information, we ask questions when we see incidents unfold, and we'll continue to do that. As it relates to this incident, I'm not aware of any updates. I believe this investigation is ongoing.
Okay.
It just makes you want to grab him. It's just like, it kills me. Because it's just so, it's like everybody in that room knows exactly what is going on. It just kills me. Now, to rapidly finish here, I just want to point out some of the things that are being shown to show you what we're really dealing with in a general sense. If you're not following Yunus Sharawi, I mean, this is mostly what it seems to do, and it's just nonstop. The Israeli IDF are literally I've never seen this much content daily posting videos of themselves committing war crimes. I mean, like objective war crimes, no matter what the context. Here, it says it's Israeli soldiers literally holding a canister of gasoline, walking around and dumping it all over these people's homes and their belongings, that they were forced out of under claims of Hamas, which don't seem to be there. And he says, we have here a little petrol on the bed, on the closet. Give me a small touch on the stove. Here, I'm lighting it. Israeli soldiers pouring fuel over Palestinian buildings before burning it down last night. This is what you're supporting if you support what they're doing. This is genocide and ethnic cleansing. Another one, Israeli soldier posts on his own platform. Anything less than wiping out of Gaza and the extermination of all Palestinians is unacceptable. What was that again about only fighting Hamas? Yeah, that's right. None of them actually seem to believe that on the ground. I wonder why. This is one of their oldest churches in Palestine, the Church of St. Porifus, or Porifus, maybe in the old city. It was not spared from the Israeli occupation attacks. Luckily, the bomb that fell into it didn't explode. But the point is, guys, they're bombing everything. They're bombing regardless of whether it's a Hamas. Quite frankly, I have no doubt that there are tunnels in Hamas locations, but because I get to see any of them proven, I'm doubting whether it even exists. I mean, it's like it's gotten so ridiculous how little they show based on all the lies they're putting out. BM points this out, and we've talked about this before. What you're going to see is this truck driving down the street at night, spraying the houses with what they call skunk water. And my God, if you know what they're done, like their tear gas has been shown to kill people. Their tear gas has put people in paralysis and give them seizures, and some people have literally died. So guess what? It's not tear gas. We're experimenting with chemical weapons and whatever else they're using, and that has been proven in the past on Palestinians because no one seems to care about what they do over there. This is another example. As BM, who is an Israeli Jew who lives in Israel, says, most of you are probably not familiar with the smell, but it's pretty much the stinkiest stench he's ever experienced, and it doesn't come off. It is meant to be a tool for dispersing riots, but Israeli security forces like to spray it on Palestinian homes, balconies, cars, etc., just to humiliate and make the Palestinians' lives miserable. Because anybody honest will tell you that's what they're doing. They tend to do it as a collective punishment to a village, a neighborhood that misbehaved, for example, protested against Israeli occupation. God, if you just had one thing to sum up, if this was the case and then they went on murder and rape them all, that would be a good one-stop equivalent of what's been going on. But my God, the reality of the fact that they're just doing this because you're Palestinians. And stuff, by the way, my point in saying at the start is like, God only knows what's actually in this. Now that will bring me to the point. Well, I'll play this at the end. This will bring me to the point about what's going on in health. BM also points this out, and this is coming from the WHO's information, and this is what you're showing. This is the a reporter for Haaretz reporting what the WHO is putting out, and it says 100,000 cases. Excuse me, 1 million cases. 1 million cases of acute respiratory infections. Guys, it seems like they're causing what they're going to tell you is the next pandemic here, whether it's a lie or not. They're manufacturing. Like, think about like this. Think of the response they waged for the lie about what was happening around COVID-19, right? The lie, or even the forced injections in regard to coercion and EUA around things that are barely happening, emergency declarations for monkeypox, right? 1 million cases of a respiratory infection and nobody even talks about it. Let that sink in. They don't care about any of this. They care about using it against you. And right now you're watching this be used against Palestinians until suddenly they want to use it against you in a worldwide sense. Then all of a sudden, oh my God, look at how gross the Palestinians are. They're causing disease. Watch that happen. Obviously, that's Israelis doing it to them. The point is, after 1 million respiratory cases, 577,000 cases of acute diarrhea. Think about that. With no real working plumbing and toilet systems. I mean, oh my God. These people are living in the worst thing I could possibly imagine. And then you might get bombed and killed and raped and stolen from on top of it. 107,000 acute cases of jaundice, 12,000 cases of bloody diarrhea, 103,385 cases of scabies, 65,386 cases of skin rashes, 11,000 cases of chickenpox, hundreds of cases of mumps and meningitis, and a strong suspicion of a polio outbreak. And what, as Robert wrote for you, they're deliberately causing the spread of infectious disease in Gaza. And the point is that it's public. He's already stated. I can find it real quick. Is it right there? Well, I don't want to, I can't find it. The point is that it's more than once they publicly stated, and Robert covers it in this article, that they said, well, this will only help us expedite our agenda. Paraphrasing. So I argue that it's being done deliberately. But either way, they're allowing it with their action because it helps them. And this is what they're doing. There's just no word for how evil this all is. Japan, a U.S. ally, now bans Israel from attending the annual ceremony marking the atomic bombing, which is a weird thing to do anyway. But my point is that even U.S. allies, countries the world around, are beginning to see that you just can't stand by this anymore, no matter what. Here is what the state of Palestine said at the UN, which everybody needs to hear. And there's more evidence of this than anything I've even talked about today.
Mr. President, violence and terror are clearly Israel's main and only currency. Not international law, not diplomacy, not mediation, not respect for human life. There is no red line for Israel, no law it will not breach, no norm it will not trample, no act too depraved or barbaric for its occupying army and settler militias, and no child, woman, or man off limits, even babies considered legitimate targets.
As they've said.
The Israeli Prime Minister and his coalition of government extremists and military commanders believe there will never be a cost for their crimes. They believe they can literally get away with murder, get away with genocide against the Palestinian people. They believe it because it has been possible until now. No resolution, no ICJ order, no ceasefire calls have been respected. No demand for protection of civilians and humanitarian access has been heeded, and still no consequences whatsoever for Israel. This has gone on even as the Palestinian people have tragically live-streamed the genocide for all the world to see, believing that somehow the world would act to save the over 2 million human lives endangered in Gaza. Every plea for help, including in this council, has been made in the belief that the world would act in respect of the rule of law, our shared moral obligations, and our collective humanity. Yet this gruesome aggression continues, surpassing 40,000 Palestinians killed, the majority women and children, over 91,000 injured in attacks by Israeli occupying forces, nearly the entirety of Gaza's population uprooted, and the decimation of the Gaza Strip and trauma of the entire population.
My God. It's just so, I just can't even understand how that cannot be the most, how is it possible that this is not seen by everybody? And I mean, maybe it is. I mean, what this shows you is your governments don't care, right? I mean, this is what's being allowed right now. And the obvious problem here is that they are being allowed to continue this genocide. Your governments are arming and supporting and acting like in some cases they care, right? I mean, think about this. You're sitting at the United Nations, and I don't think any of these institutions at their core level actually care about this stuff. Maybe individuals involved in it, individual entities that are part of their countries do, but I just don't have faith in these institutions. But the point is that even that statement, like even the way that the media is responding to Israel now, showing you some truth, I argue it's not because they care. It's self-interest. And in the same way, you can argue that you're going to start to see people in this body who they're like, look, they covet the power that they have. Now, suddenly you're going to start to see that they go, well, we can't just continue to let them destroy all of this, even though they're a major part of that lie. At some point, they just go, well, they're not worth it anymore. We'll take all of the attacks from Israel, the claims of anti-Semitism, which they already do anyway, in order to force that back in, which doesn't mean good. Like, I'll play this last video is what I think this means. As we've all predicted, blaming it on Netanyahu and acting like that was the only problem, and that's what I expect. But recognize what she's listing off there is the reality that they've been putting this in front of the world. Where's the action? Where's the response to the fact that they don't even, the orders coming down from the international courts, and they still saying they don't care? All the groups giving lip service to caring about all these things, and they just blind themselves to it. Not only that, they fund the continuing genocide. So at some point, there will be a breaking point. Even people being blackmailed and threatened, or something's going to happen where they just can't maintain it anymore. And my argument is it'll be a way that they will try to maintain the control structure, and we need to fight to make something new. Not a greater reset, right? Not a great reset, but as Derek would talk about it, a greater concept, a greater reset in the way of natural directions. If you haven't looked up the greater reset, his whole point is that there are obvious problems in the world, but there are plenty other directions than the way they want to drive you into some technocratic biometric control system. The idea is the opposite direction, or really your choice, not because they tell you so. But I worry about what I'll end with here, that they're going to try to blame this on one person who everybody already hates anyway, in Israel, everywhere else, and try to act like he was the only one. And while they all reap the benefits, how horrible that is from everything that they've done. We can't let that happen. We need to change because of this horrible reality. We need to use that to change, to marshal this into something better. I know we can do that. And I know because of their passive opportunism, they're kind of a way they'll follow along with whatever we can make this happen. And they'll try to subvert it like they always do, but we can use this to make things better, even in a small way. And damn it, if we're not here to do that, why are we here in the first place? So help me fight for that. Help me fight against all the liars and all the partisan nonsense, and show people that there are people out here that care, that genuinely care about the right things for the right reasons, and then even then still make mistakes, but own those mistakes and follow up on those mistakes. All right. That we care about integrity and truth and human life at the expense of it, not some political agendas, not circumvent those things day to day. Those things are paramount. And I think we can do that. So thank you for tuning in today. I know it was a long show. As I said, realistically, all the stuff that we did covered, even the stuff I skipped, quite frankly, we could have made this a 7-hour show, but it's more important to get, at least, I guess, within our allowable window of time where most of the world thinks it's too long. But I'll tell you right now, I genuinely think that I get those people that push back and act like these shows are, so long and nobody follows it. But I'll tell you, I think it's the opposite. And I think that's why most people that say that, I know there are you out there that have that real opinion. I'm not saying you're fake. Plenty of you, and I get it. I actually feel the same way in some cases. But most of the people that I get that push from are people that I don't recognize. And in history, all of the most historically famous venues and shows have always been the long form conversation, where at the Rogan or any of them. So I find it very odd that this seems to be the thing. And I think this is why we're breaking through with the nonpartisan objective effort, which in most cases is aggressively suppressed. It's because we go the grassroots level and through, I think we're making a difference, guys. And I think it's pissing people off. So help me piss people off. I love you all. Thank you for being here. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Netanyahu's visit to the U.S. and everything else that has happened in the past week has actually further proven that he isn't the real problem. And this might be a controversial take, but in a healthy society, he'd be an outcast. And in a world with the right systems and institutions in place, he wouldn't get very far. He'd be irrelevant. He's the symptom of multiple very sick societies and a corrupt international order. When 58% of a population says that the military committing genocide should increase their firepower, and when hundreds of people protest the detainment of sexual predators and torturers, something is very wrong. When Americans can look at the image of a father holding his beheaded child and then go about their day saying nothing, our society is not okay. When ICJ, ICC, and UN Security Council orders all are defied by leaders of countries that help set those institutions up, the double standards and corruption is very clear. When a war criminal receives a standing ovation in Washington, it reveals just how empowered and enabled he is. I believe he should be held accountable, and I fully support those who protest him. But I anticipate when this is over, Netanyahu will be Israel's scapegoat, the US's scapegoat, and the world's scapegoat. A way for all who are complicit to shift blame, to say they couldn't control him or they didn't know how bad it really was. If we go down that path, we won't solve anything. We won't prevent this from happening again or continuing. To address this properly, to address this at the root here, we have to see beyond the few individuals who've benefited from and perpetuated this genocide, and understand the masses and the systems that enabled them, protected them, and allowed for their rise in the first place.